A colossal monster, eclipsing the sun, stood towering amidst the ruined city, and a young man felt a deep resonance with it. Reflected in the monster's fiery pupils was the young man's image, as if the two were one. The young man smirked, realizing the truth. The monster is me, and I am the monster. From that moment on, a destructive energy blast shot from the dragon's mouth, annihilating everything in its path. The people below screamed in terror as the monster blew away fighter jets like toys. The young man sat atop the rubble, watching the kneeling masses, and telling himself that the entire world would revere him as a god. Standing face to face with the dragon roaring amidst a sea of flames, the young man showed no fear whatsoever. Meanwhile, a female news anchor reported, on June 2nd, 2224, Ning City Zoo was attacked by a snake over 100 meters long. In a messy room, the TV was still broadcasting international crime news, while on the sofa, a young man lay collapsed and dead, blood spilled everywhere. The young man lay slumped on the table, his hazy consciousness wondering, is this not my body? Suddenly, a reptilian eye opened, cautiously looking around. Through the reflection, the young man saw his own corpse lying on the table, and beside it, a small lizard was bewildered, wondering what was happening. The young man was startled to realize he had just transformed into a sea iguana. Rewinding time. A student named Chen Chu had just returned to his rented apartment after school. Chen Chu introduced himself as a cold-blooded animal enthusiast, and a scorpion was scuttling across his floor. He approached a glass enclosure, which contained a batch of exotic pets that the store had just delivered. His gaze was immediately drawn to a sea iguana, an amphibious creature. Chen Chu recounted that this species was naturally docile, but an accident occurred the moment he released it. The iguana suddenly lunged, sinking its teeth deep into Chen Chu's hand, jolting him. After the devastating bite, Chen Chu could only gasp for breath, staring at the phone in his hand. The furious iguana delivered a furious bite to Chen Chu's hand. The bite was so powerful it flung Chen Chu's entire body, and his phone flew off as well. A moment later, he woke up, his eyes having turned a mysterious purple. Chen Chu lay sprawled on the floor, facing his pet, both of them mysteriously silent. He suddenly realized he could control the iguana as if it were part of his own body, ordering it to crawl up the wall effortlessly. Chen Chu smirked confidently. Is this the legendary game hack? The protagonist's journey has begun, but he quickly became disillusioned, wondering what this puny pet could do. Livestream or forage for sea cucumbers? He grabbed the iguana's tail, lamenting that others had overpowered systems, while he was stuck with a lizard. The pet weakly growled in despair, while Chen Chu was utterly speechless about his cheat ability. Looking out at the night city, Chen Chu realized he had been unconscious all day and was starving, wondering what a sea iguana ate. You're a lizard, so you must eat meat, he bluntly stated, then carried the pet away. Swish, swish. With a few skillful master, even faster, while Chen Chu ran like mad. The next exercise was kick training, by kicking directly into boulders. And as expected, the boy tripped and fell face first, an excruciatingly painful fall. Chen Chu lay flat on the ground, gasping for air, completely exhausted. His father stood tall, his voice stern, teaching a harsh lesson. Get up. When you grow up, no one will support you. The flashback shifted, and his father handed Chen Chu a wooden box. He explained, these are all my savings. I must go on a long journey. For the rest of your life, you must walk alone. He placed his hand on his son's shoulder, instructing, remember, do not neglect martial arts. When you are strong enough, you will see a different world. Little Chen Chu, eyes welling up with tears, asked despairingly, Dad, how can I find you again? The answer was cryptic and sorrowful. When you become a grandmaster, though perhaps by then, I will no longer be here. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving his stunned young son behind. His father's retreating figure faded behind the door, never to return. Click. The door closed, officially closing the chapter on Chen Chu's childhood. Back in the present, Chen Chu stood looking at his only family photo, muttering, 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Just then, the iguana, its belly full after the steak, let out a loud burp. Chen Chu turned to look, blurting out, this little guy eats really fast. Suddenly, the pet glowed brightly, with red lightning bolts, its body transforming, making Chen Chu's eyes wide with shock. Is this an illusion? Why is its tail getting so long? Chen Chu's status panel appeared. Innate mind control, sea iguana clone, evolution points, 5/200. Chen Chu calculated. His pet had gained 15 points from just one meal. His pupils flashed with a purple light, and a strange sensation arose within him. He was startled when he looked in the mirror, seeing his former skinny reflection. Pulling up his shirt, Chen Chu was shocked to see his body had transformed into a six-pack physique, realizing that his pet's points also buffed its master. He looked at the iguana, envisioning it evolving into the giant monster from his dream. A confident smile spread across his face. The path to becoming a true martial arts grandmaster had opened before him. Immediately, Chen Chu rushed to the market, ordering 100 kilograms of beef and pork as an investment. He paid swiftly with a QR code, without a moment's hesitation. Carrying the heavy bags of food, he knew this was an investment in his future strength. The pile of meat was loaded into the car trunk, preparing for a large-scale leveling campaign. The car rolled away from the market, beginning his plan for dominance. The sky was clear blue, a perfect day to start a new life. Back home, he laid out a lavish feast of delicacies for his pet. "Eat a lot, I still need to get stronger." The iguana's eyes glowed brightly, drooling profusely before the banquet. It devoured the food, its belly round, yet it still acted like a connoisseur, complaining that the pork wasn't as good as the beef. Chen Chu's purple eyes watched intently, observing every slightest change. He stretched, telling himself that next time he would add more seasoning to the beef to get it just right. After eating its fill, the pet, wearing sunglasses, sprawled lazily on the floor, looking like a true playboy. In the training room, Chen Chu took off his shirt, facing the sandbag, ready to test the strength of his newly upgraded body. Chen Chu's purple eyes flashed, focusing intently on the target before him. Wham! A thunderous punch landed squarely on the sandbag, its impact force spreading powerfully. The system panel appeared, reporting, "Forelimb fist and kick experience +5. Chen Chu smirked. Better physique means much faster grinding speed. 2 days later, he was still diligently training in the room, the sandbag already tattered from continuous pummeling. Sweating profusely, Chen Chu laughed gleefully. The feeling of growing stronger through arduous training is truly the best. He let out a roar, leaping to deliver a powerful spinning kick. Whoosh! The kick hit perfectly, sending the sandbag soaring all the way to the ceiling. His personal stats panel appeared. Physique 28, Spirit 16, Forelimb fist and kick, has reached intermediate level. Evolution points 195/200. Chen Chu examined the stats panel, muttering, "If judged by traditional martial arts, my current skill level must have reached the peak of overt strength." He recalled his father's teachings from long ago. Martial arts realms are divided into overt strength, covert strength, and transformed strength. Young Chen Chu naively listened as his father explained. Covert strength masters are top tier, capable of taking on 100 men. His father continued to elaborate. Transformed strength allows one to fight 1,000 men. It's the realm of legendary grandmasters. Images of legendary martial arts grandmasters appeared in his father's narration. He continued with a serious expression. Transformed strength is the realm of the indestructible body, something only recorded in ancient texts. Young Chen Chu curiously asked, "So, what realm are you in, father?" His father pondered for a moment before replying, "I once touched the threshold of covert strength. As for what happened after that..." Young Chen Chu's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Father, you're so cool. You must also come from some legendary clan, right?" Upon hearing the words legendary clan, his father's expression suddenly darkened, filled with complexity. He merely replied vaguely, his gaze distant, "I am just a person from Luoduan." A beautiful morning, with no signs of the impending upheaval, Chen Chu returned home to find his sea iguana significantly larger, sprawled on the sofa, drooling. "Wow, you've grown so fast." His purple eyes flashed with calculation. "Just one more meal, and it'll have enough evolution points. I hope it doesn't disappoint me." The sea iguana ravenously devoured the pile of food, its evolution points continuously increasing. 196, 197, 198 out of 200. With only 1 point left to max out, both master and pet held their breath in anticipation. "I'm about to evolve. Let's see how this guy transforms." Thump. Evolution points reached 200/200, and the system panel announced, "Sea iguana clone has met the requirements. Beginning evolution." The iguana's body suddenly twitched violently, and streaks of golden electricity pulsed through it. Chen Chu was also affected. An extremely powerful surge of purple energy jolted back, making him yelp in pain. Both writhed in agony. The spines on the iguana's back seemed to lengthen. The iguana lay flattened on the floor, convulsing repeatedly, drooling profusely during its transformation. The energy radiating from the evolution process flung all the furniture in the room, creating a battlefield. Chen Chu lay flattened amidst the mess, panting. "What the hell? I didn't expect evolution to be this painful." He looked up, his purple eyes still showing a hint of fatigue but now gleaming with curiosity. and before him stood the upgraded version of the sea iguana. Larger, cooler, towering majestically. Chenchu stood up, a smile of keen interest on his face. Let's see how strong you are after evolving. Wham! He delivered a kick straight to the iguana's flank to test its toughness. Chenchu stood with his arms crossed, a satisfied expression on his face. The evolved iguana possesses extraordinary strength. The system panel appeared, and Chenchu's stats had undergone a dizzying change. He couldn't believe his eyes. His physique stat had doubled, soaring from 28 straight to 56. Chenchu wondered, is it because my current physique is too weak, or will my physique double every time my clone evolves? Chenchu, purple eyes glowing brightly, smirked thoughtfully. If it's the latter case, then it's truly terrifying. He stood amidst the messy room, a blazing red aura erupting, and mused. By martial arts standards, I've just entered the obscure energy realm, and can now project external energy. Chenchu innocently wondered. So, am I officially a martial arts master now? He clenched his fist, his aura soaring. But if I only train, 100 experience points a day is the absolute maximum. Chenchu glanced to the side, realizing that because his power was synchronized, to strengthen his body faster, he still had to rely on the sea iguana. The pet was also growling, emitting a similar energy flow. He exclaimed in surprise. Even the iguana can project its external energy. The sea iguana, its yellow eyes gleaming fiercely, flicked its tongue out like a true beast, ready to obey. Bang, bang, bang. Violent knocking echoed from outside the door. Chenchu, still enveloped in the red aura, turned and walked towards the door. A muscular man was furiously pounding his fists on the door. Click. The door slowly creaked open. Chenchu opened the door, his sharp purple eyes fixed on his neighbor, and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" The muscular neighbor froze, his eyes wide with shock. In his eyes, Chenchu appeared like a giant monster, a terrifying pressure that made him feel like he was about to be crushed. The neighbor broke out in a cold sweat, swallowed hard, and thought to himself, "What the hell is this kid? What is this feeling that he could crush me in an instant?" He quickly forced a smile and awkwardly asked, It's been a bit noisy upstairs lately, so I came to check. Is your place undergoing renovations?" Chenchu scratched his head and gave an innocent wry smile. "Sorry, no renovations. I've just been a bit loud with my training lately." The neighbor was speechless after hearing that, sweat pouring down him. Training? What kind of training is like an earthquake? The neighbor could only peek from behind the door, looking at Chenchu with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Chenchu's room looked as if a storm had just swept through it. Furniture shattered, and walls cracked. The muscular neighbor gaped, drenched in sweat, his face pale with shock. The neighbor quickly waved his hands, his voice trembling. It's fine. But hey, kid, next time you train, could you perhaps choose something a bit gentler?" Chenchu happily agreed, waving goodbye as the neighbor scurried into the elevator. "Thanks, I'll adjust it right away." The sea iguana silently watched the elevator door close, appearing thoughtful. Chenchu closed the door. The sea iguana, now enormous, flicked its tongue and coiled around its master's leg. Looking at the battlefield in his home and his increasingly gigantic pet, Chenchu was speechless. Chenchu decided, the sea iguana is too big now. It can't be kept indoors anymore. It's time to release it back to the sea. A car stopped by a deserted beach under the sunset. Sitting behind the wheel, Chenchu smirked confidently. Ready. He stepped out of the car and opened the back door for the gigantic sea iguana to jump out. Chenchu closed his eyes, focusing his mind to connect with his familiar. The sea iguana excitedly plunged into the water, its body emitting a faint red aura. It flicked its tail and dove deep into the ocean. Underwater, the sea iguana activated its energy senses, preparing for the hunt. Its scanning range covered an area hundreds of meters wide, turning the entire sea into its home turf. Immediately, it detected a gigantic monster fish with jagged teeth lurking nearby. Through their psychic link, Chenchu commanded, "This fish has 5 eyes. Make it your first target." The sea iguana nodded. The red glow around its body flared, ready for battle. Without hesitation, it charged straight towards the 5-eyed fish, initiating a battle for survival at the bottom of the sea. Whoosh! The sea iguana shot forward like an arrow, ramming directly into the 5-eyed fish. The impact created a whirlpool, sending the monstrous fish reeling. Before the 5-eyed fish could comprehend what was happening, the sea iguana circled, its aura blazing. Giving its opponent no time to breathe, it opened its mouth wide and lunged to tear it apart. Chomp! A fatal bite sank directly into the prey's head. It began its feast, tearing apart the mutated fish with relish. The system announced, after consuming the mutated fish, The familiar gained 10 evolution points, and Chen Chu's physique increased by 1. Chen Chu immediately noticed the difference. Normal food only gives 1 point, but this mutated specimen gives a full 10 points. The appearance of these mutated creatures, coupled with recent news, made Chen Chu feel that this world was far from peaceful. Without further thought, the iguana continued its hunt, pouncing on another prey. It glided through the ocean's darkness, clearing out every prey within its sights. The system panel appeared. The familiar has reached today's 100 evolution point limit and cannot receive any more. Through the familiar's eyes, the underwater world, which was dark to humans, became vibrant and full of color. Although it was an amphibian that could stay underwater for a long time, it still needed to use its lungs to breathe and had to surface. It began searching for a safe underwater shelter. It discovered an underwater cave, with water dripping from stalactites above. Chen Chu decided, "This spot is good. Let the familiar rest here." On the beach, Chen Chu let out a sigh of relief, feeling it was time to return after securing a resting place for his familiar. He drove along a deserted road, heading home. Chen Chu's purple eyes gleamed. He noticed something unusual. This strange place has people living here? From a rickety wooden crate, a faint cry for help echoed. Chen Chu drove to an abandoned house, where a thick aura of death billowed. Sitting in the car, Chen Chu's purple eyes flashed, and he muttered that he had to seize opportunities to hone his skills. Inside, a bald man and a brown-haired subordinate were watching, confirming the car had left. It turned out to be a kidnapping den. A spiky-haired man was restraining the young woman, while the other two stood guard. The bald man kicked the spiky-haired subordinate directly in the face, roaring, "How could you guard her so poorly that her gag fell out?" The subordinate, unjustly hit, quickly explained, "Boss, it was pitch black. How could I see it when we dragged her in?" The bald man put his hands on his hips, glaring at the terrified girl with a menacing gaze. He grabbed the girl's chin, growling, "Shut up and behave." Phone, completely unaware that death was approaching. Chen Chu smirked, analyzing the situation. Kidnapping? Human trafficking? 3 guys, 2 with knives. Cleaning up in 1 minute would be ideal. He decided to act swiftly to avoid endangering the hostage, rushing forward like a blazing red arrow. Bang! The wooden door was shattered into 100 pieces by his kick. Chen Chu charged into the dust cloud, moving like a phantom among the 3 bewildered criminals. Wham! The spiky-haired subordinate, before he could even comprehend what was happening, took a devastating kick that sent him flying straight into the wall. The spiky-haired man screamed miserably as his head smashed through the brick wall. "You dog!" The bald leader, enraged, swung his knife and charged straight at Chen Chu. "Amateur!" Chen Chu deftly dodged, delivering a crushing elbow strike directly to the man's chest. The leader flew backward like a ragged doll, his eyes rolling back. Clang! The phone in the remaining subordinate's hand dropped to the ground as he began to grasp the situation. The earring-wearing man helped his boss up, advising, "Boss, calm down." He took a stance, his aura completely changed, and he growled, "King Yue's fist, Ning Fu, your turn." Chen Chu smirked, his eyes glowing purple. Luodan 8 Extremes Gate, Chen Chu. Night fell over a secluded warehouse in the suburbs, where the real battle was about to begin. Ning Fu struck first, unleashing a treacherous straight punch. King Yue's fist, first move, concealed path punch. Too slow. Chen Chu easily seized Ning Fu's wrist with one hand, effortlessly stopping the attack. Chen Chu twisted his opponent's arm, completely taking the initiative, preparing for a counterattack. Wham! A sweeping leg kick immediately made Ning Fu lose his balance. Ning Fu was no pushover. He spun around and unleashed his second move, twin horses connecting the path. Chen Chu's purple eyes gleamed with interest as he realized his opponent was no small fry. A master. He bent down, narrowly dodging the attack, his footwork as fluid as flowing water. Ning Fu froze, unable to believe his attack had missed so easily. "Time to pay the price," Chen Chu roared, unleashing 8 Extremes Fist. Iron Mountain Lean, using his entire body to ram into Ning Fu, sending him flying like a broken kite. Lying sprawled on the ground, Ning Fu coughed up blood but wore a strange smile. "This is getting interesting." Chen Chu stood there, listening as Ning Fu admitted he never expected to meet a true successor of the Luodan 8 Extremes Gate, acknowledging that the formidable Iron Mountain Lean lived up to its reputation. Chen Chu coldly uttered a single sentence. "What a pity." Ning Fu, still on the ground, wiped blood from his mouth and growled. "Pity? What do you mean?" Chen Chu looked down at the defeated man, sneering. "I never thought a thug like you would know a bit of King Yue's fist." His gaze sharpened, judging. "It's just a shame that a disciple of King Yu's fist has strayed onto an evil path." Contrary to expectations, Ningfu merely smirked defiantly. He struggled to his feet, beginning to preach his underworld philosophy. What do you know to lecture me? Only after descending the mountain did I understand. He roared, charging forward like a wounded beast. To survive in this society, you must resort to any means necessary. Chen Chu remained terrifyingly calm, simply raising 2 fingers, ready to send his opponent flying once more. Wham! A devastating kick landed squarely on Ningfu's face, sending him flying back to where he came from. Thud! The King Yue's fist martial artist slammed onto the ground, lying motionless and sprawled, with no chance of getting back up. Chen Chu landed lightly, thinking to himself that battles between martial artists were truly dangerous. Having felt hundreds of his opponent's moves, he reflected, realizing his control over his power was still too immature. If he had miscalculated, these 3 would surely be dead. Looking at the still-bound girl, Chen Chu let out a breath, determined to practice better control over his power. The binding ropes lay haphazardly on the ground, marking the end of the kidnapping. He knelt down to untie the sobbing, silver-haired girl, gently comforting her. Don't be afraid. Everything is all right now. Chen Chu handed the girl his phone. Wipe your tears. Call the police after I leave, but I need your help with something. He leaned in close, instructing, if the police ask, just say you didn't see my face clearly and don't know who I am. The silver-haired girl looked at him, her eyes full of trust, and nodded decisively. Okay, I won't say anything. 10 minutes later, the entire warehouse area was surrounded by numerous police cars under the moonlight. Riot police, fully equipped with shields and firearms, stormed in, shouting, "Don't move! Hands up!" A special forces officer gaped, unable to believe his eyes. What? The scene was a human junkyard. The entire kidnapping gang had been cleanly dealt with, lying scattered like rags. Female officer Guan Qing entered, carrying a stack of reports for her superior. She reported the situation to the deputy chief. Footprints indicated the door had been kicked open by an immense force, estimated at over 3,000 kilograms. On the table were photos of the small fry thugs. 2 were instantly killed. 1 was in a vegetative state, and the victim, Lin Rongya, claimed the culprit wore a mask. The deputy chief frowned, unable to believe the report. Even a real-life boxing king can only punch with 800 kilograms of force. This power is illogical. Guanqing agreed, admitting the culprit's power was indeed superhuman, but also muttered about recent strange occurrences. Outside, lightning tore across the city's night sky, signaling an approaching storm. Both stood in the office, looking out at the chaotic scene. The deputy chief said in a low voice, "A storm is coming. Scene change." At a secluded riverbank, a car was parked hidden in the shadows, while a speedboat departed. Inside the car, Chen Chu sat calmly, his purple eyes flashing, exuding a cold and domineering aura. Nearby, a new gang appeared. The muscular henchmen grumbled about their boss having just spent $1 million on a target from Bald Tiger. The boss sneered, scolding his short-sighted subordinate. "With her in my hands, money will no longer be an issue." The muscular guy and Four Eyes seemed skeptical, but also curious about their boss's confident declaration. The boss turned to ask Four Eyes about preparations for the new company, acting like a true entrepreneur. Four Eyes confidently reported that a luxurious office had been rented, and a team of long-legged secretaries had been hired for the boss, guaranteeing no disappointment. The boss revealed his trump card. He had awakened the power of underwater breathing, capable of salvaging all treasures from shipwrecks. With a smug smile, he promised his subordinates a wealthy future. "Follow me, and you'll never go hungry." Whoosh! A brilliant golden light tore through the night, hurtling towards all 3 with terrifying speed. The boss started, vigilant, and growled into the darkness. "Who's there?" Chen Chu emerged from the shadows, sarcastically calling the boss a special pervert, which made him furiously draw a knife. The boss roared, believing audacious individuals like Chen Chu usually died young, then charged to attack with a crazed expression. Chen Chu effortlessly dodged the attack as if it were a joke, rendering the boss's charge meaningless. A thunderous kick from Chen Chu sent the boss flying into the air, his face contorted in horror. Before he could recover, the boss was caught mid-air by Chen Chu, and a clean arm break echoed. The 2 henchmen froze, unable to believe their boss was dealt with so easily, and quickly discussed making a run for it. Just as they were about to flee, the 2 small fry thugs were instantly knocked down, collapsing to the ground. Chen Chu coldly ordered the boss lying on the ground. "Look at me." Chen Chu's eyes flashed with an enchanting purple light. He decided to test his newly acquired mind control ability. The ability successfully infiltrated, and the boss's eyes also turned purple, completely losing his self-awareness. Under control, he obediently revealed his name was Zhang Changshou, that he was a smuggler, and possessed the superpower of underwater breathing. He continued to recount salvaging treasures from shipwrecks in exchange for money from the wealthy elite. Chen Chu disconnected, and the boss immediately woke up with a bewildered expression, not understanding what had just happened. He screamed in pain upon seeing his broken arm, but Chen Chu calmly replied, "You broke it yourself." Seeing the boss blindly believe him, Chen Chu smirked, realizing this ability could even distort the opponent's judgment. He ordered his new puppet to rest, secretly calculating that he would exploit Zhang Changshuo's company to earn money to feed his iguana. Chen Chu turned to deal with the remaining two henchmen, realizing that controlling those with weak wills was much easier. The entire group, now Chen Chu's subordinates, were present on a large ship. A crew member questioned Chen Chu's presence, only to be snapped at by Zhang Changshuo. "This is my boss. Watch your mouth." Chen Chu stepped forward with the aura of a new boss, ordering the transfer contract for this ship to be prepared immediately. The subordinate obediently presented the fishing boat transfer contract to the new boss. Chen Chu held the contract, ordering Four Eyes to meet him at the office tomorrow, while boss Zhang Changshuo was thoughtfully sent to the hospital. The next day, the sea iguana was released into the ocean, an endless food paradise opening before its eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Chu was also training frantically in the gym. Every punch into the sandbag brought evolution points and physical stats. He realized he couldn't rely solely on his clone. He himself had to train hard to grow stronger and improve his control over his power. At the bottom of the sea, the iguana was also training itself in a cave, absorbing energy and easily farming another 8 evolution points. A modern city scene, where power deals and silent hunts took place. The transfer procedures were complete. Chen Chu calculated that in one day, he had earned 50 evolution points, and his pet had grown another 20 centimeters. He decided that tomorrow he would take the iguana to the deep sea, realizing he wasn't the only one with superpowers and had to become even stronger. On the ship, Four Eyes and Goatee grumbled that they hadn't caught any fish lately, perhaps because a large pack of predators had swept through the area. The ship glided across the vast ocean surface, while beneath, a fierce battle for survival raged. Beneath the surface, an orca was confronting a pack of aggressive great white sharks. The tiny sea iguana encountered a colossal great white shark, appearing like a small fry before the ocean's ruler. Without a hint of fear, the iguana charged straight into the shark's jagged teeth. It slipped right into the shark's mouth, an unexpected maneuver. The iguana tore the shark apart from the inside out, easily farming another 10 evolution points, and even remarked that great white shark meat was quite tender. The system announced, "Clone has met the evolution requirements. Do you wish to proceed?" Chen Chu didn't hesitate for a second, immediately confirming the evolution for his beloved pet. Fiery red energy enveloped the iguana. Power patterns began to appear on its scales. The evolution process officially began. At the same time, Chen Chu, who was training, suddenly collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing from the effects of his clone's powerful evolution. Chen Chu's status panel appeared. His physique stat had soared to 130, spirit to 38, an insane number. Lying sprawled on the floor, Chen Chu realized his physique was now 13 times stronger than an ordinary person, officially reaching the obscure force realm in ancient martial arts. He muttered that this time his stats didn't double like before, perhaps because his initial foundation was already too high. Looking at the water affinity entry, Chen Chu wondered what this new ability was for. Meanwhile, under the sea, the iguana felt its body transform. Bones hardened, weight increased to 4 to 5 tons. Strength and scales became as tough as steel. It darted away at 70 kilometers per hour, faster than even large ships, gliding effortlessly thanks to its water affinity ability. Chen Chu, now playing the role of a big boss, called to inquire about the treasure hunt and reassured his subordinates that even without that Zhang guy, he could still handle everything. He looked at the map, identifying the shallow sea areas that had been thoroughly scoured. The target now was priceless, sunken ships in deep waters. The iguana could now breathe underwater, and its sensory range had expanded to 20 kilometers, ready for the hunt at the bottom of the sea. Chen Chu stretched contentedly, thinking to himself, "Isn't raising a clone meant for enjoying life?" Close to 11 p.m., he decided to go out and treat himself to a grand meal. On a pedestrian street, a blonde girl was sitting on the ground, looking exhausted or drunk. Chen Chu enjoyed a luxurious meal costing over 3,000 yuan, secretly vowing that he would soon take over old Zhang's company to get rich. Suddenly, his eyes flashed purple, and an unpleasant sensation washed over him. It turned out to be 3 thugs surrounding and harassing the blonde girl from earlier. Chen Chu approached, his cold eyes ordering the small fry. "What are you looking at? Get lost." He stood calmly, thinking that the more his power grew, the more his passion for martial arts surged. but he wouldn't intervene unless there was real danger. The leader growled a challenge, while Chen Chu merely sneered, giving a final warning. Get out now, and pretend I didn't see you. Without another word, Chen Chu unleashed his chi force, a fiery, beast-shaped energy burst, blowing away all three thugs like trash. His entire body emanated a scorching aura, his cold eyes surveying the result, the imposing presence of a true powerhouse. The hoodie-wearing leader broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he was being stared down by a predatory beast, and hastily urged his subordinates to flee. The blonde girl leaned against a pillar, scoffing at the thugs. Haha, what kind of real men are you, scared to death like that? Chen Chu, with his cold purple eyes, thought only one thing. Is this woman crazy? The leader tried to regain face, muttering that he couldn't appear weak in front of such a hot chick. Boosted by courage, the knife-wielding subordinate yelled, "What's there to be afraid of? Hess alone!" Then they all charged forward like moths to a flame. Chen Chu stood still, calmly waiting for the small fry to rush forward to their doom. Without bothering to say more, Chen Chu unleashed a spinning kick, his chi force erupting into a whirlwind that sent the knife-wielder flying like a ragged doll. He coldly surveyed the result, thinking to himself that he had only used 10% of his strength. Otherwise, that guy would have been a pile of mush. The remaining leader was scared out of his wits, stammering, "Demon," then fled for his life. The blonde girl staggered forward, her eyes shining as she looked at Chen Chu. Hehe, amazing, so strong. Chen Chu's purple eyes narrowed, realizing her behavior was problematic. Is this girl acting, or was she drugged? The blonde girl suddenly hugged Chen Chu, flirtatiously asking, "Why did you call the police? Am I not pretty? Don't you want to take me home?" A few minutes later, the police arrived. The girl was still bothering an officer, while Chen Chu calmly reported, "I was out eating late when I saw her." Chen Chu tilted his head back, looking at the sky, and sighed in relief that the mess was finally resolved. The scene shifted to the seabed, where the iguana clone was testing its abilities, sensing energy that could scan for enemies within a 20-meter radius. Splash. The iguana tore through a fragment of the sunken ship and discovered the treasure. Jackpot, all pure gold bars. From under the sea, Chen Chu commanded Four Eyes on the ship, via their psychic link. Drive the ship 3 kilometers east, then drop a container. On the ship's deck, a curious crew member asked Four Eyes, now known as Black Ghost, about the boss secret, but the latter brushed him off. Don't ask so many questions. Deep on the seabed, the iguana's spiky tail glided past the container filled with gold bars, ready for the salvage operation. The salvage operation began. The iguana not only controlled the crane but also commanded a school of sharks to assist. After salvaging the gold, the iguana clone discovered a strange metal block sinking to the seabed. It tried to scratch the metal piece, realizing its claws, which could tear steel like paper, only left a faint mark. It was definitely a high-quality alloy. The iguana decided to bring the metal block back for study, as its intuition told it this was something valuable. Suddenly, a gigantic, pure white sea monster emerged from the bottom mud, lunging straight towards the iguana. The sea monster attacked with terrifying speed, but the iguana merely thought disdainfully, "You're a weakling, yet you dare to solo?" The iguana effortlessly glided past, tearing the monster into pieces and commenting, "This sashimi tastes quite good." A few hours later, on a secluded beach, Chen Chu was testing his new strength, feeling his body as hard as rock. Boom, boom. He punched the cliff repeatedly. Realizing his physique had surpassed 200 after his clone's evolution, Chen Chu smirked, his fists radiating chi force, confident that his punch now weighed at least 1.5 tons, enough to punch through an ordinary person. Crash! He unleashed a full-power punch, his externalized chi force shattering a large section of the hard cliff face. Chen Chu lay stretched out on the sand, thinking to himself that he couldn't train in public for fear of being secretly filmed, which would be very troublesome. He felt exhilarated, because only in this desolate place could he unleash his full power, and his insane recovery ability healed his hand in just 1 minute. The iguana emerged from the water, carrying the black metal slab it found on the seabed back to its master. Chen Chu looked at the shiny black ore slab, initially seeing nothing special but still sensing something unusual. He tried lifting the metal slab. It weighed nearly 200 kilograms, and the iguana couldn't even scratch it. Truly a perfect material for forging weapons. However, Chen Chu decided to temporarily set aside weapon crafting, prioritizing the gold bars first. At the dock, a subordinate reported to Chen Chu that all the goods had been cleared and loaded onto the ship. In the captain's cabin, another subordinate gaped when he saw a table full of gold bars, wondering how much they were worth. Chen Chu picked up a gold bar to examine it. The bespectacled subordinate remarked that it was smuggled gold without markings and couldn't be sold as an antique. The scene shifted to a bustling downtown area, where Chen Chu, in casual clothes and a baseball cap, began his plan to sell the gold. Chen Chu entered a gold shop and directly asked the female employee, "Do you buy gold here?" He sneered, flung open his backpack to reveal a mountain of glittering gold bars, and declared he wanted to sell them all. The female employee's eyes widened in shock at the enormous amount of gold, and she hastily invited him upstairs to meet the manager. The gold shop manager came out to shake Chen Chu's hand, cordially asking for his name and the quantity of gold he wished to sell. Chen Chu pointed to the full backpack and coldly replied, "My surname is Chen. Sell it all." The manager smiled professionally, asking permission to have his staff inspect the gold's quality before proceeding with the transaction. While the experts diligently appraised the gold, Chen Chu calmly sat on the sofa, browsing his phone, exuding the demeanor of a true boss. The manager reported the results, a total of 11,250 grams. Since it was smuggled gold, the purchase price was 400 yuan per gram. Chen Chu nodded in quick agreement. Ding! His account showed a credit of 4,500,000 yuan. Chen Chu sat in his car, contemplating his life, earning a fortune after just one adventure. The feeling was incredible. Chen Chu's eyes gleamed with determination. Now was the time to enjoy the fruits of his labor. The first thing to do was buy a new car. His old, low-slung car bounced like roasted peanuts on the coastal roads. He headed straight to a luxury car showroom, where only high-end vehicles were displayed. Chen Chu walked around with a salesman, the air thick with the scent of money. Another female employee bowed in greeting as a couple entered the showroom. Chen Chu turned around and froze, coming face to face with a familiar couple. He smirked, immediately recognizing his ex-girlfriend, the one he had spent so much effort pursuing, now dating a rich playboy. His ex-girlfriend also saw Chen Chu, then pouted and said to her boyfriend, "Darling, that country bumpkin used to chase me. What's a poor, ragged student doing in a luxury car showroom?" The salesman was about to intervene when he saw the rich playboy arrogantly ask, "Who are you calling poor?" But Chen Chu waved his hand, signaling it wasn't necessary. Her new boyfriend continued to taunt, "Can't I speak the truth? You're just a poor student. This isn't a place you belong." His ex-girlfriend pointed to a red convertible sports car, pouting, "Darling, I want this one." The rich playboy immediately puffed out his chest. "This one? Let me check it out for you." The rich playboy thought bitterly to himself. His monthly allowance was only a few tens of thousands. How could he afford a luxury car to impress girls? Chen Chu paid them no mind, pointing to a white SUV. "This one has high ground clearance, can carry a lot of things, and meets all my needs." Chen Chu told the salesman directly, "I'll take this one. I'll pay by card." The female salesperson happily confirmed the car's price was 2.38 million yuan, asking Chen Chu if he wanted to pay in installments or in full. He replied concisely, "Pay in full." His ex-girlfriend's eyes widened and her jaw dropped, unable to believe her ears. What? He swiped his card to buy a 2.38 million car? Her new boyfriend put his arm around her waist, sneering. He's just putting on a show. How could he possibly have 2.38 million in his account? His ex-girlfriend chimed in, pouting and recounting how poor he used to be. The couple continued to mock, believing that a mere student was trying to show off by buying a luxury car. The rich playboy waved his hand, taunting Chen Chu. "Hey, stop acting. It'll be really embarrassing if your card doesn't go through." The salesman snapped back, telling him it was none of his business. The rich playboy then boasted loudly, "If he can buy it, I'll call him Dad right here. Otherwise, he calls me Dad. Deal?" His ex-girlfriend smirked contemptuously, certain that Chen Chu was just putting on a brave front. Slap. The female salesperson turned back, respectfully handing the card and keys to Chen Chu. "Sir, the car is now yours." The couple's faces turned pale, freezing on the spot as they realized Chen Chu had actually bought the 2.38 million car. His ex-girlfriend mumbled, "How could Chen Chu be so rich?" The salesman grabbed the rich playboy by the collar, growling, "Aren't you going to keep your promise and call my boss Dad?" Chen Chu waved his hand, telling the salesman to stop bothering with such small fry. While the female salesperson's eyes sparkled with admiration, the salesman was still resentful, muttering that his boss was too kind. If it were him, that guy wouldn't get away without calling him Dad. The rich playboy covered his face in shame, standing dumbfounded in front of his own shabby car, completely speechless. His ex-girlfriend hastily chased after the car, calling Chen Chu's name in vain, while the female salesperson commented sharply, "She thought she'd found a gold mine, but she actually missed out on a real diamond." After the public humiliation, Chen Chu and the salesman drove to the city's most luxurious restaurant, Cloud's Edge. A line of staff in red uniforms bowed in greeting as Chen Chu and his subordinate entered. A waitress came to their table, presented the menu, and politely asked Chen Chu what he would like. Chen Chu flipped through the menu, not even glancing at the prices, and directly ordered a 5,888 yuan Boston lobster and a 7,888 yuan king crab, then asked for another dish. In his imagination, Chen Chu was enjoying an emperor's life, surrounded by two beautiful women with blonde and red hair, feeding him. He puffed out his cheeks contentedly, thinking to himself that after so many days of diligently cooking for his pet, it was finally his turn to enjoy a luxurious life. While feeling high, Chen Chu scrolled on his phone, and a notification popped up. A message from his class group reminded him that school started in a week, and he suddenly remembered he was still a second-year student. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Chu opened his status panel and told himself he needed to earn money faster to help his pet break through its current realm before school started. The scene shifts to the seabed, where Chen Chu's iguana glided at terrifying speed, leaving even the fastest swordfish in the ocean far behind. It easily devoured a giant sailfish, neatly gaining another 10 evolution points. After eating its fill, the iguana began emitting sensory waves, sweeping a vast area of tens of kilometers to search for treasure. Several days passed fruitlessly. It stood on a rock formation at the bottom of the sea without finding any shipwrecks. The iguana sensed the world was changing strangely, and it decided to act more cautiously. At a high-end office building in N City, Chen Chu and the former car salesman looked up with calculating expressions. Chen Chu, now clad in a CEO's suit, walked with an imposing aura, secretly thinking that Zhang Changshou certainly knew how to make a company look impressive. Upon entering the lobby of Haiyang Tianlan Company, the female receptionist greeted Assistant Zhang. Chen Chu immediately ordered his subordinate to summon everyone to the boss's office. The door to the CEO's office appeared, preparing for a grand unveiling. Inside the room, the former subordinate solemnly introduced Chen Chu as the new boss. All the employees froze, then collectively greeted the boss. Several female employees immediately whispered, their eyes shining brightly, "Oh my God, the new boss is so young, handsome, and rich too." The subordinate continued to introduce the receptionist named Ning Nai Xin. She immediately blushed and greeted the boss with excitement. Another female employee with a fiery figure and hair tied in a high bun brought a cup of coffee to Chen Chu. The subordinate introduced her as the boss's personal secretary, Su Lenjie, while Chen Chu gestured for her to just leave the coffee there. Chen Chu sat in the CEO's office, calculating the company's monthly operating costs, which amounted to hundreds of thousands, and concluded that he needed to hunt for more treasures. He ordered his subordinate to end the meeting, dismiss the employees, and return to the ship to oversee everything. Watching the newly controlled puppets leave, Chen Chu mused that the temporary brainwashing effect was stable, but he still needed to limit their contact with the outside world to avoid risks. Standing by the window, 2 notifications appeared, adding 0.7 physical points. Chen Chu was delighted with this game of getting stronger while doing nothing. He took a sip of coffee, enjoying the refreshing sensation as power deep beneath the sea. A shadow shot forth with terrifying speed, piercing its target in the blink of an eye. Chen Chu's iguana, as dominant as a living torpedo, unleashed a blow that tore apart the giant mutated barracuda. The nearly 5-meter-long sea monster with razor-sharp steel-like teeth was ripped in half, utterly helpless against the power of a higher-level predator. Without wasting a second, the iguana lunged to tear apart its prey, realizing that the flesh of this mutated creature contained a significantly richer source of energy. Suddenly, Chen Chu's body flared with a red light as a massive surge of power flowed back to him. Received 90 evolution points, 9 physical points. After finishing its meal, the iguana dove back into the ocean's endless darkness, seemingly regretting that this type of mutated fish was too rare. Back in the office, receptionist Ning Naixin dreamily asked Secretary Su Lenji, "Sister Lenji, do you think the boss has a girlfriend yet?" Su Lenji turned to tease her. "What's wrong? Falling for a guy again? Planning something with the boss?" The professional secretary reminded the employees that work hours weren't over yet, asking them to focus on supporting the team. Chen Chu suddenly appeared behind them, smiling and greeting them, while secretly thinking that his superhuman hearing had caught their entire gossip session from inside the elevator. To show his class, Chen Chu announced, "Since everyone has worked hard, dinner is on me tonight," which made the female employees cheer with joy. The entire group was taken to the luxurious Above the Clouds restaurant. Everyone stunned to learn that the boss's car was worth over 2 million yuan. When the bill, nearly 49,000 yuan, was presented, Chen Chu calmly swiped his gold card without even glancing at the price. The female employee's eyes sparkled with heart shapes, marveling at their boss' wealth and generosity, convinced that following this boss would lead to an incredibly bright future. Chen Chu announced that he had matters to attend to tonight, so after dinner, he would personally drive everyone home, which made the group express their gratitude profusely once more. Late at night on a deserted beach, Chen Chu was warming up by lifting a massive boulder, enjoying the sea breeze. He tensed his muscles, telling himself that his physique was now 20 times that of an ordinary person. A bare-fisted punch weighed 2 tons, and with externalized chi force activated, it reached nearly 5 tons. But the greater the power, the harder it was to control. Chen Chu staggered, almost falling, and realized he needed to train more to get used to this new upgrade. Suddenly, he paused, sensing that someone else was lurking in this secluded place in the middle of the night. Down on the shore, a speedboat was docking. The people on the shore demanded money first, according to the rules of the underworld. Hiding behind the boulder, Chen Chu's purple eyes flashed. He assessed this as a D-level transaction, but since the opponents were armed, he couldn't be careless. The deal went smoothly. The blonde-haired leader shook hands with his counterpart, praising the high-quality goods. The blonde leader carefully instructed his subordinates, but the one holding the briefcase boasted loudly, claiming their channel was absolutely safe and untraceable. From above, Chen Chu descended like a phantom, aiming directly at the complacent criminals. With a perfect landing, he struck like lightning. 2 subordinates were knocked out on the spot before they even understood what was happening. The blonde leader frantically drew his gun, yelling for his comrades to provide support. He gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger, aiming directly at Chen Chu, who was at close range. But how could the speed of a bullet compare to the protagonist's skill? Chen Chu deftly dodged and received its command. It shot forward like a living torpedo, its main target being that boat. Boom! The monster slammed directly into the bottom of the boat, with terrifying force. The entire crew was flung into the air with desperate screams. The speedboat utterly wrecked. The criminals slowly sank into the cold water, while the iguana circled among the debris, completing its mission perfectly. The criminals who fell into the sea screamed desperately, frantically searching for a way to survive while a monster lurked beneath. A subordinate cried out for his boss's help, but it was all in vain as death was imminent. The blonde-haired leader, enraged, decided to fight to the death. All in. I don't believe you can dodge bullets. Bang! He fired his gun, the bullet tearing through the water and shooting straight ahead. The bullet struck the iguana's head and harmlessly bounced off. The monster merely tilted its head, looking puzzled. The leader froze, sweat pouring down him as he realized he had just shot something invulnerable. The iguana let out a roar of intimidation, then lunged, swiftly biting down on the stubborn criminal. After cleaning up the aftermath, the iguana picked up the briefcase containing the goods and swam away leisurely. A moment later, in Chen Chu's room, the briefcase was opened, revealing stacks of cash piled high like a mountain. Chen Chu sat leisurely, counting the money, calculating the sum of 3 million, and mused that holding cash was still more satisfying than seeing numbers in an account. The next morning at a cafe, 2 men were marveling at a beautiful, aloof, female secretary when she walked straight towards Chen Chu. The red-haired secretary respectfully presented documents. Boss, please sign. The 2 men were utterly shocked, unable to believe that such a young man was the boss of such a beauty. Chen Chu ordered the secretary to convene a meeting, then left with her, leaving the 2 bewildered men behind. The brown-haired man felt Chen Chu's overwhelming aura, a steadfast feeling like mountains that made him shiver with dread. In the company's meeting room, Chen Chu began his first meeting as the big boss. Standing before the growth chart, Chen Chu promised that as long as the company's performance improved, everyone would receive a large bonus at the end of the year. In the middle of the meeting, his phone rang with a reminder that today was the deadline for university enrollment. Chen Chu's eyes glowed purple. He answered the call and quickly replied that he would be there right away. He announced an early end to the meeting, handed all work over to Secretary Su Lenjie, and then put on his jacket, preparing to head to school. The female employees in the company were completely shocked, unable to believe their boss, with his radiant aura, was still a student. Chen Chu drove his huge white car into the parking lot of N University, immediately becoming the center of attention. He stepped out of the car with an imposing demeanor, making the surrounding students marvel at the car worth over 2 million. News of a wealthy heartthrob driving a supercar to school on the last day of enrollment immediately stormed the school forum. Netizens at school discussed animatedly. Some praised his good looks, while others asserted his family background must be among billionaires. In her bedroom, a blonde girl browsing online suddenly paused, finding the face on the screen strangely familiar. She was stunned when she realized it was Chen Chu, the name she once disdained, now exuding a completely different aura. Reading comments revealing Chen Chu was in the same finance department and year as her, the girl became even more bewildered. Strolling through the campus, Chen Chu felt his power increasing too rapidly and realized he needed to train to control it. He glanced at the Taekwondo club. In the eyes of a master like him, those flashy kicks were just child's play. One slap would be enough to finish them. Chen Chu headed straight to Dragon Ascent Steel Company, beginning his plan to prepare his own training ground. As soon as he entered, he directly asked the receptionist, declaring his wish to order hundreds of tons of steel with special requirements. The female employee broke into a sweat upon hearing this, hastily invited the VIP client into the waiting room, and went to call the manager. The sales manager personally appeared, shook Chen Chu's hand, and inquired about the specific requirements for the enormous order. The manager gave a preliminary quote of about 700,000 for 200 tons of steel, a significant sum for an ordinary person. Chen Chu merely smirked, without a hint of hesitation. "All right. Sign the contract." The next morning at the dock, Zhang Chengshou bowed and reported that the entire warehouse area now belonged to the boss. The system currently reported that the clone had just finished its meal and brought back 8 evolution points, directly buffing Chen Chu with an additional 0.8 physical points. Standing in the vast warehouse, Chen Chu declared that once the steel pillars arrived, this place would become his private training ground. Chen Chu realized his own cultivation speed was still too slow compared to his pet. The daily limit of 100 evolution points was not enough for him to break through. Meanwhile, at a murder scene, the police captain analyzed the situation. An underworld kingpin and his subordinates were wiped out in just 1 minute by a single individual with terrifying strength and speed. Female officer Guan Qing rushed over to report to the captain. "Captain, we just found another body at sea." The scene shifted to Tianlan Maritime Company, where Chen Chu was leisurely sitting in a massage chair, while Secretary Su Lenjie reported that the company was completely idle, with employees just sitting around doing nothing. Su Lenjie looked worried, wondering if the company would soon go bankrupt at her boss's pace of waiting for a bite. Just then, a female employee knocked on the door, announcing that someone had come to see the boss to discuss a big business deal. Su Lenjie was dumbfounded, unable to believe her boss had prophesied like a god. He said a fish would come, and a fish truly did. A dapper man in a white suit, accompanied by a girl, walked in, asking for Boss Zhang. Chen Chu calmly replied, "He and his men are all my subordinates now." The man introduced himself as Wang Tianhua, showing respect, and Chen Chu invited him to sit down and talk. Su Lenjie was about to make tea when Chen Chu signaled her to withdraw, leaving the two important figures to discuss business. Wang Tianhua got straight to the point, boasting that he had information about an ancient shipwreck worth tens of millions, and asking Chen Chu if he had the capability to salvage it, and how they would split the profits. The man named Wang demanded 70% because he provided the map, but Chen Chu merely scoffed, telling him to go find his international team instead. Chen Chu stated his price bluntly, without a hint of hesitation. "At least 50 to 50, otherwise forget it." Wang Tianhua broke into a sweat, secretly thinking that current laws prohibited private salvage, and Chen Chu was his only opportunity. Chen Chu added a psychological blow, asserting that he had plenty of subordinates like Boss Zhang, inviting Wang Tianhua to verify if he didn't believe him. Cornered, Wang Tianhua gritted his teeth and accepted the 50 to 50 deal, shaking hands to finalize the agreement with Chen Chu. Returning to the police captain, he was examining the scene and was astonished by the giant claw marks on the desk. He pondered, wondering if these were the traces of some unusual, mutated creature. On the captain's computer screen appeared a confidential report. Guande. Numerous deaths recorded. Suspected monster attack. The case has officially been transferred to specialists. At a construction site, Su Lenjie curiously asked her boss about the giant iron pillar in front of them. Chen Chu calmly declared that this was the sea-calming divine needle used to suppress the Dragon King, leaving his assistant wide-eyed and astonished by his profound knowledge. Checking his account, Chen Chu clicked his tongue, complaining that 321,800 yuan was too little. Money truly flew away like paper. The luxurious car stopped in front of the Bishi complex, marking the end of a workday. Su Lenjie offered to invite her boss up to her place for a drink, but Chen Chu coldly refused, stating he had other engagements. Watching the car disappear, Su Lenjie blushed, scolding herself for daring to say such words. She was still flustered, thinking that her underwear might still be somewhere in her boss's house. Meanwhile, Chen Chu realized his power was not yet fully controlled after accidentally breaking a pair of chopsticks, resolving to train more. He rushed into a desolate area, unleashing a punch that cracked a large rock. Looking at his scraped hand, Chen Chu told himself he needed to reach the realm of perfect control to fully unleash his power. He activated his aura shield. His sensory range had expanded to 30 meters, with every blade of grass and twig within his grasp. 3 days later, deep beneath the sea, the iguana had just devoured a red-eyed mutant fish, effortlessly gaining 210 evolution points and 21 physical points. The iguana sensed Wang Tianhua's ship slowing down, knowing that the target was very close. On shore, Chen Chu called Wang Tianhua, informing him, "My team has arrived and is ready to act tonight." Chen Chu continued to train in the gym, a blazing red aura enveloping him as he lifted weights, feeling his strength amplified many times over. Offshore, Wang Tianhua expressed doubt when he saw no sign of Chen Chu's team, only to be given a cold reality check by his partner. They're already underwater, at a depth of 700 to 800 meters. At the seabed, Chen Chu's consciousness accompanied the iguana, feeling the immense water pressure causing discomfort despite his enhanced physique. Both entered a pitch-black crevice at the bottom of the sea, but it seemed completely empty. Wang Tianhua received a report via radio that they had swept a 200-meter radius at a depth of 800 meters without finding anything. He was heavily shocked by the ridiculously fast search speed. Wang Tianhua stood on the ship, heavily shocked to hear that his partner's team had swept the 800-meter seabed in just 20 minutes, an unimaginable speed. A subordinate suggested that the treasure's location might have shifted after hundreds of years. Wang Tianhua then relayed Chen Chu's order, "Try moving 1 kilometer to the east." Deep beneath the sea, Chen Chu's iguana darted down like an arrow, executing the command. Activating his sensing power, waves of blazing red energy emanated from his clone, sweeping through every corner of the dark seabed. Through their psychic link, Chen Chu confirmed the target, while the sea iguana locked onto the treasure's location. Found it. On the ship, the crew cheered as they pulled a massive metal container from the sea. The salvage operation was officially a success. A subordinate reported to Wang Tianhua that the treasure consisted of 8 broken items and 3 intact ones, estimated to be worth 30 million, and could fetch an additional 20 million if sold discreetly. Wang Tianhua called Chen Chu with a triumphant expression. "Did you hear that, my friend? That's the situation. The rest is up to you. I just have to sit back and collect the money." A few days later, Wang Tianhua fairly divided the money, handing Chen Chu several suitcases containing over 11.5 million, and promising future deals, to which Chen Chu simply nodded. "No need to count. I trust you." Chen Chu stood before a mountain of money. His financial problems were solved, but he still told himself that his current strength was too weak, and he needed to train until he was bulletproof. The next day at the company, an employee reported that someone had submitted a job application, boasting they could bring in 500 fish per month for a salary of 50,000. Just as the receptionist, Xiao Ning, saw her boss return, Chen Chu glanced at the resume, seeing it stated the applicant was a member of a fishing association and knew many influential figures in the industry. He bluntly declared, "Discard it, it's a scam," then casually boasted to Xiao Ning that he had just completed a major deal, effortlessly earning several million. Upon hearing this, receptionist Xiao Ning's eyes lit up, completely captivated by her boss' domineering aura. "Wow, the boss is so cool." Chen Chu smiled confidently, declaring he would keep his promise to treat the entire company. Tonight, they would head straight to Van Thuong Thien Noi to unwind. 2 female employees stood discussing from a distance, praising their boss endlessly for being cool, high-paying, and treating them well. Unlike the lecherous managers at their friend's company, one of the women even blushed, secretly thinking, if the boss were interested in her, she wondered if she should agree. At the luxurious restaurant, the employees were still stunned that their boss had earned millions just from a few days of fishing, to which Chen Chu humbly replied, "It was just luck that I caught a bluefin tuna." Suddenly, a strange young man with reddish-brown hair approached their table and asked directly, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen, the owner of Haiyang Tianlan Company?" The unfamiliar young man introduced himself as Li Tianrui, vice president of Tianhong Corporation and a friend of Wang Tianhua. Li Tianrui got straight to the point, inviting him to cooperate on an offshore fishing trip. Chen Chu calmly replied that he'd play along if there was profit, and arranged to discuss it further at the company tomorrow. Secretary Su Lenjie professionally stepped forward and handed her boss's business card to Li Tianrui. Li Tianrui smiled as he took the business card, promised to meet Chen Chu again tomorrow, then turned and left. Once the guest was out of sight, a female employee curiously asked her colleague about the scale of Tianhong Corporation. Another woman revealed that Li Tianrui's corporation was worth tens of billions, even richer than the wealthiest person in City N, and was probably related to the chairman. All the female employees were wide-eyed and open-mouthed in shock. Unable to believe they had met the son of the city's richest man just by having a meal, Chen Chu smirked, thinking to himself, even the privileged sons of powerful families are interested in these shipwreck salvage operations? Meanwhile, deep underwater, his iguana had just taken down its second bluefin tuna, a catch worth a fortune. That night, at a cold storage warehouse, a truck had just arrived. Inside was a giant tuna, packed in ice. Chen Chu thought to himself, this fish, worth over 10 million yuan, truly is money that can swim, not just an ordinary fish. He stood looking at the results of his pet's efforts. The next step was simply to find a buyer and finalize the price. The next morning, as Chen Chu was lifting weights, an employee came in to report that young Master Li was already waiting in the office. A dazzling yellow supercar was parked in front of Tianlan Ocean Company. In the office, Li Tianrui revealed his trump card. He had the exact coordinates of a sunken ship and calmly replied to Chen Chu's question. No one ever complains about having too much money. The two parties quickly sealed the deal, agreeing to a 50-50 split once the goods were secured. Chen Chu looked at his partner's smile, his eyes flashing with a purple gleam. Knowing full well that this man's goal was not merely the treasure on the ship, Chen Chu casually mentioned that he had just caught a 4-meter-long bluefin tuna and asked Li Tianrui if he knew any high-end restaurants. Li Tianrui's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out his phone, offering to introduce him to a seafood restaurant owner and inviting him to lunch right away. Soon after, at the warehouse, a group of people had been called in to appraise Chen Chu's 4-meter monster. A seafood expert examined the iced tuna and reported with an excited expression, "Boss, the fish quality is perfect. Everything meets grade A standards." The bespectacled restaurant owner patted Chen Chu's shoulder and offered a very generous price. "This fish is truly top-notch. We're brothers, let's round it to 1 million, shall we?" Chen Chu nodded instantly, sealing the deal. Secretary Su Lenju's jaw dropped, unable to believe that a single fish could sell for such an astronomical price. After the lucrative deal, the entire team headed straight to the Marriott International Shopping Center, a place exclusively for the super-rich to splurge. Su Lenjie explained that this was where all luxury brands gathered, and suggested her boss should let loose and enjoy himself. Chen Chu spent money lavishly, causing the sales assistant to exclaim, "A big spender has arrived. The boss's money truly comes easily." The scene shifted to a warehouse at the harbor, where the company's goods were stored. After the shopping spree, Su Lenjie's face was flushed as she looked admiringly at her boss. "Your watch alone was 2 million, and you bought me a pile of branded goods that must be over 2 million more." Back home, Chen Chu tossed the pile of branded bags onto the sofa, then assigned a new task. "Su Lenjie, find me a spacious, quiet villa. Around 30 million should be fine." Su Lenjie's eyes lit up, and she accepted the order decisively. "Understood." Deep beneath the sea, the iguana was circling when it noticed 2 submarines gliding overhead. It thought to itself, "It's a pity. I'm not strong enough yet. Otherwise, I would have torn those 2 iron boxes apart." The iguana swam past an underwater crevice, continuing its hunt. Suddenly, it sensed a dangerous aura from the abyss below and decided to retreat immediately for safety, not foolish enough to take risks. A giant red spider crab suddenly lunged out of the darkness, its pincers as large as pliers, ready to tear its prey apart. The iguana dodged the attack effortlessly, growling. "Ha! Did you think I'd be an easy meal?" With a whoosh, it darted past, its razor-sharp tail slicing off one of the giant crab's legs. The iguana realized this opponent was much stronger than the mutated oarfish from last time. The giant crab could only helplessly endure the attacks, unable to keep up with the iguana's terrifying speed. Even though the crab unleashed over 10 tons of attack power, the iguana remained calm, showing extreme interest in its new opponent. Whoosh! A tail whip tore through the water, striking directly at the giant crab's shell. The iguana circled above the crab's corpse, muttering, "Such a huge meal, can't be finished in one go. I'll have to savor it slowly." Meanwhile, Chen Chu was scouring the internet, reading reports on abnormal marine phenomena in recent years. He muttered, "Giant oarfish, giant spiny pufferfish, and now giant spider crabs. This world is about to change." The laptop screen displayed shocking news. Nation M's nuclear submarine missing in the Pacific Ocean, attacked by an unidentified marine creature. Scrolling further, another incident in the Arctic appeared. Chen Chu thoughtfully realized, these creatures get tougher the deeper they are. On the other side, the iguana was rapidly accumulating evolution points, the notification panel constantly updating after it finished its crab feast. After its monster hunt, the iguana had evolved, its body now 18 meters long, looking like a true sea dragon. With the buff transmitted from his clone, Chen Chu felt power surging through him. He punched a steel pillar, which dented like paper, his hand completely unharmed. Chen Chu confidently declared that with his current body, being shot by a pistol would feel like a mere itch, and ordinary bullets were now just toys. Realizing the world was not simple, Chen Chu went to Xinhua bookstore to upgrade his knowledge. He knew that only through learning and reading books was the right path to continuously grow stronger. Chen Chu's handsome appearance and aura after being buffed attracted the attention of two girls in the bookstore, who only dared to sneak glances, but not approach him to talk. He focused on his main goal, searching for martial arts manuals, heading straight for the Form and Will Fist and 8 Extremities Fist books. Back at the warehouse, Chen Chu began to train. He knew that these two martial arts looked simple, but mastering them was no easy feat. His phone rang. It was Li Tianrui calling to report his arrival. Chen Chu coldly ordered, "Send the location. My man will be underwater in half a day." A moment later, the iguana found the treasure, a chest full of gold, while Li Tianrui's men reported via radio, asking Chen Chu if he had seen any special box. Li Tianrui made an extremely tempting offer over the phone. "Just find that box, and everything else on the sunken ship is yours." The iguana, holding a chest of gold worth over 20 million, glanced at the small wooden box, wondering, it's just a pile of black mud. I don't understand what he needs it for." The box was opened, revealing only black mud inside, and elsewhere, Li Tianrui clutched his head, screaming in despair. "No way! My spiritual medicine! My spiritual medicine!" At the scene, a police officer reported on the shriveled corpse. All blood had evaporated, muscles were atrophied like dried meat, yet the time of death was only about 10 hours ago. The deputy chief frowned, observing. All victims were gang members, without families, but their physiques were very strong. He turned and ordered his subordinate, "Xiao Zheng, write a report later, and then have all entertainment venues in the city sealed off for me." That night, a red-haired figure clutched a new victim, draining his life force in the chilling purple night. The deputy chief roared into the walkie-talkie, his hand clenched. "What? All places have been shut down, so why are 4 more guys dead?" Meanwhile, Chen Chu was furiously punching the sandbag, telling himself that after a few days of arduous training, his 8 Extremities Fist and Form Intention Fist had made remarkable progress. The system announced that he had comprehended a new martial skill. Chen Chu smirked, his eyes glowing purple. "Let's call it Explosive Fist." He explained that the new technique was a combination of the 8 Extremities stance and the Form Intention's half-step collapse fist. 1 step, 1 punch, with the power of a cannonball. Far offshore, a fishing boat captain was gleeful, about to net a huge catch, reminding himself to be careful as this trip involved a significant investment. The crew frantically reported, "Boss, the net has a hole, fish are escaping." But when they tried to pull the net up, it wouldn't budge. Beneath the surface, the iguana was having a buffet, thinking to itself, "A dozen in one bite, truly satisfying." Then it dove away after its belly was full. On the deck, the captain knelt beside the tattered net, wailing in despair. "Why is my net torn and all the fish gone?" Chen Chu relaxed on a folding chair, listening to Li Tianrui on the phone. "Big brother Chen, I'm returning to N City to thank you. Tonight I'm inviting you to an absolutely top-tier place." The car stopped in front of a luxurious building named Elegant Dream Pavilion. A fiery woman in a red cheongsam stepped out, smiling in welcome. "Welcome to Elegant Dream Pavilion." Li Tianro, acting like a playboy, asked the receptionist, "Is the soaring cloud hall reserved by anyone?" And received the answer that it was always reserved for him. Inside the hall, beauties were serving guests. A scene of extravagant, truly high-class entertainment. Chen Chu rested his chin on his hand, observing, and thought to himself, no wonder kings neglected their court affairs. Places like this truly make people fall. After the revelry, Chen Chu drove through a deserted road in the night forest. He suddenly sensed a familiar murderous aura. Someone's tailing me? Then he smirked excitedly. A monster or a demon? It's been a while since I've had a warm-up. This is getting interesting. A pair of joyriders in a flashy red convertible taunted Chen Chu. "Hey buddy, want a race?" Chen Chu merely clicked his tongue, his purple eyes flashing, preparing to activate his lesson mode. Boom! The white SUV that was tailing them was sent flying into the sky like a toy after a fiery collision. The couple who had boasted earlier now looked utterly pale, stammering, "Oh my god, is it a human or a ghost?" Chen Chu smirked, knowing full well that the main prey was still tenacious. To keep up at this speed, it seems they're not small fry. Stopping the car at a deserted beach, Chen Chu stepped out and directly called out to his pursuer. "Come out. I'm not a bad person." A naked black-haired beauty peeked out from behind a tree, her voice seductive. "Big brother, You're quite humorous. I was bathing when someone stole my clothes. Chen Chu didn't bother with the act, charging straight forward like an arrow. Want clothes? All right, I'll get them for you right now. Whoosh! His kick was blocked by a gigantic tree root, hard as steel. Chen Chu was slightly surprised. This one had real power. She revealed her true form as a snake-tailed monster, hovering with a green aura, proclaiming herself Yin Xiao and craving his life force. Yin Xiao licked her lips, boasting that devouring Chen Chu would help her complete the first stage of evolution. Chen Chu deftly dodged the razor-sharp earth spikes created by the monster, moving with extreme agility. Enveloped in a blazing red energy, Chen Chu growled, "You want to devour me? Let's see if you're capable enough." Which shocked Yin Xiao with his speed. Boom! A full-power attack from Chen Chu created a dazzling red energy explosion. Yin Xiao was slammed directly into the tree trunk, unable to believe it. Impossible. You clearly don't possess the aura of an awakened one. He gave it no time to breathe, continuing to charge forward and shatter another tree trunk it was merging with. Yin Xiao was sent flying, her body bruised and battered, thoroughly beaten. Chen Chu's purple eyes swept over, analyzing clearly. It can merge with trees and rocks, but each of my attacks weakens its aura. On the ravaged cliff, Chen Chu stood facing Yin Xiao. A turned hunt had concluded. Chen Chu looked down at the gasping monster, his voice full of superiority. A skill to merge with trees? Impressive, but unlucky for you to have met me. Answer a few questions, and I'll grant you a swift end. Yin Xiao lay flattened on the ground, laughing wildly. Do you think I'm afraid of death? The moonlit night is truly beautiful. A pity I won't get to admire it anymore. But it's fine. I've already had my revenge. It gnashed its teeth, growling bitterly. Just one more month, and I would have completed my shadow transformation. By then, not even a martial god would scare me. Yet in the end, I ran into a monster like you in this backwater city. As it finished speaking, its body disintegrated into dust under the moonlight. The system panel displayed a double notification. You have eliminated a corrupted one. Received 10 attribute points. Chen Chu frowned. Corrupted one? Attribute points? What the hell is this? The system explained that attribute points could enhance skills, weapons, and even unlock special abilities like lightning, ice, and fire, making Chen Chu ponder. I already have superpowers, and the giant lizard is about to get some too. He smirked with ambition, the image of a blazing, real-life Godzilla appearing in his mind. The scene returned to the warehouse, where the battle had just ended, with dust and smoke still lingering in the air. As soon as he got home, Chen Chu immediately sat down at his computer, typing in searches for corrupted ones and awakened ones. The search results were empty. He leaned back in his chair, muttering, "No relevant information. It seems the government has blocked everything. It's fine. I'm still too weak now. Once I'm stronger, I'll explore that world again." He smirked confidently. Probably after my physique surpasses the 10,000 mark. The system panel appeared, requesting him to choose an element to enhance. Wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, light, darkness. But due to his weak physique, he could only choose basic ones. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chu raised his hands to the sky, shouting, "Enhance lightning." The system immediately confirmed. You have used attribute points to enhance a supernatural ability. Received lightning mastery. Spirit +1. A tiny spark of lightning crackled between his two fingers. A bonus? Oh well, better than nothing. Even lightning mastery has experience points. It seems it can be trained to become stronger. Not bad. Chen Chu's status panel was updated. Physique, 465+, Spirit 57+, and the brand new skill, Novice Lightning Mastery. At the same time, deep beneath the sea iguana, enveloped in lightning, shot forth, tearing a gigantic eel monster into two pieces. The eel monster perished, and Chen Chu's clone received 980 evolution points. Its strength was clearly no less than that of the giant spider crab from last time. The iguana's golden eyes flashed with electricity, and it licked its lips. Even the giant lizard has lightning mastery, and it's even stronger than mine. At N City Airport, Chen Chu, along with Li Tianrui and two other men, stood on the runway, ready for a new journey. A man with spiky hair and a stylish goatee appeared, introducing himself as Guan Dai, sent to welcome two agents from the Special Affairs Bureau. A young man in a black suit named Huang Junfeng shook hands with Guan Dai, feigning cooperation, while a cool-looking man in a white lab coat stood behind with his arms crossed. The man in the white lab coat, Nanggong Jian, the lead investigator of Case 907, got straight to the point. "Show me the corpse." In the morgue, Guanda pointed to an ashen-skinned corpse and reported, This is the only body found. For the past 4 nights, people have been dying mysteriously. Huang Junfeng placed his hand on the corpse's forehead. Green energy surged out, summoning a giant blue dragon spirit from within the body. The dragon spirit, having just materialized, began to dissipate, right before the astonished eyes of Huang Junfeng and Guan De. Nangongjian coldly concluded, "Its aura is gone. It's completely dead," startling Huang Junfeng, who stammered, "What? Dead?" The scene shifted. Chen Chu was agonizing over his strength as a single kick blew up the sandbag. He lamented, "My power is increasing too fast. I don't dare visit Ning Naixin's house. Afraid I'll break her sofa." In the car, the employee Xiao Ning invited her boss home for tea, but Chen Chu flatly refused, stating he had other matters. Chen Chu continued his internal monologue, worrying that he couldn't get close to her for fear of accidentally breaking her bones. The next day, a real estate agent led Chen Chu to view a luxurious villa, showcasing its immense size. The agent quoted 34 million. Chen Chu didn't bother to haggle much, offering 25 million directly and closing the deal on the spot via phone. Right after buying the house, Chen Chu's phone vibrated with a distress message from his subordinate. "Boss, there's a monster. Help." But he remained silent, his eyes glowing purple. On a rooftop, Huang Junfeng reported to Captain Nangong Jian that there was no unusual activity. The corrupted one was truly gone. Huang Junfeng wondered why a semi-ethereal entity could be dealt with by an ordinary person, deeming it extremely illogical. Nangong Jian brushed it off, deciding to stay in the city to train conveniently, warning his subordinate, "Otherwise, when the apocalypse arrives, you'll just be cannon fodder." Huang Junfeng was heavily shocked, stammering in reply, "The apocalypse? No way." Nangong Jian explained that the professor had predicted the next spatial fluctuation would be 10 times stronger, and the most urgent task was to comprehensively enhance their strength. With a determined expression, Nangong Jian declared that only this way could they repay the nation's nurturing grace. Meanwhile, deep underwater, Chen Chu's iguana clone had just found a chest of gold in the wreckage, muttering to itself, "Finally, something valuable." Chen Chu checked his spoils on his phone, deeply regretting his carelessness that had shattered antiques worth hundreds of millions. Out of nowhere, a thuggish ruffian picked a fight with the waitress, yelling, "Hey, are you slandering me?" The ruffian smirked, reaching out as if to follow through. "But since you've already accused me of harassment, why don't I just do it for real?" A male customer spoke up indignantly, only to be threatened by the ruffian, while the waitress just stood frozen in fear. Chen Chu looked up, his purple eyes flashing with amusement at the ruffian's insolence. "Interesting. I've never met anyone as arrogant as you." The ruffian puffed out his chest defiantly. "Well, you have now, aren't you happy? If you've got the guts, come and hit me." Seeing Chen Chu stand up and approach, the ruffian continued to boast, believing the protagonist was just a loud-mouthed kid. Chen Chu turned to the waitress and asked a concise question. "Does the cafe have surveillance cameras?" Chen Chu's hand unplugged the cord from the socket. The waitress immediately understood his intention, picked up the plug, and acted dramatically. "Oh no, our camera is broken." Chen Chu smirked meaningfully. Wham! A thunderous slap was delivered before the ruffian could collect himself. The ruffian foamed at the mouth, saw stars, and then collapsed onto the floor, unconscious after just one blow. Chen Chu dusted his hands off, muttering sarcastically about the kind of people who ask for a beating these days. The scene shifted to a warehouse district near the harbor. Leaning back on the sofa, Chen Chu received a system notification that he had gained experience points in lightning arts and mental strength. With his ambitious purple eyes, he resolved that one day he would break the boundaries of life and death. The next day, Chen Chu assigned a task to Su Lenjie. "Find time to study bookkeeping. You'll manage the company's finances later, and your salary will double." Su Lenjie was surprised but quickly smiled and agreed. "All right, boss." When asked where they were going next, Chen Chu chuckled as he got into the car. "To sell some stuff." An old antique shop owner named Gao introduced himself, acting like an expert. Chen Chu and Su Lenjie brought the porcelain plate for appraisal, and old Gao invited them both upstairs to talk. Old Gao meticulously examined the plate, noticed the scent of seawater, and immediately declared it a salvaged item. Sitting opposite, old Gao confirmed it was a genuine article, but then tried to drive down the price. "This item is part of a set. You only have one piece, so its value is significantly decreased." Chen Chu calmly played along. "Oh, it's part of a set? Too bad, when I found it, only this one was intact." Old Gao finalized the price at 4.5 million. Chen Chu pretended to think, then took his briefcase and left, stalling for time to see what tricks they would pull. On the street, Su Lenjie thought old Gao seemed the most trustworthy after inquiring about prices at a few other places. Chen Chu, sucking on a lollipop, replied, "He just offered the highest price, so let's sell it to him." But in his mind, he had already figured him out. That old man's eyes are suspicious. He's definitely hiding some conspiracy. In a luxurious villa, old Gao was reporting to a big boss about clues regarding the sunken ship. He gleefully showed off the porcelain plate with a royal seal, saying that the seller was a young man who surely knew more details. The blonde boss, Du Hong, coldly ordered, "Give the information to Fox. I want everything on that kid within half an hour." A few minutes later, old Gao received information about Chen Chu on his phone. He reported back to Du Hong, "Just an ordinary student who suddenly splurged on a luxury car and then went abroad with Li Tianro." Du Hong smirked with disdain. "Cooperation? Haha." It turned out Chen Chu had accidentally filled in his personal information on a form when selling the item. Fully aware it was a trap, yet he calmly walked into it. The next morning, Chen Chu left his house, feeling his physical strength had surged to 20 times that of an ordinary person, and wondered if he could tank bullets yet. Just as he stepped out the door, a man in a hoodie rushed forward and restrained him with a gun. "Don't move. Come with me." Being escorted into a van, Chen Chu calmly asked, "Where are you taking me? I don't recall having any grudges with anyone." The group of thugs dragged Chen Chu into an abandoned warehouse, reporting to the boss already seated. "Boss, we've brought the person." The scarred boss gnawed on a skewer of meat, grumbling, "Damn it. Let's see who dares make me wait all night." Chen Chu walked in, his unusually calm demeanor making the scarred boss feel uneasy. This kid was scared just now. Why is he so calm now? The boss roared, ordering his henchmen, "What are you standing around for? Get your weapons out." The moment he finished speaking, Chen Chu made his move, a swift strike disarming the hoodie thug. An incredibly fast spinning kick to the opponent's abdomen sent the gun flying into the air. Chen Chu calmly raised his hand and caught the falling gun, with an extremely professional demeanor. The remaining henchmen frantically pointed their guns at Chen Chu, yelling, "Kid, drop the gun." The scarred boss sneered confidently, "You have one gun. I have two. And your gun only has one bullet left, kid." Chen Chu smirked, his voice full of challenge. "Haven't you realized yet? You are the ones surrounded." He looked directly into the boss' eyes, his voice icy cold. "Tell me, who is behind this? Tell the truth, and I'll make it quick for you." Bang! Without a word of warning, Chen Chu pulled the trigger. The scarred boss fell backward, his eyes wide with horror as the bullet lodged directly into his chest. A black suit goon yelled, "He's out of bullets! Charge!" A barrage of bullets flew towards Chen Chu, but he just stood still, enduring the attack, the gun flying from his hand. Amidst the hail of bullets, Chen Chu extended his hand. A brilliant red glow enveloped his hand as a bullet flew towards him. The thugs froze, their mouths agape as they saw him catch the bullet with his bare hand. "Oh my God, he caught the bullet. He's a monster." Chen Chu looked at the bullet in his hand, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, muttering to himself, "So, I've become this strong now." Suddenly, the entire warehouse shook violently, and frantic screams echoed from outside. A thug, scared out of his wits, knelt down and confessed everything. "It's the director of Longhua Corporation, Chang Duhong. He also owns a store on Guanlone Street and lives in Villa Number 3. Chen Chu coldly walked over to the unconscious boss, took out his phone, preparing to clean up. Chen Chu stood over the scarred boss's body, called the mastermind directly, his eyes glowing purple. "Duhong, right? This is Chen Chu. See you tonight." Duhong received a message demanding 20 million and sneered contemptuously. "So greedy. Just prepare. We'll see if he has the life to take it." A car sped along the deserted coastal road under the cover of night. Chen Chu unleashed his speed, darting like a phantom, and muttered to himself that his speed had reached 120 meters per second. Duhong's villa was brightly lit. Bodyguards armed with guns patrolled strictly everywhere, ready for battle. The advisor goon asked Duhong if the kid was scared and ran away, but the boss admitted, "He took on 7 armed men alone. He's no ordinary person." Duhong smirked confidently, boasting loudly, "But I have dozens of gunmen and loyal subordinates. It's time to put them to work." Suddenly, the entire villa abruptly lost power, plunging into darkness, and the guards outside were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Inside, the guards frantically reported that the main gate camera was broken, yelling, "He came in through the front door, so fast!" Duhong lost his composure, frantically yelling into the walkie-talkie, "Shoot anyone who breaks in, no matter who it is." Bang bang. Gunshots rang out in a flash, and the guards in the hallway fell like dominoes. The last two guards barricaded themselves in the room, frantically firing bullets at the metal door to block the intruder's path. The door slowly opened, and Du Hong roared, ordering his two subordinates, "Shoot!" Whoosh! Chen Chu glided in like the wind, easily dodging all the bullets and taking down the two guards in an instant. Du Hong froze, sweat pouring down him as he realized his opponent was no ordinary person. "You're an awakened one." His boasting stopped. Du Hong quickly stood up, trying to bargain for his life. 500 million. Mr. Chen, if I give you 500 million, will you spare us? Chen Chu coldly refused. That's tempting, but after killing all your subordinates, how can I spare the two leaders? Now, tell me about the awakened ones, and I'll make it enjoyable for you. Du Hong was speechless, his face turning pale upon hearing the words awakened ones, as a terrifying memory suddenly rushed back. He began to recall the past. In '99 in Tiger Mountain Town, when a flaming entity descended from the sky, turning the entire town into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Du Hong's memory continued with a scene of desolation. The next day, that place became a giant lake. The authorities called it the Sunken Lake. Chen Chu smirked, thinking to himself, awakened ones are truly formidable. Luckily, I wasn't in the mood to cause trouble back then. With no way out, Du Hong yelled, "Die, you brat!" then fired bullets at Chen Chu. But his meager skill was no match. Chen Chu effortlessly dodged, broke the gun, then delivered a devastating punch to Du Hong, contemptuously saying, "So much money, yet just a mere insect." The next day, at Du Hong's villa, now only a charred, black pit remained, and the deputy chief and his subordinate stood, looking at the devastated scene. The subordinate reported a total of 31 corpses, including the director of Manhwa Corporation, and the deputy chief stated firmly, "I guess it's Chen Chu." The Red Forest massacre was probably him too. The deputy chief flipped through Chen Chu's file, originally intending to give him a chance due to strange underground fluctuations and an impending attack. But after witnessing the extent of the carnage, he concluded, but he is too ruthless, completely lost. Meanwhile, Chen Chu returned to the warehouse at the dock, finding that the chicken he left behind had disappeared, only grease stains remaining, realizing that what happened last night was far from ordinary. At the same time, at the bottom of the sea, the clone had just devoured a monster fish. The system reported receiving 67 evolution points and gaining 6.7 stats, and it sensed something even better deeper below. Diving down 1,200 meters, the sea dragon discovered an active volcano and began to feel the immense water pressure. Back at the warehouse at the dock, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Suddenly, Chen Chu saw a blurry figure holding a bag of chicken walking away. His eyes flashed purple. "You can't escape." Without a second's hesitation, Chen Chu shot forward like an arrow. Boom! He threw an incredibly powerful punch into the air, shattering an invisible barrier. Chen Chu landed, bewildered because the target had vanished without a trace. He muttered, "What kind of power is this? A spatial gate? Or something else?" Immediately, the system displayed a notification. Your body is being invaded by a source of contaminated energy, but immediately after came good news. Your body is strong enough to be immune. However, this resistance will be broken after 5 hours. Chen Chu stood on a strange surface, looking at the ruined landscape around him, and realized, this is another world. His gaze was fixed on a glowing doorway in the distance, where a deformed figure stood. The muscular monster, with a glowing red eye in the middle of its forehead, let out a roar then charged out of the gate. Chen Chu took a stance, his sharp eyes analyzing the one-eyed monster. Is this a zombie or some other monster? Bang! With a single strike, the monster disintegrated into dust, and the system calmly reported, +2 attribute points. A rusty sign appeared amidst the ruined space. Welcome to Tiger Mountain Town. Chen Chu stood amidst the dead land, recalling Du Hong's words that this town had been flattened into a lake overnight. He smirked, his eyes glowing purple. Not destroyed by humans, but dragged into another world. Dangerous. Better escape first. As Chen Chu stepped through the spatial gate, a blonde girl with 2 pigtails hid behind a bush, silently observing. The girl casually brought something that looked like monster organs to her mouth and tore at it savagely. Upon returning, Chen Chu wasted no time, immediately allocating the 2 attribute points he just earned to upgrade his lightning control ability. Sitting on the sofa, he scrolled through the news. Tiger Mountain Town, submerged, over 30,000 people missing, a potential gold mine for attribute points. Chen Chu called a man named Li, his tone commanding. Brother Li, help me investigate the whereabouts of those who relocated from Tiger Mountain 20 years ago. The next day, Chen Chu pointed at the design of a massive blade and instructed Brother Li. Build me a steel house and a 2-meter-long decorative blade. It must be durable and sharp. Seeing Brother Li sweat, Chen Chu sneered, raising 2 fingers. Brother Li, do you think any lunatic would carry a 60-kilogram blade around looking for trouble? He continued to make demands with a cunning expression. Also, demon corpses are quite strange and easily infectious, so make me a set of armor as well. At the hotel, Brother Li reported. Information about Tiger Mountain is scrambled. The authorities claim it's resolved. I can't find anything. Chen Chu sat behind the wheel, his eyes cold, just as expected. Over 30,000 people were buried alive with it. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea, the iguana clone stood atop a mountain of fish carcasses, muttering to itself. Today I farmed over 40, just 300 more points until the 3rd evolution. Brother Li introduced Chen Chu to a luxurious villa. Boss Chen, you truly have good taste. This is the villa owner, Miss Lin Qingzhe. Chen Chu, in a black suit and sunglasses, gestured with his chin towards the stack of cash on the cabinet. The money is here, Miss Lin can check. 20 million, in cash. At the same time, the iguana's system reported good news. Evolution points plus 29. Limit reached. Do you wish to evolve? At a depth of 1,500 meters, the iguana's golden eyes glowed brightly, and it didn't hesitate for a moment. Yes, deep beneath the sea, the iguana clone curled up within a blazing energy sphere, officially beginning its 3rd evolution. At the same time, Chen Chu smirked as he felt a surge of power flowing back into his body from the clone. His senses were boosted so strongly that he could clearly hear the sound of ants foraging hundreds of meters away. Chen Chu's entire body erupted with a red aura. He thought to himself that his strength and speed had doubled, and his physical and mental state had also reached a new level. The system panel appeared, confirming that Chen Chu had unlocked a series of new skills. Fire Lightning Affinity, Fire Lightning Breath, and Electrical Control. Evolution successful. The iguana was now a 40-meter-long monster covered in jagged spikes, roaring smugly. I'm not a lizard anymore. I'm Godzilla. It immediately tested its new skill, spewing a stream of fire lightning breath, but still felt its inherent power was weak, its strength only average. Suddenly, the iguana sensed an enormous energy signature directly below, a formidable creature lurking. A giant monster fish lunged to attack, but the iguana merely chirped. I'm quite strong, you know, then used one hand to block its bite. With that said, it easily tore apart the monster fish's jaw, demonstrating its superior class. After dealing with the small fry, the iguana swam into a large cave where it sensed a powerful source of flame energy. Inside the cave, it discovered the gigantic fossilized skeleton of an ancient creature, looking utterly terrifying. As it approached, the iguana felt a terrifying surge of power from the skeleton, resonating with its own body. The system announced, "Ancient factor detected. Do you wish to absorb it?" And it didn't hesitate to choose. Yes. A series of notifications popped up. Clone, undergoing breakthrough evolution, has gained the power of the ancient beast, Crimson Flame, and is absorbing energy frantically. It began to gather a blazing crimson flame energy sphere in its mouth, power condensing to its peak. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion echoed as the energy sphere was fired, shattering the seabed. From the deep sea, the iguana emerged and stared in astonishment at a small island that had completely vanished after its test attack. Back on land, Chen Chu had his new gear, a set of titanium alloy armor, and a 2-meter-long, 120 kilograms great blade, which he named Heaven's Punishment. Wearing the new armor, Chen Chu smirked smugly, realizing he had gained a new skill after the evolution: the ability to sense other creatures. In a ruined space, the blonde girl with 2 pigtails, hugging a teddy bear, wondered about the newcomer, not realizing she herself was just a little girl. Chen Chu, in his incredibly cool battle armor, looked at a ruined town teeming with lurking shadows and smirked. Looks like it's much livelier here at night. As soon as he entered the fray, Chen Chu pierced a corpse demon, and the system immediately reported, received 5 attribute points. He immediately thought of upgrading his Heaven's Punishment blade. The system displayed the upgrade panel. Chen Chu didn't hesitate, immediately allocating 3 points to durability and 2 points to sharpness for the great blade. A gigantic shadow monster with a blazing red eye fired a destructive energy beam directly at Chen Chu. Chen Chu narrowly dodged the attack, his hair flaring with a blue aura, and he sneered, "Fast, but..." After defeating another level 2 monster, the system chimed again. Received 10 points, armor enhanced, unlocked level 1 rebound ability. He continued to allocate 5 points to his armor and 5 points to his blade. The gigantic shadow monsters began to surround him, but Chen Chu merely stood there, terrifyingly calm. Whoosh! With a sweeping slash, Chen Chu cleared out the entire swarm of level 2 monsters. The notification panel flashed continuously, attribute points accumulating like rain. After his sweeping move to clear the battlefield, Chen Chu stood in a defensive stance, exuding an overwhelming, domineering aura. A tougher boss appeared, with a formidable physique, fully armored. Chen Chu merely glanced at it. Here is the big one. The points I just farmed aren't just for show. Without further ado, Chen Chu charged directly into a deathmatch with the boss. An earth-shattering collision ensued. Pushed back, Chen Chu knelt on one knee, but his expression remained nonchalant. Its strength is on par with mine, but it's too slow. How boring. With that said, he leaped into the air, delivering a decisive cleaving strike to finish off the level 5 boss, easily farming 100 points and unlocking the magic armor elemental absorption feature. Chen Chu stood up, muttering, "No wonder it was so tough, it was a level 5 creature." He then realized he still lacked a one-shot finishing skill. After cleaning up, he entered the abandoned building area and heard faint whispers, "Run, run." He recognized the blonde girl cowering in the corner, the very one who had stolen his chicken, but also the one who had warned him. Chen Chu approached, introduced himself, then adopted the girl as his younger sister. "You're Shishi, right? From now on, I'll take care of you." On the way back, Chen Chu asked Shishi about a dark lake. The girl hesitantly replied that it was the Black Tide, an extremely dangerous place. Upon returning to the city, Shishi was bathed clean and wore a brand new white dress, looking much prettier. Shishi gleefully ran out when she saw the food arrive, while Chen Chu scrolled through his personal stats after a satisfying boss hunt. Chewing on a chicken leg, Chen Chu analyzed. In close combat, the Crimson Flame was completely suppressed, so he decided to allocate the remaining 80 attribute points to upgrade his armor for greater durability. Chen Chu unleashed Crimson Flame energy on his fist, confidently declaring that he was now at least 3 times stronger, leaving Shishi stunned in surprise. At Ning University, a group of students gathered in the common room, listening to an instructor disseminate information. The bespectacled instructor announced, "The place where we train is at least equivalent to a second lieutenant's rank," shocking all the students, including a black-haired girl and a blonde guy. The instructor confirmed that a special agency had just been established. Anyone who passed the training would become a second lieutenant. He also warned about the dangers, then asked if they wanted to join, and everyone unanimously shouted, "Yes." In a warehouse, Chen Chu strained to push a colossal stone pillar, beginning his training to elevate his strength. He focused his power into a punch on the sandbag, muttering about compressing the Crimson Flame's power within to create an explosive punch, a new ultimate attack. Chen Chu confidently declared his new punch had a force of 150 tons, naming it the Extinguishing Flame, and that just 3 punches would be enough to send the armored boss from last time to its demise. The scene shifted to a road on Ning University campus, deserted and quiet. 2 girls in a car watched another car glide past, exclaiming about the handsome driver and guessing he must be a rich young master born with a silver spoon. Inside that car was a group of students. The girl in the pink dress wondered why everyone cared so much about him, and the driver in the white shirt revealed that he had saved Lin Ruoya from 4 kidnappers. The blonde student leaned back with his hands behind his head, scoffing. Kidnapping? Probably just some small fry thugs. Meanwhile, the girl in the orange shirt gaped in astonishment at that person's strength. Chen Chu and Shishi sat quietly on an outdoor stone bench, seemingly waiting for something. The scene shifted to the seabed. The iguana clone was now a colossal monster, and it detected a submarine moving in the distance. The monster thought to itself, "A yacht full of pirates from Kangaroo Country? Excellent. The perfect place to test my new strength." Inside the submarine, the crew panicked and screamed as sonar detected a colossal living creature approaching at terrifying speed. Crash! The monster slammed into the submarine. Water flooded the aft compartment. The sonar was completely wrecked, and the entire crew tumbled in fear. The captain roared orders. "Close the valves. Activate the multi-beam echo sounder. Identify the target, and capture images of the surroundings." Upon receiving the report that the monster was 100 meters long, the captain yelled in despair, "Seal the compartment, surface. Fire torpedoes. Full speed ahead." Beneath the sea, the iguana clone smirked as it saw a volley of torpedoes hurtling towards it. "They're here, haha." It easily dodged, gliding at terrifying speed and boasting loudly. "I've reached 200 kilometers per hour. Your toys can't keep up." The show has just begun. A torpedo exploded right behind it, but the monster was unharmed, continuing to charge straight towards the submarine. Boom! A barrage of torpedoes detonated, creating a violent shockwave deep within the ocean. The iguana clone remained unharmed, but it had to admit, these explosions aren't pleasant. A direct hit would definitely cause injury. It seems I need to become even stronger. The scene shifted to an evening party. A blonde girl in a white dress gracefully performed on stage. A student sitting next to Chen Chu praised enthusiastically. That new girl is one of the 4 great beauties. She dances as gracefully as a bird. Chen Chu and Shi looked up together, and he immediately recognized her. Is that her? While Shi could only exclaim, pretty. Very pretty. The blonde girl, Qian, concluded her performance gracefully. Suddenly, a rich young man holding a huge bouquet of roses stepped onto the stage, blocking her path and confessing, I fell in love with you at first sight, Qian. Please be my girlfriend. Qian flatly refused. This trick is so old. Don't embarrass me further. My audience wouldn't allow me to agree. And besides, I don't like you. After the event, Qian proactively approached Chen Chu and Shi. Chairman, do you still remember me? She recounted an old incident. Last month, you called the police and saved a girl who had been drugged, which made Chen Chu suddenly remember. Qian smiled meaningfully, her eyes sparkling. Chen Chu sensed the situation was getting awkward, so he quickly made an excuse to leave with Shi. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Watching Chen Chu's retreating figure, Qian muttered, that car costs at least 10 million, and those new Gucci shoes must be 30,000. Has truly the epitome of someone born with a silver spoon, unlike that Wei Xian. The scene shifted again. Chen Chu, in his battle armor, stood in a dark cave, muttering, according to Shi, the black twilight is coming, and everything on Earth will disappear. I need to find a cave. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 monsters were defeated. The system announced, you have defeated a level 2 bone spear demon, gaining 20 attribute points, and you have defeated a level 3 flaming demon, gaining 20 attribute points. Chen Chu remarked, an evolved demon with firepower? That's quite hot. Then he asked the system, can I increase the damage resistance of my clothing? The system panel displayed a notification. You have used 10 attribute points. Your armor has fused with demonic materials and ascended to the extraordinary rank. The iguana clone muttered, the Pacific Ocean has few deep-sea fish, and mutated fish are hard to find. I might as well hunt in some fish farms for quicker results. Underwater, the monster herded a large school of fish, calculating, over 20 fish should be enough for half a day's meal. Meanwhile, Chen Chu, in his new armor, was blocking an attack, astonished by his opponent's speed. Insanely fast, exceeding the speed of sound. A new monster lunged forward like an arrow, roaring, fresh meat. Chen Chu dodged the attack, his eyes flashing purple, remarking, this demon's swordsmanship is quite agile. He observed how the monster swung its sword, flicking its wrist twice to change its trajectory, then smirked. I've got its pattern. Let's end this. Chen Chu charged forward, his greatsword generating a swirling vortex of energy, aimed directly at the monster. The monster channeled energy, the grotesque face on its chest glowing ominously. A sea of flames erupted from the monster, but Chen Chu stood firm in the eye of the storm, roaring. Extinguishing flame. The monster was stunned, the face on its chest clearly showing panic. A fiery slash tore the monster in half, and the system announced, you have defeated a level 5 flaming demon, gaining 100 attribute points. The system continued. Core element fusion detected. 10 points can be used to extract. Chen Chu didn't hesitate. Extract. A bloody demonic heart fused into the sword, and the system confirmed. The sky sword weapon has fused with demonic materials, ascending to the extraordinary rank. Chen Chu swung his new sword experimentally. A single slash unleashed both fire and lightning, its power terrifying. He smiled contentedly. Now I can combine the power of fire and lightning to create an energy attack from this sword. In another corner of the otherworld town, a colossal half-human, half-spider monster was lurking in the forest. Chen Chu observed the mutated spider monster, felt the forest become eerily silent, and decided to retreat first. Back in the warehouse, Chen Chu was shirtless, holding his newly upgraded armor and sword, while Shi waved. Brother Chen Chu, I'll close the door now. Chen Chu thought to himself, astonished by her ability. Shi can close an invisible door? Spatial power? At least it works. The demons won't be able to find their way out. The system reappeared, announcing that attribute points could be used to expand storage space. Chen Chu didn't hesitate for a second. Let's do it. Chen Chu was delighted with his new sword, secretly thinking that the spatial storage feature came at just the right time, saving him the trouble of carrying cumbersome items. Meanwhile, his clone was hunting at the bottom of the sea, reveling in how plump human-farmed fish were, helping it evolve rapidly in just a few hours. On a ship, the blue-haired sailor spotted a tuna swimming, but his comrade, Shan Tianjun, found it strange as they seemed to have enough oxygen. Suddenly, Shan Tianjun cried out in panic upon seeing blood spreading from the tuna, signaling that something was amiss. A colossal tail belonging to the clone lashed out from underwater with a devastating strike, sending the two minor sailors flying. Returning to the villa, Chen Chu unhesitatingly spent all his attribute points, upgrading his energy sense to an intermediate level, and breaking through his movement skill to moon steps. Now, Chen Chu's sensory range had expanded to 400 meters, and the moon step skill allowed him to hover in mid-air for a period of time. Shi and Chen Chu watched the news on TV. An urgent report announced a mysterious black mist covering hundreds of kilometers and causing over 50 people to go missing. Chen Chu's expression turned serious, his eyes glowing purple as he realized this black mist seemed similar to the black tide at Tiger Mountain. The world was on the verge of collapse. The scene shifted to the Aoding Island Sea area, where a modern submarine was diving deep beneath the ocean. Inside an underwater facility, the lion-headed man, Shan Benjun, asked a young scientist about Professor Kant's research progress. The young scientist reported that Professor Kant had extracted a special substance from the giant beast's body and discovered its self-healing mechanism. The scientist continued to explain excitedly that with this extraordinary substance, they could create superhumans and even control the largest monsters. Another submarine was approaching an underwater cave, and lab personnel reported that the miniature nuclear reactor had been delivered. Inside the cave, two lab personnel stood before a colossal humanoid monster, frozen in crystal, looking like an imprisoned deity. The giant monster was being fitted with a power source into its metal collar. The installation and connection process was complete. Professor Kant, an old white-haired man, smiled smugly, asserting that energy had been transmitted into the monster's body, and it was intelligent enough to know the collar would kill it if it disobeyed. The young scientist flattered, praising Professor Kant as even smarter than Einstein, while the old professor merely smirked. Inside the containment tank, the colossal monster began to stir, its eyes slowly opening in the greenish water. Professor Kant laughed maniacally, declaring that the experiment was a success. The monster was about to awaken. Chen Chu's clone glared at the monster in the containment tank, growling in its mind. These fools are trying to revive a colossal beast. They deserve to die. Boom! The clone landed on the ground, sending rock dust flying, asserting its overwhelming presence. It appeared towering before the lion man, causing the scientists behind him to panic and scream. Another one! Stop it or we'll all die! Shoot! Old Professor Kant's face went pale, and he hastily ordered his assistant. Sugimoto, quickly, get to the submarine. The lab security team began firing their weapons and throwing grenades at the invading monster. Smoke and dust from the explosion enveloped the clone, but it appeared completely unharmed. Assistant Sugimoto froze, unable to believe his eyes as he saw the monster still standing firm. Amidst the smoke, the clone's glowing red eyes shone with disdain. When the smoke cleared, the clone emerged, without a single scratch, its scales harder than steel. The minor soldiers gaped in horror. Those were 24 millimeters, armor-piercing rounds and explosive bullets. Weapons used in civil wars. The clone let out a low growl, and a surge of purple lightning struck, sending the minor soldiers flying in all directions. It thought disdainfully, "Is this all human strength amounts to?" The monster roared with a destructive sonic wave, and crimson energy swept through everything, blowing away Assistant Sugimoto. The clone turned, its glowing golden eyes locked onto its target, wondering, trying to run? It turned towards the rock wall, where the submarine was attempting to escape. Inside the containment tank, the colossal monster began to stir, its eyes slowly opening in the greenish water. The clone sensed a terrifying aura from the newly revived monster. It turned back, opened its mouth, and accumulated a maximum lightning energy sphere. A destructive energy blast shot straight towards the clone, forcing it to brace itself in pain. Damn it, I just woke up. I'm not strong enough yet. The system panel suddenly appeared. You have discovered a damaged ancient reason. Do you wish to absorb it? The clone stared at the energy source, roaring decisively. Damaged? Who cares? Let's do it. In a cafe, Chen Chu realized that simply resting after absorbing the ancient reason would automatically make him stronger, while Shi was engrossed in devouring her cake. His phone suddenly vibrated on the table. A message from Situ Qianqian appeared. Senior, are you free tomorrow? Shall we go for lunch? Chen Chu calmly replied, All right. I'll pick you up at 11. In the teleportation space, Chen Chu unleashed powerful lightning sword strikes, telling himself this move was strong enough to tear apart tanks. He easily cut down a level 4 dragonfly monster, gaining 50 attribute points, and seemed slightly disappointed. I thought it would be level 5. Activating his energy sense, Chen Chu immediately locked onto his next target. I see you. A colossal worm monster emerged from the ground, unleashing a devastating slam onto Chen Chu's position. The attack was so powerful it cracked his transcendent rank armor, forcing him to growl. 50 attribute points. Reinforce armor now. The worm monster continued its assault, flattening an entire area of rock and earth. Chen Chu used his sword to block the monster's direct attack, the impact generating an energy explosion. He realized this creature also had an energy barrier protecting it, his eyes gleaming with determination. In that case, Chen Chu roared Extinction Flame, and his sword erupted with destructive fire, cleaving the level 6 monster and granting him 200 attribute points. Without hesitation, he poured 100 points into Crimson Flame, upgrading the flame's temperature from 3,000 to 10,000 degrees. His attack range now extended 30 meters, powerful enough to one-shot the minor dragonfly monsters. The system panel appeared, confirming Chen Chu's rank had surpassed the extraordinary threshold, reaching the Earth rank, with a multitude of greatly boosted stats and skills. Returning home, Chen Chu summarized his new set of skills: External Energy, Extinction Flame, Crimson Flame, Energy Sensing, along with a range of demon-warding armor and weapons. He ignited a blazing red flame in his palm, deciding to continue practicing his remaining skills like Ice Fist and Sky Steps. The next day, Chen Chu drove his luxury SUV to school, making the students stare in awe. C2 Qianqian happily walked over and asked, "Senior, what shall we eat? My treat?" Chen Chu replied simply, "Let's go for seafood." C2 Qianqian broke into a cold sweat, looking at the bill of over 70,000, an amount equal to 3 months of her living expenses. She hesitated, intending to borrow money, but Chen Chu waved his hand casually. "No need, I've already paid, just eat to your heart's content." C2 Qianqian's eyes lit up brightly, guessing Chen Chu must have opened a seafood company, openly admiring his entrepreneurial spirit. Chen Chu merely smirked, half jokingly, half seriously. "Not really. I'm too busy slaying monsters and grinding levels, so I don't have time to manage a company." She was bewildered, thinking he was talking about a game. And just then, a giant king crab was served to their table. Chen Chu's eyes glowed with a purple hue as he looked at the luxurious dish, thinking to himself, if the apocalypse arrived, he wouldn't know if he could still enjoy such things. After the meal, the two strolled through a shopping district filled with luxurious brand-name goods. C2 Qianqian blushed as she calculated mentally. The 80,000 meal, now tens of thousands more spent on clothes. The money spent like water left her dizzy. Chen Chu, in a stylish black suit, took the girl's hand and pulled her along. "Let's go. I'll buy you some outfits." At the store, Chen Chu swiped his card without a second thought, declaring, "I'll take all of this," while C2 Qianqian, transformed in her new dress, was frozen in awe at his extravagance. The sales assistant recognized Chen Chu, thinking to herself that this guy was just with a pretty girl last month, and now he's with an even more stunning one. C2 Qianqian, clutching a pile of brand-name shopping bags, was still not over the shock. "He bought me $30,000 worth of clothes. Is this what it feels like to spend money like water?" Leaving the store, she started to ponder aimlessly, wondering if their next destination would be a hotel. At the same time, in a nearby gym, a blue shadowy entity was sowing terror, attacking the people working out. Chen Chu's senses suddenly went on high alert, invisible energy waves spreading out as he sensed the danger. He turned to C2 Qianqian, telling her he had an urgent matter to deal with and would take her back to school first. C2 Qianqian felt a little disappointed, wondering if she was deluding herself with fantasies of power, or if this guy simply wanted to take things slow and steady. Chen Chu's eyes flashed with a deadly purple light. He had pinpointed the location. There's a spatial rift nearby. Trouble's brewing. A moment later, the gym had turned into a bloody battlefield, devastated after the massacre. Chen Chu, his eyes glowing purple, realized a stream of defiled energy had appeared right in the real world. In the dark alley, the shadowy monster turned around, curling its lips into a sneer. "So you saw me, huh?" Without further ado, the monster transformed into a mass of hideous tentacles, lunging straight at Chen Chu with the intention of tearing him apart. Then die. Zap! Chen Chu's lightning-infused punch pierced straight through the monster, causing it to explode into pieces. System notification. Killed a low-level defiled monster, gained 5 attribute points. Chen Chu dusted his hands off, muttering, "So it was just defiled. not a true demon beast. Like that shadowy goblin last time. At the scene, a group of agents was investigating the scattered remains of the monster, one remarking, "It seems to be a fire element ability user." The deputy chief frowned, wondering, since when did City N have someone capable of controlling fire like this? Back home, Chen Chu sat watching TV. The news report was warning about countless spatial rifts appearing, and the apocalypse seemed to be drawing near. Chen Chu confirmed, so the 99-year apocalypse has arrived, and recalled information about over 500,000 people who had died on the battlefield in the past 20 years. He thought about the sacrifices of the previous generation for 20 years of peace, and now it was an era where anyone could become extraordinary. Chen Chu looked at his phone, realizing the information sent to his grandfather was insufficient, and decided to report to the city's Special Affairs Bureau for more data. Deep beneath the sea, the monster clone was riding on the back of a giant whale, unleashing a heaven-shattering punch. The monster whale had the ability to transform seawater into heavy water, a rather unusual skill. The clone muttered, "But that trick is useless against me." It roared, unleashing a lightning-infused bite that tore through the giant whale's tough hide. The clone, full of excitement, declared, "Devouring this giant whale should yield at least 10,000 evolution points." At the Special Affairs Bureau office, a group of agents was chatting about the person who killed the monster yesterday, admitting that guy was stronger than all of them. The red-haired agent mused thoughtfully, recalling Chen Chu's power from that day and feeling she wasn't skilled enough yet. Could it be him? The deputy chief walked in, announcing, "Someone registered as an evolved individual this afternoon. Do you guys want to watch?" The whole group immediately responded enthusiastically. Chen Chu, in a high-tech, form-fitting suit, walked into the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters, as if taking a stroll. The agents in the bureau immediately recognized him. "It's that guy who drives the luxury car at school." The red-haired agent recognized the familiar face. Her eyes lit up brightly. The deputy chief looked at Chen Chu with a scrutinizing gaze, a profound expression on his face. The deputy chief explained the rules. To register as an evolved individual, you must be tested. Punch this machine with all your might. Chen Chu casually replied, "No problem." Two minor agents started betting. "How many stars do you think he'll get?" 3 stars is probably his limit. The group of agents gathered, discussing. Some guessed 4 stars. Others scoffed because their 5-star captain could only punch 10,000 kilograms. Wham! The screen displayed 12,186 kilograms, and the whole group fell silent. Chen Chu muttered, "Damn, I accidentally punched a bit too hard." The deputy chief's eyes shone like headlights as he enticingly offered, "You've reached 5-star standard. How about joining the bureau as a deputy section chief right away?" Chen Chu flatly refused. "No thank you, I prefer to go solo." The deputy chief asked directly, "Did you deal with the monster yesterday?" Chen Chu confirmed succinctly, "Yes." The deputy chief continued to try and persuade him, praising Chen Chu's strength, and promising he would be accepted as a disciple by war god Jiang if he joined. Chen Chu's eyes glowed with a purple hue, thinking to himself, "War god Jiang, huh? Is that the limit of human potential?" Chen Chu resolutely refused again, determined to keep the monster clone a secret and his own unique leveling path. The Special Affairs Bureau's announcement board exploded. Chen Chu, 21 years old. Evolution Level 5. Extraordinary Strength. Crimson Flame. Ranked, No. 1 citywide. The public went wild with comments. Li Tianrui called, his voice clearly fawning, "Brother, you're a 5-star evolved individual, and even ranked top 1. Please take care of me in the future." Chen Chu sat chilling on the sofa at home, listening to the call with a faint smile. "Is that so, Boss Lee?" He tossed the phone aside, thinking to himself about old friends he hadn't seen in years, now crawling out to congratulate him. It feels pretty good to be a god in the eyes of ordinary people. Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, the clone, after devouring the whale, had grown to 90 meters long, its power skyrocketing from 29 tons to 70 tons. Chen Chu lay sprawled on the couch, feeling the new power surging through his body, and confidently declared, "With this armor, even armor-piercing bullets are useless. Compared to other evolved individuals, my level must be at least 7 or 8. Chen Chu sat casually on the sofa, muttering, 7 stars is the peak for an awakened, but it's still a long way from those 10-star war gods. He looked at his hand, from which crimson lightning bolts sparked, thinking, in a peaceful world, growing stronger every day without a worthy opponent, his purple eyes gleamed with longing, would lead to an unshakable sense of emptiness. Bang! He clenched his fist, energy erupting, his expression turning dangerous. But now, it's different. The apocalypse has arrived, and monsters have flooded this world. The figures of countless awakened, evolved, and other formidable war gods emerged, signaling an era of chaos. Chen Chu smirked confidently, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. All will step onto the stage together. He stood up and stretched. At this leveling speed, I'll soon stand shoulder to shoulder with those gods. His gaze was sharp and ambitious. No, I must surpass them. Become an even more dominant existence. Ding. The phone on the table lit up, showing a new message notification. Chen Chu picked up his phone. The company group chat was exploding with news that their boss was a 5-star evolved. He casually typed a reply. It's nothing. Everyone will get there eventually. I just got a head start by a few days. He chuckled while reading the staff's chat, especially when the dreamy little avatar hoped to evolve into an angel, only to be teased by Secretary Lin Jie that she might turn into a toad instead. In the office, Secretary Su Lin Jie, with her red hair tied in a high bun, smiled as she typed a message, replying, "Yes, boss." After Chen Chu reminded the group, "Don't be lazy." Xiao Ning, the orange-haired woman, also excitedly replied, "Yes, boss." The long, brown-haired little avatar employee rested her chin in her hand, her face clearly showing her dejection after being reminded by the boss. The scene abruptly shifted to an old warehouse in the dock area. A mechanical armored hand summoned a colossal greatsword from the void. Inside its transparent blade, a fresh red heart pulsed. Crack! Chen Chu appeared in his spiky black and white combat armor, gripping his sword. Behind him, Shi stood waiting. He turned to the little girl and said, "We're back, little Shi." They both approached a sturdy brick wall, and Chen Chu commanded, "Little Shi, open the door." Shi touched the wall, and a rippling azure spatial gate instantly appeared. The little girl announced, "Chu, the door is open." Chen Chu instructed Shi to wait still outside the gate while he went inside to scout. He decisively stepped through the azure spatial gate. As soon as he entered, he noticed a strange scent in the air of the fiery lava world. This smell. Something's not right. Standing on the edge of a burning rock cliff, he wondered if each time the gate opened, it led to an entirely new map. He glanced towards Shi, who was maintaining the gate, and realized that to ensure a retreat, she had to keep the gate open. But he also anticipated the risk. If the gate remained open for too long, it might attract even more terrifying monsters. He recalled the blue-eyed monster that had once hunted him. It had marked the gate's location and sent its minions to follow. Chen Chu smirked, pondering the gate's mechanism. Is it an entirely randomly generated world? He seemed quite interested in this mechanism, crossing his arms and thinking, that's not bad. The system panel displayed a notification, warning that the temperature here was enough to incinerate most living beings in a few seconds. A minor issue. Chen Chu activated Crimson Flame, and streams of blazing red fire coiled around him, easily neutralizing the environment's heat. He smirked confidently, feeling that the hot wind here was even somewhat refreshing. The system continued to report, his body is being polluted, but his immunity has temporarily blocked the effects for the next 15 hours. Chen Chu muttered, realizing that even though his body had been enhanced, it still had limits and couldn't completely withstand this pollution. He imagined the power of divine entities, those who could be completely immune to this harsh environment, and admitted that their level was truly insane. Shaking off idle thoughts, Chen Chu decided to act. Forget it. No time to waste. Let's see what interesting things this world holds. He closed his eyes, concentrating his mind to prepare for an energy scan. A wave of energy emanated from his body, spreading across the lava land to search for life. After completing the scan, he opened his eyes and concluded, not a trace of life, no monsters either, completely barren. Standing on a high rock outcrop, he decided to tell CC to open another gate, but just then, a colossal black shadow began to emerge from the lava right beneath his feet. Chen Chu spun around, sensing the approaching danger. Whoosh! A colossal monster made of fire and poisonous smoke emerged from the lava, lunging straight at him. The fiery entity converged, forming a menacing, hovering humanoid figure. The system displayed a notification. Poisonous smoke monster. Difficulty level 3. A mere minion. Chen Chu smirked, his eyes glowing purple. Well, this world does have some fun after all. The monster plunged down like a fireball, moving at terrifying speed. Bang! Its punch collided with Chen Chu's sword, but it seemed to cause no physical damage whatsoever. He immediately realized, no wonder my senses didn't detect it. This thing isn't a living creature. Chen Chu took a stance, lightning energy beginning to gather in his hand. To deal with this heretical evil, I must use the thunder exorcism art. Crackle. Blue currents of electricity swirled around him, pure yang power erupting. He raised his hand, condensing all his energy into a destructive electric arrow. Whoosh! The lightning arrow tore through the air, shooting straight at the monster. Bang! The attack pierced through the monster's smoky body, causing a massive energy explosion. The monster let out a tragic shriek as its body was purified by the electric current. The system announced the defeat of a level 3 abomination, granting 20 attribute points, while its skull clattered to the ground. Chenchu muttered, a little surprised. A level 3 abomination? He looked at the monster's remnants and analyzed. It's immune to physical and fire damage, truly a tough opponent. Chenchu clenched his sparking hand, telling himself it was fortunate he had a counter ability. Otherwise, this fight would have been troublesome. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and a familiar figure appeared on a nearby rock outcrop. Chenchu turned around, stunned as he recognized the newcomer. Shishi? Chenchu spun around, questioning Shishi why she was there. I thought I told you to wait outside? It's very dangerous in here. The little girl looked at him with worried eyes, hesitantly replying. Chu is worried about the danger. Chenchu was speechless for a moment, then sighed, realizing that it might not be safe outside the gate either. He placed a hand on Shishi's head, ordering decisively, Stand far back from me. Absolutely do not come closer. Shishi obediently nodded, then vanished into thin air, an incredibly potent stealth skill. As soon as the girl disappeared, Chenchu sensed a strange energy fluctuation and immediately became vigilant. An invisible wave of energy swept past, making him turn to look deeper into the lava land. Without a moment's hesitation, Chenchu darted forward, leaping like an arrow across the jagged rock formations. He moved with terrifying speed, stepping on sharp rocks amidst the sea of fire, to approach the energy source. His final leap sent him soaring into the air, clearing a massive mountain range of rock. He gently landed atop a towering rock spire, observing the scene below. Before Chenchu's eyes was a strange structure, a series of colossal stone pillars connected by immense chains, all submerged in lava. He stood on a stone pillar, staring at a chain as thick as a human body, and muttered, This is. Chenchu smirked, realizing this was no ordinary structure, but a sealing array, a prison capable of completely concealing the aura of a colossal monster. And then, beneath the rocky shell, a pair of eyes, glowing red like embers, slowly opened, staring intently at him. Chenchu looked down at the chained monster, confirming that this was the true treasure of this world. A colossal black dragon was tightly bound by hundreds of fiery chains. The system confirmed its identity. Vandenfeld, fiery wings, a true dragon. He looked at the formidable being before him with amusement, thinking to himself, I don't even want to imagine your stats. The dragon raised its head, its voice echoing with arrogance and disdain. Foolish humans, daring to challenge me without knowing your own strength. Ridiculous. It roared, declaring absolute dominion. This is my world, intruder, since you stand before me. The dragon Vandenfeld adopted a superior air, bestowing a favor upon Chenchu. I shall be merciful and grant you 2 choices. The first choice was offered with contempt. 1. I bury you here, of course. Not even your ashes will remain to be buried. Fiery wings continued to lay down conditions. 2. Become my new servant, provided you kneel and acknowledge the power of this Vandenfeld. Chenchu smirked defiantly. I have no interest in you at all. He raised his head, his eyes glowing with a deadly purple hue, enunciating each word. But I am interested in your bones. Insulted, the dragon roared furiously, its red eyes blazing with fire. You dare! From the lava flows, hordes of fire and stone minion monsters began to emerge, crawling towards Chenchu. Chenchu glanced at the small fry with a bored expression. I thought those poisonous smoke monsters were formidable, but I was truly naive. He continued to taunt the dragon, his smile growing even more mischievous. Wait, could it be that transforming into these monsters is the consequence of serving you? Vandenfeld commanded its subordinates, kill it, then drag its corpse into the lava river. The lava monsters roared, charging simultaneously towards Chenchu, determined to tear the intruder apart. Chenchu merely let out a casual "oh," completely disregarding the horde of minions. Swoosh! A brilliant blue lightning bolt flashed from his hand, tearing through the scorching air. The electrical net spread with terrifying speed, engulfing all the charging monsters. Countless electro-optical explosions erupted simultaneously. Chenchu stood firm at the epicenter, sweeping away everything around him. Vandenfeld gaped, unable to believe its eyes. What happened? My servants vanished in an instant? Chenchu dusted off his hands, standing amidst the sea of fire with a superior demeanor. On second thought, having a black dragon as a pet sounds quite interesting. He turned back, his eyes blazing with defiance, spectacularly turning the tables. Or, how about you become my servant? You fool! The enraged dragon roared, swinging its colossal claw to deliver a sky-shattering blow to the ground. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar as Chen Chu dodged the attack. The great sword in his hand gathered a brilliant red energy, ready for a decisive strike. Chen Chu smirked defiantly, swinging his blazing red greatsword to unleash a lightning strike that split the cracked ground. Clang! The blade struck directly against the chain on the dragon Vandenfeld, causing it to spurt a bit of golden blood. Wounded by a mere human, the dragon roared madly. I will send you to hell. It let out a savage sneer, and hellfire began to pour from the corners of its mouth. Vandenfeld opened its maw, spewing forth a colossal sea of fire, intending to incinerate Chen Chu to ashes. But Chen Chu was even more audacious. He activated his Crimson Flame body skill, ready to confront the flames head-on. He charged directly into the sea of fire like a god of war, unfazed by the terrifying heat. Amidst the fiery storm, Chen Chu remained nonchalant, his eyes filled with disdain. Is that all? The dragon was utterly shocked. It took a deep breath, and the flames in its mouth grew increasingly fierce. Burn to ashes, Vandenfeld roared, pouring all its strength into the next attack. A colossal fireball, even more powerful than before, was shot straight towards Chen Chu amidst the dragon's arrogant laughter. Vandenfeld smugly believed that no one in this world could withstand its hellfire for even a second. Amidst the dissipating smoke, Chen Chu still stood there, his tone full of sarcasm. Oh, I thought you were much stronger. He dusted off his hands, slung his sword over his shoulder, and retorted sharply. Looks like you're just an oversized hairdryer. Insulted, the dragon roared. What? Then furiously gathered a destructive energy orb in its mouth. Chen Chu retaliated by plunging his sword into the ground, accumulating a brilliant blue lightning current. He hurled the electrified sword straight into the dragon's energy orb, an all-out, decisive strike. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted right at the dragon's mouth, blowing away everything around it. Chen Chu landed coolly, explaining, I possess extraordinary power over flames, coupled with the strength from my monster emperor-grade armor. You cannot be better protected from fire than this. He looked directly at the dazed dragon, his purple eyes flashing with a deadly glint. Essentially, I can ignore your heat. Vandenfeld the dragon muttered upon seeing Chen Chu still standing. Immune to my fire, huh? It took a deep breath, its fiery red eyes gleaming with interest, completely unfazed. Interesting. Done with fire, the dragon switched to a direct assault, roaring, Let's see if you're immune to my fangs, and lunged to bite. Clang! A deafening metallic clash echoed as the dragon's jaws clamped down on Chen Chu's sword. Quick as lightning, Chen Chu used the missed bite to leap, landing gracefully on the monster's back. Thud! The great sword plunged straight into the dragon's nape, but its scales seemed too hard. Chen Chu merely smirked meaningfully, showing no sign of disappointment. Lightning surged from Chen Chu's hand, channeling through the sword and making the dragon convulse wildly. The sword was firmly embedded in the steel-hard scales, impossible to pull out. Chen Chu paused slightly, realizing his weapon was stuck fast. The enraged dragon flung Chen Chu off its back, its entire body turning fiery red. Chen Chu landed coolly, dragging his sword and taunting. No wonder they call you Fiery Wings. Turns out you can change to red too, huh? The dragon roared. All resistance is futile, and transformed into a fiery energy form. But Chen Chu calmly replied, Armament release. Chen Chu's entire body erupted in identical flames, and he smirked. This is a little trick I just learned from Fiery Wings. Bloodburst. The dragon went furious, seeing its move copied, screaming, How dare you steal my power? Die. Whoosh! Chen Chu lunged, using the dragon's own power to deliver a devastating slap to its head. Boom! The strike was so powerful it created an energy explosion, sending the colossal monster flying. The dragon's head slammed hard into the ground, and a system notification appeared. You have slain a level 5 dragon-type demon and received 1,000 attribute points. Standing on the dragon's corpse, Chen Chu declared coldly, flames still flickering around him. Game over, trash. Suddenly, a faint phantom of the little girl, Shi appeared above the dead dragon's head. The soul of little Shi sat on the now cold dragon head, muttering, Chu, truly strong. The fire dragon is dead. Chen Chu stood amidst the embers, feeling the power of the newly added 4,000 attribute points, calculating that the previous move only consumed 10% of his energy, and his body could regenerate it. He conjured a fiery energy orb in his hand, smugly naming this new state, Bloodburst, Form I. Standing before the colossal corpse, Chen Chu muttered that everything from the dragon's scales, fangs, and flesh to its lava blood were extraordinary materials. He estimated that this head alone would be worth at least 100 million if sold to the government. He crossed his arms and thought, the problem now being how to explain the origin of this level 5 dragon head without revealing his true strength, which was already on par with level 6 or 7. Chen Chu called Shishi down, then decided to store the head, thinking it might be useful, and used 200 attribute points to exchange for storage space. With a whoosh, the colossal dragon head vanished into Chen Chu's inventory right before the little girl's eyes. Next, Chen Chu allocated 400 points to intuition. The system confirmed a successful upgrade, and now no monster could hide from him. Another 400 points were allocated to armor to enhance his dominion, and the system immediately announced a successful upgrade. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from Chen Chu. He had awakened the king's dominion, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. This skill was rumored to make enemies tremble with fear just from its emitted aura. Chen Chu smirked. Now, just a glance from him was enough to make the small fry lose all will to fight. He waved his hand to extinguish the flames, let out a breath, and muttered that this skill would be useful for clearing out the small fish. The scene shifted to the open sea, where a fishing boat from Country R was cutting through the waves. Two young fishermen cheered as their fishing rods tugged hard, signaling a big catch. But when they pulled up the net, everyone was disappointed to find only a few scattered fish, and one man wondered, "That's strange. Why so few?" The buzz-cut fisherman clicked his tongue, appearing nonchalant. "Whatever, as long as we're alive." Suddenly, another fisherman pointed frantically into the distance. "Look, what's that?" The sea surface began to shake violently. Something colossal was emerging right next to the fishing boat. A fisherman stared dumbfounded at the sea, where lightning bolts were crackling. Boom! A terrifying lightning explosion sent seawater splashing, flinging an entire school of fish into the sky. All the fishermen were overjoyed as a rain of fish poured onto the boat, one man shouting that he had never seen so many fish in his life. Chen Chu's clone monster emerged from the water, its sharp jaws agape. Deep beneath the sea, the monster stood upright, its form now resembling a true dragon warrior. Chen Chu smirked. The king's dominion had amplified the iguana's suppressive power, rendering anything within its influence immobile. Streams of electricity began to flash around Chen Chu's feet. He realized that by combining fire and electricity, he could fly. Fire and electricity intertwined, creating a powerful thrust beneath his feet. Chen Chu told himself that by simply combining the powers of fire and electricity, he could escape the grip of gravity. Whoosh! He shot into the sky like a rocket, leaving a dazzling trail of energy. Must be an even stronger force attempting to seal it, and he decided to fly there to investigate. He landed on a colossal stone staircase, entering the ruins of the giant kingdom. On the ancient stone walls were strange drawings of dragon-like creatures. Another carving depicted a humanoid entity with a peculiar structure. Chen Chu looked at the murals and wondered, there was once a colossal dragon civilization here. What did they worship? Chen Chu frowned, muttering about the concept of dragon gods or true gods that these dragons worshipped. Standing before a colossal stone gate, he sensed a deadly aura, but decided to charge in, embodying the spirit of no risk, no reward. Chen Chu darted through the vast corridor, flanked by rows of towering stone dragon statues. He realized these statues looked exactly like fiery wings, muttering, "So, fiery wings was just a subordinate in this lineage." The system announced, "Environmental pollution has intensified." However, Chen Chu's physique was exceptionally robust, granting him temporary immunity, though this effect would only last for 3 hours. Chen Chu asserted that something extraordinary resided within this temple, emitting a terribly polluting, poisonous aura even without revealing itself. Chen Chu growled, shouting into the empty space, "Stop hiding! I know you're here!" His shout echoed everywhere, challenging the hidden foe to reveal itself. Suddenly, a sickly green energy blast shot past Chen Chu, forcing him to dodge quickly. He immediately retaliated with an energy slash, aimed at the source of the attack. After parrying the attack, Chen Chu stared into the void, growling, "Who is it?" From within the light, a four-armed entity with a bizarre face appeared, declaring, "The Venerable One has awakened." The monster's face was a pitch-black void, with a crimson pattern resembling an opening eye. The crimson pattern on its face shifted, as if analyzing and adapting its tactics. Chen Chu took a defensive stance, facing the four-armed monster hovering before him, the air crackling with tension. The four-armed monster slowly raised a hand, muttering a word that sounded like a command. It unleashed a black and red energy attack, roaring, "Eternity." Chen Chu's face revealed a mix of shock and tension at the power of the sudden attack. Boom! Chen Chu couldn't react in time, sent flying by the black energy blast, skidding across the ground. Chen Chu scrambled to his feet, realizing this challenge was incredibly tough. The Venerable One I'm fighting. Could it be a level 6? He narrowed his eyes, purple light flashing within them, and immediately corrected himself. No. It's a level 7 demon. The four-armed monster looked down from above, one hand raised as if bestowing grace upon a lesser being. It roared, an invisible pressure bearing down. Worship and surrender. Crash! Chen Chu was forced face-first into the ground by a terrifying force, the earth cracking beneath his feet. Forced to his knees, his eyes still full of defiance, Chen Chu growled. Huh. You want me to kneel? You're really asking for death, aren't you? He let out a roar, his entire body erupting with a fierce, fiery aura, shattering the oppressive pressure. His power erupted like a volcano, blowing away the surrounding earth and rocks, as Chen Chu rose amidst a sea of flames. Boom! A terrifying energy explosion leveled a vast area. Chen Chu stood tall, a fiery aura swirling around him, his gaze sharp as a blade. He pointed his sword at the monster, declaring coldly, "For that transgression you must die." The Venerable One seemed slightly surprised, retreating a bit amidst countless sharp, floating rock fragments. Its emotionless face gave a command, preparing to unleash a technique. Bloodfall, Form 1. Hundreds of rock shards, sharp as daggers, simultaneously shot towards Chen Chu like a deadly rain. Chen Chu plunged into the storm of projectiles, moving so fast that he created countless afterimages. A series of clashing metallic sounds rang out as he swung his sword with unimaginable speed, shattering each rock shard. He spun, creating a perfect whirlwind of sword energy, sweeping away every obstacle in his path. Slash! A final fiery sword strike cut straight into the target. The four-armed monster was cleaved in half by the destructive sword strike, its body beginning to disintegrate. After the finishing blow, Chen Chu stood panting as the phantom of the Venerable One vanished. Unexpectedly, a hand appeared from nowhere, pointing directly at the back of Chen Chu's neck. The Venerable One reappeared right behind him, its voice full of contempt. Disgusting ant. Boom! A terrifying energy explosion engulfed them both. Amidst the smoke, the Venerable One stood tall, completely unharmed. It suddenly felt something was amiss, its eyes revealing clear astonishment. From within the dust and smoke, a demon-shaped fiery aura erupted, and Chen Chu roared, "I'll end this." Chen Chu, his entire body ablaze, faced the Venerable One, who was retreating in panic, hastily erecting a defensive energy sphere. The four-armed monster strained to defend itself, but Chen Chu's invisible attack was so powerful it forced it to use its full strength. Whoosh! Chen Chu shot forth like a red lightning bolt, piercing through all barriers. With an arrogant smile, he charged straight towards his enemy, moving too fast to be seen. A fiery sword strike slashed upwards from below, tearing through space. But the Venerable One only saw an after-image flash past. The slash completely missed its target. Clang! The scorching blade was suddenly pressed against the monster's neck. Chen Chu was already standing behind it, coldly declaring, "Bloodfall, Form 2. The Venerable One hastily used two hands to grab the blade deeply embedded in its flesh. It growled, presumptuous, attempting to halt Chen Chu's power. Boom! All the energy violently erupted, creating a destructive sphere of light. When everything dissipated, only Chen Chu's great saber remained stuck in the ground. The enemy was completely wiped out. Amidst the dust and smoke, Chen Chu declared bluntly, "Weapons are just a hindrance. I'll deal with you bare-handed." His face streaked with blood. Chen Chu roared defiantly, charging straight at his opponent like a beast. The Venerable One frantically raised its forearms in defense, but it was too late. Boom! A devastating punch landed squarely on its face, creating a terrifying energy explosion. The monster was sent flying backward by a punch, tearing through a rocky area in helplessness. It slowly got back up, its body cracked, completely unable to keep up with Chen Chu's speed. Before it could regain its senses, it was kicked into the air again like a ball. Its emotionless mask began to shatter, revealing its astonishment at the overwhelming power. A blazing stream of energy pursued it, completely engulfing it in mid-air. Chen Chu appeared directly above, one hand seizing the Venerable One's head. Crack! The flame-clad hand tightened its grip, mercilessly crushing the monster's skull. He used its entire body like a mace, smashing it straight into the ground, creating a colossal crater. Standing at the epicenter, Chen Chu coldly watched the enemy's body vanish into dust. But from above, another pair of arms was forming, aiming directly at Chen Chu below. The Venerable One had regenerated, roaring furiously. Bind! Chen Chu merely smirked, his expression full of challenge at his opponent's new trick. Boom! The ground violently shook as countless chains burst forth from beneath the earth. Silver chains tightly coiled around Chen Chu's legs, locking him in place. In a flash, Chen Chu's entire body was tightly bound by chains, unable to move. Tightly wrapped in chains, Chen Chu merely tensed slightly, as furious flames erupted around him. The Venerable One observed from a distance, confident that his dragon-sealing array would drain his prey's energy. The four-armed monster lectured, "The more you struggle, the tighter the chains will bind you," while Chen Chu coldly asked, "Is this how you trap ancient dragons?" "Unfortunately, your skill isn't enough to seal me," Chen Chu growled, clenching his fists, making the chains creak. He exerted his strength, the silver chains were stretched to their limit, and the surrounding ground cracked open. Chen Chu sneered, "Because I am far different from those foolish dragons." Crack, crack. With pure physical strength alone, Chen Chu began to easily break each link. Snap. The entire set of chains shattered into countless fragments flying everywhere. Standing amidst the rubble, Chen Chu declared loudly, "Listen closely, my name is Chen Chu." Hearing that name, the Venerable One froze, his face cracking in shock. Chen Chu stood on the rock outcrop, his aura completely overwhelming, forcing the four-armed monster to unconsciously retreat. He channeled power into his legs, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Crash! A loud sound echoed as he unleashed his full power, and the surrounding ground exploded. His legs erupted with flames of power, preparing for an explosive burst. The Venerable One looked up, only to see a deep crater where Chen Chu had just stood, having completely lost track of his opponent. Whoosh! Chen Chu shot into the air like a rocket, flying directly towards the Venerable One. He raised his blazing fist, his sharp gaze locked onto the target. A heaven-shattering punch struck the Venerable One directly in the face, who was still dazed. The Venerable One took the full force of Chen Chu's heaven-shattering punch, his face deforming. The four-armed monster frantically swung energy blades in retaliation, but Chen Chu dodged them effortlessly. Chen Chu's face hardened, his entire body erupted with power, as he charged forward at terrifying speed. A barrage of punches rained down, leaving the four-armed monster battered and bruised in midair. Thwack! The Venerable One's face cracked open like shattering pottery. Chen Chu glided past the enemy's free-falling body, preparing for the finishing blow. Boom! The four-armed monster was slammed straight into the ground, creating a colossal crater. Chen Chu landed, his aura soaring to the heavens, standing at the epicenter of the explosion. Chen Chu's image reflected in the Venerable One's empty eyes, signaling that its end had come. Chen Chu landed right next to the dying monster, his hand erupting with flames, ready to rip out the enemy's core. He coldly plunged his hand into the Venerable One's chest, tore out its purple energy core, and declared, "I want your power." The system panel displayed a notification. Crimson Flame evolved into Glass Crimson Flame. Thunder evolved into Swift Thunderstorm, and he received a dragon-sealing talisman capable of binding enemies below level 6. But the price was not small, the system warned. You have overexerted yourself, suffering 99% contamination from the strange pollution. Shishi suddenly appeared from thin air, frantically shouting, "Chu, the pollution. It's very dangerous." Chen Chu gasped for breath, his eyes turning purple, admitting he had fought for too long, which worsened the contamination, and he could no longer stay here. As the Venerable One perished, the alternate dimension began to collapse, and the ground cracked open. Whoosh! A blue spatial gate suddenly opened right on the ground. Shishi ran towards the gate, while Chen Chu, exhausted, collapsed backward after escaping the crumbling space. Back in the real world, Chen Chu gasped for breath amidst a pile of rubble, the battle finally over. Shishi frantically watched the teleportation gate closing, shouting, "Chu, the gate is closing." Chen Chu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body utterly spent after exerting all his strength. Lying flat amidst the rubble, Chen Chu explained that once the gate closed, it would lose its connection, and he wouldn't know where it would open next time. Shishi rushed to his side, but Chen Chu struggled to sit up, reassuring her, "I'm fine. Every power has its price." He explained that spitting blood was merely a manifestation of pure power, and only a madman could endure it. If an ordinary person used it, their blood would have evaporated, leaving only a dried corpse. Chen Chu staggered to his feet, telling himself that if he wanted to break through to level 3, he would need to further strengthen his physique. Seeing that the teleportation gate had vanished, Chen Chu decided they both should rest for a bit. Meanwhile, at the palace ruins in the Land of Giants, a cracked corpse lay motionless in the center of a massive crater. The corpse's hand suddenly twitched, signaling that it was not entirely dead yet. It was the body of the Venerable One. The gaping hole where its heart had been torn out remained, yet its body showed signs of revival. A single crimson eye abruptly opened on its shattered face, gleaming with a deadly light. The venerable one began to push itself up, its cracked body regenerating in an abnormal manner. It raised a hand to cup its broken face, its sole red eye staring into the void. An earth-shattering roar erupted from the crater, shaking the entire area. The scene shifts to somewhere in City K, where a military commander was reporting via radio about a group of level 5 polluted monsters and requesting artillery support. A horde of pale, humanoid monsters with jagged teeth and bloodshot eyes was charging down the mountainside. 3 soldiers stood on a rocky outcrop, observing the artillery barrage raining down on the monster horde from a distance. A storm of missiles poured down, creating a series of violent explosions that engulfed the monsters in a sea of fire. The commander looked at his comrades, asking if there were 6 minutes left until the second volley, and hoping the monsters wouldn't escape. The mohawk-haired commander reassured his comrades, saying the monsters were cannibalizing their own dead and not moving. He turned to ask the soldier named Mark about the pollution index, receiving a concise answer, 15.5. Mark confidently declared that with this index, they could easily hold out for another 8 hours. The mohawk-haired commander smirked, deeming it more than enough time for the entire squad to collect these spoils of war. The bald soldier excitedly discussed money, saying that the corpses of 7 level 5 monsters would fetch a fortune, even if not entirely intact. The commander nodded, stating that this money must be used to upgrade the squad's firepower. Mark appeared modest, saying he would be content with just 1/3 of the spoils. The commander looked towards the ravaged battlefield and admitted they were incredibly lucky. Without base support, even one fully blooded monster would have been enough to send us to our graves. All 3 watched another artillery barrage descend, turning the battlefield into a sea of fire. The commander ordered them to begin cleanup, assigning Mark and the bald soldier to handle the corpses. He calculated that these spoils were enough to refine 5 energy vials, deciding to keep 3 and sell the rest. He smirked triumphantly, revealing the black market price for each vial was 200 million, enough for them all to live like kings for a while. Suddenly, from amidst the smoke and dust, a grotesque figure with a bone mask and tentacles on its back slowly rose. The colossal monster emerged completely, its size making the 3 soldiers look no different than ants. The mohawk-haired commander froze, strange scales beginning to appear on his face, as he stammered, What the hell is that?" The newly appeared monster stood towering, its overwhelming aura completely dominating the area. Mark frantically stared at his tablet, the pollution index skyrocketing wildly, far exceeding all danger levels. Whoosh! A tentacle shot out with incredible speed, piercing straight through Mark before he could react. Witnessing his comrade perish in an instant, the mohawk-haired commander, his face covered in scales, shrieked, "Run!" The mohawk-haired commander ran headlong in a panic, while a comrade had already fallen behind him. From above, the colossal tentacled monster stood like a mountain of flesh, while the soldier was merely a tiny black dot. The monster's grotesque face became visible, revealing only soulless crimson lines on a pitch-black void. He hadn't run far when the mohawk-haired commander saw the monster looming behind him, his face contorting with extreme terror. Pop! The commander's head exploded like a tomato, blood splattering everywhere. At a secret military base, an apocalypse alarm blared, and orders to eliminate all threats were issued immediately. A ballistic missile was launched directly into orbit, hurtling towards its target on Earth. Boom! A terrifying explosion swept through the entire area, the tentacled monster taking the full brunt of the damage. Meanwhile, in another location, Chen Chu was still in a deep sleep, breathing calmly and steadily. He slowly woke up, stretching after a long sleep. Chen Chu let out a loud yawn, stretching out on the spacious bed. After getting dressed, Chen Chu stood at the bedroom door and called inside, "Little Ji, it's time for breakfast." The door opened, and little Z stumbled out, rubbing her sleepy eyes and reaching up to be carried. Chen Chu looked at the little girl, his purple eyes gleaming with tenderness. He sat down and picked up little Shi, silently wondering what he should do with this little girl. As soon as she was picked up, little Shi rested her head on Chen Chu's shoulder and immediately fell asleep. Chen Chu could only sigh, carrying the deeply sleeping girl on his back. At the same time, a red-haired woman in a tight leather suit was approaching a luxurious building. The back of her jacket bore a provocative slogan, "Speedy takeaways, chasing away your hunger." A red-haired biker woman in a tight leather suit, introducing herself as Huang Fu Zian, stood beside her heavy motorcycle and declared, "Mr. Chen, your food has arrived." Chen Chu opened the door, still carrying the sleeping little Ji on his back, facing the uninvited guest. Huang Fu Zian waved confidently, while Chen Chu remained silent, the situation looking like a new dad caught off guard. Chen Chu glanced at her fancy motorcycle, silently assessing the situation. He spoke sarcastically. First time I've seen someone deliver food at dawn on a $100,000 bike. Huang Fuzian retorted equally sharply, glancing at little Shi. And I've never seen anyone in a fancy villa order takeout every day and also have a child. Chen Chu's eyes flashed with a deadly purple hue as he growled, "Young lady, you know a bit too much." Immediately, an aura of extreme excitement burst forth from Huang Fuzian, completely devoid of hostility. She dropped the bag of food in her confusion. Huang Fuzian stammered, recognizing Chen Chu's identity. The first among the new generation of evolved individuals, Chen Chu. Her face flushed, her voice filled with excitement. Finally, I get to meet you in the flesh." Chen Chu maintained a cold expression, carrying Shi on his back, and asked directly, "This young lady is quite strange. What are you doing here?" Huang Fuzian shyly covered her mouth, but her eyes were still filled with determination. "Of course, I'm here to pursue you." Chen Chu froze, sweat pouring down, speechless. "What did you say?" She repeated it clearly from the courtyard below, while Chen Chu remained stunned on the steps. Huang Fuzian turned around, showing off her curves, and winked. "Remember my name, Huang Fuzian. I live nearby. See you on the next delivery." Upon entering the house, Chen Chu saw a strange long-haired man, Li Tianro, already waiting. He immediately reassured him about the city's Special Investigation Bureau. Li Tianro waved his hand, showing disdain for the government people. "How can they compare to you? You don't need to be accountable to anyone." The strange young man leaned in close, giving a meaningful thumbs up. "That's why knowing which side you belong to is extremely important." Chen Chu, his eyes glowing purple, asked Li Tianrui directly. "Brother Li, what do you mean?" Li Tianrui sneered, revealing, "Because you don't know yet, after yesterday's incident, most of the houses around this desolate mountain area have changed hands." He further explained that Chen Chu's reputation had tripled the value of the entire area, and the wealthy elite of N City were scrambling to move here. Li Tianrui exposed the true nature of the tycoons. They want your help, but in reality, they're targeting your resources. Money, connections, anything you want, they won't refuse. As long as when monsters arrive, you also lend them a hand, he concluded, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Chen Chu pondered, hand on his chin, muttering two keywords. Resources. Li Tianrui shrugged, feigning understanding. "They're all businessmen. Who can blame them? They want to invite you to a meal. That's why I'm here." Chen Chu smirked, without a hint of hesitation. "Certainly, I'll go." Li Tianrui clapped Chen Chu on the shoulder excitedly, arranging to meet at Lin Shu's Supreme Hotel this afternoon. Before leaving, he asked about Huang Fuzian, and Chen Chu casually recounted how she had suddenly come to pursue him. Li Tianrui mused, remarking that the young lady was a bit arrogant, having always gotten her way since childhood. He leaned in close, warning seriously, "You'd best be careful, now that she's taken an interest in you." Behind her is Huang Futai, the richest man in N City. Li Tianrui revealed the formidable background of the backer for the domineering delivery girl. At the same time, breaking news appeared on the phone. Nation Z had used its most advanced equipment to reduce pollution, and social order was temporarily restored. World news, however, was completely opposite. Village Y was invaded by monsters, hundreds died. A temple in Nation R was polluted by a female corpse, turning into a monster that slaughtered 20 monks. Meanwhile, Nation Z, with its defense system prepared 20 years ago, became the safest city in the world. Global tensions escalated. The super-rich flocked to Nation Z, and the black market even saw the emergence of disaster avoidance contracts. The scene shifted to Ningcheng University, a beautiful sunny day, yet harboring hidden storms. In the classroom, a blue-haired friend nudged Qianqian's shoulder, wondering, "Qianqian, the apocalypse is almost here. Why are we still bothering to study?" The blue-haired friend propped her feet on the table, lamenting that the world was on the verge of collapse, and she didn't know how long they'd live, so why think about the future? Qianqian took off her headphones, concluding nonchalantly, "Or maybe just find a rich man and marry him off." In her mind, the image of Chen Chu appeared, a 5-star awakened one with domineering fire control abilities, a name currently taking the internet by storm. He was now incredibly famous, even more so than A-list celebrities. Articles about him online could fill several neighborhoods. But with fans came anti-fans. Quite a few people voiced doubts about his true strength. The blue-haired friend turned to gossip. "Hey, how are things between you and that extraordinary boyfriend of yours?" Then she leaned in close, asking with a sly smile, a fatal question. "Have you two slept together yet?" Qianqian blushed awkwardly, constantly praising her boyfriend as strong, talented, and handsome. She imagined herself alongside Chen Chu, her nominal boyfriend at Ningcheng University, a perfect person with no flaws to criticize. But deep down, she seriously wondered, do I actually have any feelings for him? Just then, her phone rang, and the screen clearly displayed the two characters, Chen Chu. Her blue-haired friend urged her on, and Qian quickly grabbed her phone and went elsewhere to answer. She answered the phone, her tone a bit formal. Are you looking for me? Chen Chu, drenched in sweat after his workout, lifted his shirt to show off his six-pack abs while inviting her to lunch. Seeing his abs through the screen, Qian didn't hesitate for a second, immediately agreeing without delay. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa belonging to the Huangfu family. Inside, Huangfu Ziyan, in a tight leather outfit, reported to a man, I've met him. Huangfu Futai, the richest man in N City, smirked and asked, how is he? Ziyan, while stroking her hair, frankly admitted, he knows I'm investigating, and when he focuses, his aura is very intimidating. Huangfu Ziyan recalled Chen Chu's demeanor, silently acknowledging, he has the makings of a king. Huangfu Futai poured tea and chuckled with delight, believing his father's investment in Chen Chu was a wise move because the young man was truly powerful. Ziyan provocatively arched her back, firmly stating that using tens of millions to bribe someone like Chen Chu was unthinkable. Old Futai took a sip of tea, smirking confidently. No matter what, Chen Chu is just a young man in his 20s. He can't outsmart an experienced old man like me. Ziyan placed her hands on the table, looked directly at her father, and declared that times had changed. Strength was the answer, not his money. The old man frowned, pressing his daughter, asking why she was so fiercely defending him after only meeting him once, and wanting to know what she had said to him. She crossed her arms, turned away, and declared that she was pursuing Chen Chu not because of her father's orders or to take advantage of him. Ziyan turned back with a meaningful smile, seductive eyes, and frankly admitted, I simply like him. Huangfu Futai was stunned, stammering as he asked his daughter if she was serious. In Ziyan's mind, Chen Chu's image appeared as she firmly asserted that he was the first man to make her feel something after many years. Old Futai warned that all the major families in N and S cities were keeping an eye on Chen Chu, and he knew exactly how they manipulated others. The old man analyzed ruthlessly. Money, women, power, as long as he has human desires, they will exploit them to make him kneel and join their side. Daughter, you are too naive to contend with them, Old Futai concluded, believing his daughter was not skilled enough. Huangfu Ziyan smirked confidently, replying, my aunt said the shortest way to a man's heart is through his stomach. The old man was speechless, looking at his daughter with an incredulous expression. That's right. Wait, are you planning to learn how to cook? Huangfu Futai crossed his arms, muttering to himself that his daughter was known for being a bit crazy, and now she was deciding to change herself for a man. The old man narrowed his eyes, calculating. Besides, she's also beautiful, so she might actually win him over. Huangfu Ziyan bluntly extinguished her father's thoughts, declaring that she had sworn never to cook again after almost burning down the house a few times. She turned her back, revealing the words, speedy takeaways, chasing away your hunger, on the back of her leather jacket, a declaration of her plan. Huangfu Ziyan announced her domineering man-catching plan. I will deliver food to him, and only him, she revealed, having used her own name to open an entire delivery company. Old man Huangfu Futai broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his daughter used family money to start a food delivery service. Huangfu Ziyan smirked, explaining that she knew every location Chen Chu had ever frequented, from his rented apartment, the warehouse at the dock, to even this villa. She asserted confidently that Chen Chu was a true slacker, always relying on delivery services, even for breakfast. Huangfu Ziyan's plan was laid out. Have someone install her delivery app on Chen Chu's phone. As soon as he orders, she would be the first to know and personally deliver it. Old Futai clutched his chest, coughing violently, speechless at his daughter's madness. Huangfu Ziyan confidently declared that with such sincerity, Chen Chu would soon fall for her. Meanwhile, Chen Chu drove his brand new car, exuding an extraordinary aura, completely unaware that he was about to be hunted. The car entered the west gate of Ning University, and the students immediately recognized Principal Chen's car, buzzing with discussion. Amidst the crowd, Qian, in a splendid dress, waved, secretly wishing she was the only one he had come to pick up. Chen Chu called out briefly, "Get in," and Qian happily leaned against the car door, agreeing instantly. The car drove away, leaving behind the envious gazes of two male students, one bitterly admitting, "Compared to them, we look like trash." The brown-haired, glasses-wearing guy spoke up, advising his spiky-haired friend not to let others' ambitions affect them. confident that their group were all awakened ones and would soon catch up. The spiky-haired guy smirked, showing disdain. He merely broke through to 5-star first. He puffed out his chest proudly, boasting that the three of them were elites, chosen from millions in City N, while Chen Chu was just a lucky outsider. He turned to ask his long-haired friend who was on his phone. Right, Lunzi? Lunzi, while watching Qian get into the car, replied distractedly. Yeah, that's right. We're just as talented as him, not a bit less. The long-haired guy still didn't take his eyes off his phone, exclaiming, Wow, that girl is really pretty. The spiky-haired guy angrily smacked his friend on the head. Lunzi, don't lose focus. The spiky-haired guy watched Chen Chu's retreating figure, bitterly declaring that the most important thing now was for all of them to become stronger. The three envious guys discussed among themselves, and the long-haired one suggested they shouldn't tell Lin Rongya that Chen Chu had just left with another girl. The spiky-haired guy placed a hand on his long-haired friend's shoulder, advising, I know you like Lin Rongya, but she likes Chen Chu. He continued to preach about being a man, advising his friend to compete fairly. Winning or losing didn't matter, as long as they played honorably. The spiky-haired guy feigned righteousness, asserting that slandering others behind their backs was not the act of a hero. Chen Chu's luxury SUV sped away, leaving the small fry behind. Inside the car, Qian reminded Chen Chu about the second apocalypse, which was set to occur in 2 weeks. She probed, If there are many monsters and the Special Affairs Bureau can't handle them, will you do anything? Chen Chu glanced over, his eyes glowing with a mysterious purple hue, asking why she suddenly cared about that. Qian hesitated, explaining that many people online were criticizing him, calling him a coward. Chen Chu wondered, Because I didn't join the Special Affairs Bureau? And Qian confirmed that was probably the case. She clarified while scrolling on her phone, saying that the keyboard warriors believed he didn't dare to face the upcoming monsters. Chen Chu smirked, admitting that as the first awakened student in the country, it was normal to have haters. Every crown was heavy. He asserted confidently that if the Special Affairs Bureau was short-staffed, he would not hesitate to rush to the front lines. Chen Chu explained the real reason. I didn't join because I don't want to be constrained by tedious paperwork. Having to report everything doesn't suit me. Qian smiled contentedly, admitting she liked a man like that, not a coward. Both entered the Supreme Hotel. Chen Chu, dapper in a black suit, confidently introduced himself. Good afternoon. I am Chen Chu. Qian was stunned to realize that the people waiting for them were all billionaires from leading corporations. An elderly tycoon stepped forward to greet him, saying that he finally got to meet Chen Chu and that his useless son seemed to have updated him on the situation. A man in a suit named Li Chenghong got straight to the point, announcing that the tycoons had decided to form a security council and invited Chen Chu to be its chairman. When Chen Chu questioned it, Li Chenghong immediately explained that this council was established to protect the old men and their villas from the polluted monsters. This guy sealed the sweet deal. For your protection, we will pay you a monthly remuneration of 100 million. Qian froze, her eyes wide and mouth agape upon hearing the astronomical figure. 100 million a month? Chen Chu merely smirked slightly, muttering, 100 million. Doesn't sound bad. But he immediately turned the tables, declaring that that figure was the price to protect all the billionaires in this villa area. Chen Chu's eyes glowed purple. He challenged Li Chenghong to collect money from over 30 families himself, calculating that each family would only have to pay 1 million. Chen Chu continued to taunt, wondering how much Li Chenghong would profit from the old men's membership fees, 10 million or 100 million. He concluded with a remark that left Li Chenghong speechless. Either way, this seems like a lucrative deal. A blonde tycoon sat with his arms crossed, speaking with authority. Do you mean that amount isn't enough, Mr. Chen? Chen Chu turned to face the blonde man, beginning his lecture. In peacetime, you rich people would band together, crushing any problem with money. Thus you were arrogant and complacent. He continued his lecture. And now the apocalypse has kicked you off your thrones in an instant. Everyone is equally threatened by the monsters. Chen Chu looked directly at the tycoon. Now, princes and beggars are no different, and that greatly annoys those of you who've spent your lives earning millions. He sneered with a knowing understanding. As for me, I understand you best. Li Chenghong hastily tried to defuse the situation, doubling the price, 200 million. As long as Mr. Chen agrees, we will give 200 million. Li Chenghong looked around, sighing that the old men just wanted to sleep peacefully, then turned to ask the blonde tycoon for his opinion. Right, old Tai? Huang Fu Tai sarcastically retorted to Li Chenghong, reminding him that Li's son works for the Special Affairs Bureau, so he surely knows how useless that group is. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sitting here. A hand raised 3 fingers, finalizing an astronomical sum. 300 million a month, chairman. Huang Fufutai looked directly at Chen Chu, making a decisive move. As long as young Master Chen agrees, I will personally add another 100 million from my own pocket. Chen Chu waved his hand, bluntly declaring that money would soon become worthless paper. He lit a banknote on fire, scoffing that after a few more waves of attacks, their money would only be good for kindling. Qian panicked, asking again about the meaning of the second wave of attacks in the next 2 weeks. The tycoons clamored in disbelief, unable to believe their ears upon hearing that money would lose its value. Li Chenghong broke into a sweat, desperately clinging to the government's announcement that the disaster was only of a normal level. Chen Chu sneered, exposing the truth. The media only showed the public minor evolvers fighting to appease public opinion. Li Chenghong fell silent, unable to refute a single word in the face of the harsh truth. Chen Chu pointed out the window, revealing that the Special Operations Bureau was still scrambling to suppress 5 apocalypse gates, so they wouldn't have anyone free to help. He delivered a fatal blow, asking why they thought the government could take care of them when it couldn't even take care of itself. Huang Fufutai slammed the table, impatiently asking Chen Chu what he wanted instead of money. Chen Chu spread his arms, declaring bluntly, "I don't need money." Li Tianrui began listing the first demand, a special type of soil produced only in Julong. Chen Chu's shadow fell over another tycoon, his voice clearly enunciating each item. Baikei's specialized medicine, Lantian's special export gold. Another businessman's face tensed up upon hearing the unbelievable demands. Chen Chu made his final demand, the mountain fortress blueprint in 3 days, and the completion of the defense system in 1 month. Li Chenghong was terrified, stammering, "Since when did this villa area become a strategic defense line?" He shouted defense, in utter bewilderment. Chen Chu explained his plan. Transform the villa area into a central hub, utilizing its terrain to build a defensive zone capable of holding out for years with ample resources. He made a firm promise. Once his demands were met, he would head the safety committee and vow to protect everyone. Huang Fufutai applauded, followed by the others, acknowledging Chen Chu's dominance in strength, planning, and vision. After the meeting concluded, Chen Chu walked away silently, followed by Qian's admiring gaze. Li Tianrui walked beside him, praising Chen Chu's performance. "Truly brilliant, you handled them all by yourself. Everyone benefits." The rich young master pulled out a gleaming gold card, boasting, "My father has shares in this hotel." Li Tianrui pressed the card into Chen Chu's hand, winking, "Go have fun, I'm heading out. I won't be a third wheel." Chen Chu turned to Qian, flashing a meaningful smile. "Senior, there's something I'd like to discuss. Brother List's generosity shouldn't go to waste, right?" Qian blushed, shyly nodding in agreement. The two quickly moved to a luxurious, top-tier hotel building. Inside the high-end presidential suite, Chen Chu took off his jacket, his purple eyes flashing, preparing for the main task. He activated his ability, creating a completely isolated space, soundproof, anti-eavesdropping, and blocking all signals. Qian was a bit flustered, stammering, "Junior, isn't this a bit too fast?" Chen Chu pulled her closer, his gaze sharp, declaring bluntly, "Be my girlfriend." He thought to himself, because Qian was just an ordinary person, controlling the energy within her body required absolute precision, as his physique was thousands of times stronger than hers. Without a word of explanation, he extended his hand, glowing with red energy, towards her chest. A terrifying surge of power erupted, flowing directly into Qian's body, making her scream in pain, feeling as if she was about to be torn apart. After the energy transfer process concluded, the girl lay unconscious on the bed. Chen Chu noticed her body gradually fusing with the new power source. He checked again, confirming no signs of contamination or mutation. Everything was under control. They just had to wait until tomorrow for the results. Alone in the room, Chen Chu poured wine, muttering about his plan. Using the dragon sealing seal to extract monster energy, create seeds, and implant them into ordinary people to force their evolution. Taking a sip of wine, he made a decisive choice. Though it's a bit risky, Qian must evolve. An hour earlier, Chen Chu had explained the world situation to Qian. Each wave of the apocalypse will grow stronger. You won't have a chance to graduate from university. Qian, bewildered, asked what she should do if she didn't study. Chen Chu replied curtly, "Either gain power, or learn to run from monsters." Chen Chu looked directly at Qian, his purple eyes flashing, and asked a critical question. "Qian, do you want to become an evolver?" Qian was stunned, stammering if she could really evolve, then quickly affirmed that it was her dream. Chen Chu explained the plan. He would use the dragon sealing seal to crystallize monster energy, and once she absorbed it, she would gain the power of an evolver. He sat opposite her, his tone becoming serious. But if you can't control this power, Chen Chu warned bluntly that failure wouldn't just mean not evolving, but transforming into a true monster. Qian fell silent, her face clearly showing her hesitation before the life or death choice. After a moment, she looked up, resolute. If you're doing it, I'm not afraid at all. I want to be independent too. In her mind, the image of her frail, elderly mother appeared. She wanted to become her family's protector. Qian's eyes blazed with iron will. She declared that she wanted to fight alongside him, never to be a burden. Chen Chu smirked, satisfied with her spirited answer. Very good. The two were awkward. Chen Chu said it was his first time imprinting, so he might make a mistake. Qian stammered that it was her first time too. At the same time, a middle-aged woman was introducing a superhero named Tian Long, a 4-star evolver, in a cheesy promotional video. She showed Chen Chu her phone, boasting that this video from the Shenshui City Special Operations Bureau had several 100,000 followers. She swiped to another video, introducing Jinghai City's 5-star captain, who was using a single blade strike to coolly slice 2 trucks in half. The woman explained to Chen Chu that these flashy videos could easily earn millions. Chen Chu broke into a cold sweat, asking naively, "Are these using cinematic special effects?" She scoffed, explaining that their app had an automatic filter. Just one tap made every move look illusory, and many times more powerful. She revealed that apps like theirs needed to promote evolvers to gain public trust, so they had recently signed contracts with many special operations bureaus. The woman pressed her phone close to Chen Chu's face, her voice full of enticement. "Young Master Chen, you're a celebrity we particularly want to sign a contract with." She concluded, "We just need you to display your power. Well, handle the rest. Your reputation will explode, and you won't lack sponsors." The first ridiculous commercial. A muscular bald man emerged from an instant noodle cup, promising to transform 996 workers into 007 agents in just 3 minutes. Next was an advertisement for super bouncy shoes made from recycled materials, helping you run faster than rising rent prices, but the soles could detach at any moment. The final comedic act was an advertisement for a heart-shaped ultimate defense product, guaranteeing absolute safety against all attacks of emotions and illnesses. The media manager made her pitch. "Chen Chu, as long as you agree to live stream on our app and become a streamer with millions of fans, we will meet all your conditions." Chen Chu stood up, feigning disinterest. "I'm not a celebrity. Where would I get fans?" She quickly explained in a fawning voice. "Just relying on your perfectly handsome face alone is enough for millions of female fans to scramble to follow you." As she spoke, she raised her phone, showing off several pretty female streamers. "As long as you show your face in the group chat. Which girl wouldn't you be able to get?" She continued to entice him, but Chen Chu silently turned his back and walked away. Chen Chu replied curtly, without even looking at her face. "Sorry, I'm not interested." He called his secretary to see the guest out, ignoring the media manager who was gaping, while the red-haired secretary smiled and invited her out. "Madam Wang, please follow this way." She desperately shouted the final offer. 100 million a year. Just to film one commercial video. But Chen Chu still coldly ordered, "See her out." "Wait," Chen Chu suddenly spoke, his eyes flashing with a purple gleam, signaling her to stop as she was being led away. She hastily raised her phone, presenting information about M-City's Hulk, a man who could transform into a 5-meter-tall giant green gorilla. Once transformed, he was invincible, immune to weapons, ran 100 meters in 1 second, and could easily smash tanks. She rattled on. The image showed the green gorilla standing on a mountaintop with a #1 flag, being hailed by the crowd as a god. She swiped to another video, introducing a superhuman in Country Y, who could transform his left arm into a giant sword. This video had over 500 million views. A series of other heroes were listed. Those who transformed into fire, those who froze the air, those who stretched like rubber, and even those who could turn invisible. The manager explained, "Ordinary people are always fearful and insecure when facing the apocalypse. They need a true hero, a hero who can bring them a sense of safety and hope," she said, while Chen Chu stood with his back to the window, silently listening. Chen Chu thought to himself, his eyes flashing with a calculating purple light. "Expanding my sphere of influence isn't a bad idea." Chen Chu finally sealed the deal. No live streaming, but filming videos is acceptable. The manager was overjoyed to the point of tears, her eyes shining brightly as if she had struck gold. "Really? The promotional video began with a scene of Chen Chu, holding twin red light swords, standing on a rooftop like a descending deity, surrounded by filming drones. A powerful narration echoed. In darkness, he is the light. In despair, he is hope itself. The scene shifted. Chen Chu wielded his swords like a whirlwind, cleanly slicing through the horde of tentacled monsters. Chen Chu's cold face appeared. Behind him was the illusion of a muscular, purple-skinned monster growling. The narration continued to subtly flatter. A true hero fights not for fame, but for every life on this earth. Someone at the Special Operations Bureau of N City was watching this video on their phone, exclaiming, "Damn! Is this an apocalypse game for evolved humans?" Chen Chu's entire group, including Guande, were gathered, reviewing the finished product. One guy commented, "Too many special effects. It looks really unreal." Guande mused, acknowledging his friend's level. Chen Chu is definitely stronger than a level 5. This guy is leaving us far behind. The scene shifted to a Japanese-style temple. A group of priests stood before a torii gate, where a spatial vortex was opening. An old priest respectfully clasped his hands. "We humbly greet the great Tengu." From the vortex, a Tengu with a red mask and giant black wings emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Tengu bowed. Behind him, the silhouette of a woman with a halo began to materialize. A white-haired goddess, identified as Izanami, appeared with the demeanor of a superior being. The old priest and the entire group turned pale, hastily kneeling. "We humbly greet Lady Izanami." On a cliff, Tengu reported, "Madam, a giant monster has appeared near the sea of our R city, but M City discovered it first." The old priest explained bitterly, "According to international law, we are only entitled to 30% of its resources." Izanami sneered, exuding killing intent. "What international law are you talking about? Kill it first, seize all its resources, and then we'll naturally have the right to divide them." In the deep abyss of the sea, an exploration submarine was slowly advancing into the dark waters, preparing for a hunt. Deep beneath the sea, the yellow exploration submarine deployed M Country's Poseidon assault team. Dark figures plunged into the endless night. The Special Forces team discovered giant footprints imprinted on the seabed. A member exclaimed in astonishment, "There are footprints here. They're huge." Another agent frantically reported over the comms, "Captain, the skull of the whale monster is 20 meters long." The entire team fell silent as the headlights illuminated the colossal skeleton of an ancient creature, its sharp teeth capable of devouring everything. The female agent's wrist meter blared loudly, the screen displaying an extremely high radiation level of 46 sieverts, her face turning pale from shock. She confirmed with the captain, her gaze fixed on the colossal skeleton. "That's right, it's the source of the radiation." Suddenly, a colossal dark figure with jagged teeth and glowing eyes emerged from the darkness. The prey had revealed itself. The captain flinched, sensing something approaching. "Can everyone hear that?" But a teammate looked bewildered. "Hear what?" The sense of danger grew stronger. The captain realized something was wrong when his meter started flashing frantically. The radiation level surged absurdly, from 88 sieverts to 125 sieverts, then 459 sieverts, with no signs of stopping. 1,000 sieverts, the captain screamed in horror. The entire team began to scatter because this radiation level was even higher than near a nuclear waste dump. From the darkness, the true beast emerged, a colossal sea dragon with dark purple scales and deadly blue eyes. The radiation level shot up to 1,500 sieverts. The captain stammered incoherently as he faced the monster. "What the hell is this?" The scene shifted to the haunted house at Sea Fun Amusement Park. An official was interrogating the manager. "Someone went missing here yesterday. Why didn't you report it to the police immediately?" The park manager forced a smile, denying it vehemently. "I just thought it was a lost tourist. I waited 24 hours before sending people to search. I didn't expect." The Special Operations Bureau official threw a file at the manager. The manager's frightened expression betrayed everything. The official saw through his facade, growling, "I think it's more accurate to say you were afraid this would affect your business and profits." The manager broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, unable to speak in the face of the sharp accusation. The official coldly announced, "3 people went missing tonight, plus 2 before that. Your haunted house has swallowed 5 lives already. This could be a sign of the impending apocalypse." Just then, the Special Operations Bureau team appeared, ready to take over the case from the small fry, signaling that a new hunt was about to begin. The Special Ops team leader wondered why the contamination signal vanished as soon as they entered the haunted house, and the team's strategist declared that the monster must have absorbed all the energy into its domain. Holding his spear, The team leader wondered if this eerie room was the location marked on the map the manager had given him. The 6-member team spread out, beginning to search the dilapidated room filled with ominous floating talismans. The team leader suddenly felt something amiss from above, as a dark shadow enveloped him. An inverted head with glowing red eyes and a savage grin suddenly lunged down to attack. The team leader flinched, reflexively thrusting his spear straight into the screaming ghost. Unexpectedly, it was just a cheap mannequin, shattering into pieces on the floor after the thrust. The team leader sighed in relief, cursing for thinking he'd encountered a real ghost, while the female sharpshooter coldly asked if he needed to be so dramatic. The glasses-wearing agent looked at his device, his eyes flashing, warning, "The source of contamination is approaching." Boom! A purple energy explosion suddenly erupted from the ground, sending the entire team flying. The team's tank shouted, "Watch out!" and promptly raised his giant energy shield to block. A heavily muscled boss, wearing a spiked mask, swung its purple energy chainsaw directly at the shield. The attack was blocked, and the tank was pushed back but held his ground, causing the boss to lose its balance. The team's strategist analyzed rapidly. A 3-star monster, extremely powerful in offense, defense, and recovery. Its weakness is... Before he could finish, the white-haired agent charged forward, stabbing his staff into the boss's chest, but the attack barely scratched it. The glasses-wearing agent helplessly shouted, "It's its head!" The boss grabbed the team leader from behind, whispering morbidly into his ear. The team leader was aiming his spear at the boss's chest, making the strategist from afar yell, "Idiot, hit its head." Bang! A shot rang out, decisive and precise. The bullet lodged directly in the boss's forehead, its mask cracked open, ending its premature boasting. The female sharpshooter blew a wisp of white smoke from her gun barrel, maintaining a cold demeanor after the finishing shot. She tossed aside the boss's broken mask, commenting in disappointment, "Truly disappointing. A 3-star monster killed by a single shot." Pan Hao, the team leader, grudgingly plunged his spear into the ground, trying to save face. He argued stubbornly, "That's because my spear immobilized its movements. Otherwise, how would you have had a chance to shoot?" Li Zongwen, the strategist, quickly mediated. "Come on, we're a team. Everyone coordinated well, didn't they?" The tank, Feng Lun, ordered the team to check the surroundings and report back to the leader. But his gaze, however, was directed at someone else. The entire team silently looked towards the figure that had just appeared. Li Zongwen softly called, "Captain." A man with a beard, possessing an overwhelming aura, stood there with his arms crossed and declared bluntly, "Your coordination method has a fatal flaw." The newly arrived captain turned to team leader Pan Hao, questioning him directly. "Pan Hao, why did you act without waiting for the commander's orders? Do you think you're smarter than Li Zongwen?" Scolded by his superior, Pan Hao could only hang his head low, mumbling an admission. "No, sir." The captain then turned to the team's strategist. "Li Zongwen, you're in charge of planning and reconnaissance, but when danger struck, you just stood by and watched?" He pointed directly at Li Zongwen, sternly stating, "Remember this clearly, you are part of the team's commanding brain," and made the strategist stammer an apology. Li Zongwen adjusted his glasses, reprimanding himself. "If I can only stand by and watch from the outside, I'll end up sacrificing the lives of the entire team." Now it was the tank, Feng Lun's, turn to be grilled. "Feng Lun, who is your shield meant to protect? Answer me." And he tremblingly replied, "My teammates." The captain pointed towards a blushing Lin Ruoya, asking pointedly, "And Lin Ruoya is your only teammate?" He admonished the tank. "In a battle, no one cares about your personal opinions. You must protect all your teammates." Turning to the 2 young women, the captain cleared his throat. "You 2 as well. One is so careless as to have no sense of danger." Lin Ruoya was so embarrassed her face turned crimson, bowing her head, not daring to look at anyone. The captain continued to criticize the female sharpshooter, and the other fired without thinking when her teammates were in close combat with the monster. He crossed his arms, looking at the female sharpshooter with a sharp gaze. "Where does that courage of yours come from?" The captain growled, his eyes sharp as knives. "This is no joke. One slip-up and you'll be wiped out instantly." He concluded his lecture. "Everyone must bear responsibility for their teammates to return safely. Understood?" And the entire special ops team obediently complied. After finishing his scolding, the captain also lowered his voice, admitting, "I'm done scolding. For a second mission, doing this isn't too bad." He lit a cigarette, getting down to business. "With your current strength, you can handle regular 4-star monsters. But what I'm about to tell you is a military secret. Anyone who spills it dies." He took a drag from his cigarette, muttering his assessment. I suppose all of you are strong enough to face a 4-star monster now. The captain exhaled smoke, his voice hardened. Listen carefully. The upcoming information is a top-level military secret, absolutely not to be revealed. The entire special ops team's faces turned pale, stammering in response. Apocalypse level? We've never heard of that concept. He recounted a horrific tragedy. M City was annihilated. Over 17,000 evolved humans wiped out in a single night. The government even dropped nuclear bombs, but only managed to drive the monster away. His eyes darkened. According to my information, there were no monster corpses in the rubble. The government's report only dared to state that it seemed to have retreated on its own. The new recruits were stunned, speechless, unable to believe their ears. Even with nuclear weapons, they couldn't kill it? The captain warned about a grim future. 17 apocalypse-level gates have been affected. The disaster in the next 10 days will be even more terrifying than expected. Dealing with these enhanced monsters will be extremely difficult. The purple-haired woman asked anxiously, "Captain, how are we supposed to get stronger? Will there be any special training courses?" He sat down, taking out an azure energy crystal. Time waits for no one. The Bureau has prepared soul crystals. You all know what they're for. The young team leader's eyes gleamed as he explained to the team. This can unlock hidden potential, helping our abilities advance at rocket speed. The senior officer pointed to the crate of crystals. All of you have been chosen to use these stones and undergo a power transformation, he ordered in an undeniable tone. Every member of this team must break through to above 4 stars within the next 10 days. This is for the future of all humanity. With their spirits boosted, the entire team shouted in unison, with soaring morale. "Captain, we will not let everyone down. For the future of humanity." Scene change. Chen Chu's status panel appeared with insane numbers. Physique 9,535. Spirit 1,298. Rank of minor deity. Chen Chu sat on a rocky outcrop looking out at the sea, muttering calculations. At this rate, with the sword lizard's rampage through the North Sea fish farms, it can undergo its 4th evolution in just a few more days. He looked up with a confident smile, his eyes glowing purple. After this incident, I only need to worry about Qian's evolution process, and then everything will be fine. Qian's eyes widened in panic amidst a blazing red space. She didn't understand where she was. She was lost in a desolate mental space, surrounded by surging dark energy. A colossal shadow dragon with blazing red eyes materialized from the black mist, exuding an absolutely overwhelming aura. The shadow dragon lunged forward, opening its massive maw as if to swallow her into the darkness. Qian screamed in terror, trying to push back the invisible monster. "Stay away." She jolted awake in bed, drenched in sweat, letting out a final cry of panic. Qian panted heavily, sweat pouring off her like rain, trying to compose herself after the horrifying nightmare. Chen Chu sat calmly in the opposite chair, asking coldly, "How does it feel?" Still panicked, Qian clutched the blanket tightly around herself, her voice trembling as she asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" Whoosh! Chen Chu hurled a cup straight at her with terrifying speed. Thwack! Qian instinctively reached out and easily caught the cup, her eyes still wide with surprise. Crack! The cup shattered in her hand, her new power erupting unconsciously. Chen Chu walked over, his expression unchanged. "How does it feel after evolving?" Qian stared blankly at her hand, completely bewildered by what had just happened. Chen Chu explained clearly. A 1-star evolver can lift 500 kilograms and move at 15 meters per second. Congratulations, your evolution was successful. Qian felt the power surging through her body, her eyes gleaming with astonishment and joy. "I feel stronger. Did I really evolve?" Becoming an evolver was the dream of countless people worldwide. They revered those with such power like gods. On the black market, a low-grade evolution catalyst stone had become a hot commodity, its price inflated to over $50 million. However, shoddy goods always came with extreme risks. Even a small mistake could turn the user into a hideous, mutated monster. Therefore, many who risked evolution had to be tightly bound with iron chains, while their family members stood by with guns, ready to clean up if the process failed. If the evolution process failed, the price was an extremely tragic death, with the body rotting from within. Nevertheless, countless individuals still defied the risk of mutation, rushing headlong into the path of evolution without hesitation. As the apocalypse drew near, the era of universal evolution began, and on an offshore island, a new power emerged. The white-haired woman Izanami led a group of followers who looked like descending deities, ordering a subordinate, Ebisu, clear the path. Ebisu, the man in priestly attire, immediately bowed in obedience. Yes, Supreme One. Ebisu plunged straight into the sea like a living meteor, enveloped in brilliant golden energy. He tore through the surface of the water, creating a straight path down to the deep seabed. The powerful energy impact created a temporary entrance, piercing through the dense layer of water. Izanami gracefully landed at the bottom of an underwater cave, strewn with the bones and weapons of the unfortunate. Her entire army descended one by one, their imposing aura ready for the hunt. From the deep darkness of the cave, a colossal monster's silhouette rose, its overwhelming aura engulfing the entire area. A pink-haired female warrior named Benton shouted a warning to her comrades. Benton continued to yell, "The beast is about to unleash its monarch's aura. Everyone, do not look into its eyes." The fox-masked woman, Irina, remarked with horror, "It's only in its juvenile form, yet its aura is already on par with a 9-star demonic beast. Truly terrifying, a monarch-tier existence." The demon-masked warrior Susanoo turned to ask with suspicion, "Inari, are you sure your perception is correct?" Irina affirmed confidently, without a hint of hesitation. "My perception cannot be wrong. This one is even stronger than the monarch-tier monster that attacked the base last month." Izanami smiled greedily, her eyes glinting with avarice. "What a magnificent primeval beast." She licked her lips, calculating. "It will surely provide us with a vast amount of essence to utilize." Izanami ordered the pink-haired female warrior, "Ben 10, use your illusionary arts to control it." Then, she turned to the remaining subordinates, her voice as cold as ice. "The rest of you, drain the essence from its core and destroy the corpse. Leave no trace." The beast awakened, its eyes glowing with murderous intent as blue energy erupted from the rows of spikes on its back. Benten broke out in a cold sweat, clearly suffocating under the monarch-tier aura of this formidable creature. The beast's dark silhouette emitted a terrifying pressure, distorting the surrounding space. This was the real deal. Izanami gracefully extended her hand, her voice filled with craving. "This magnificent power, we shall devour it, absorb it, become it." She arrogantly declared her philosophy. "Darkness will devour all, chaos will reign. Praise the darkness, praise the chaos, praise the endless void." With a maniacal smile, Izanami concluded her ultimate goal. "We shall become eternal, we shall become gods." Flashback. In a state-of-the-art laboratory, scientists were attempting to create transcendent life, cultivating humans in test tubes. But humanity's ambition led to the apocalypse. A nuclear bomb was dropped, bringing with it the flames of destruction. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion wiped out civilization, returning the world to a primeval era of chaos. 30 days later, when the radioactive dust settled, only a desolate wasteland remained. Mountains flattened, and rivers dried to their beds. Amidst the ruins, survivors in protective suits watched in horror as a world utterly destroyed. They discovered a colossal fossilized skeleton, like a mountain, still in a combat stance. An old scientist wept upon deciphering its secret. It could break the shackles of biological evolution. A politician confidently raised a vial of divine origin before the press, arrogantly declaring, "Today, we shall crown ourselves gods." The result was a tragedy. The first batch of volunteers turned into crystal statues amidst a mix of pain and pleasure, their bodies unable to withstand the power. Mortal bodies, fragile as paper, attempted to contain a flame imbued with divine power. Rows of white-shrouded corpses lay scattered, a costly lesson. Human bodies were merely shoddy vessels, completely incompatible with God's gift. But fate opened another path. After the apocalypse, monsters appeared, and survivors discovered they could evolve by absorbing pollution from them. Izanami monologued smugly, believing humanity was evolving to reach the realm of gods. She spread her arms, enveloped in a crimson energy surge, and roared, "We shall become gods! Praise the gods!" While in her fervor, she suddenly startled, sensing an unfamiliar presence. "Who is it? Who is there?" Chen Chu emerged from the shadows, standing before the colossal pet, and coolly declared, "Praise me. My name is Chen Chu." Izanami, enraged, ordered her subordinate, Irina, analyze his information, immediately. The fox-masked girl, Irina, obeyed, raising her hand to her mask to activate her Kojo Divide Sight ability. Pink energy emanated as Irina exerted her power, focusing her entire vision on the target. From Irina's perspective, Chen Chu was merely a tiny dot on the ground, an easy prey. Chen Chu smirked, his eyes glowing purple, immediately recognizing this as a sensory ability mimicking observation hockey. But then he uttered a contemptuous remark. "Its power is far inferior. truly a shoddy imitation. Immediately, a backlash of energy struck Irina directly, shattering her mask. Irina was flung backward, her body floating helplessly in the water, completely overwhelmed. Izanami and the Tengu masked man standing beside her could only watch in stunned silence as their comrade was blown away like a joke. Irina lay sprawled on the ground, muttering weakly. The enemy possesses a hypnotic technique. My divine eye has been countered. Izanami's jaw dropped, unable to believe her eyes. The muscular, demon-masked man Susanoo roared, "My lady, forget whatever evil art he uses, I'll smash him to pieces." He tensed his body, muscles bulging, then charged forward with overwhelming killing intent. "Die, you bastard." Chenchu remained calm, even scoffing. "Oh? Daring to attack first?" Susanoo's earth-shattering punch was easily blocked. Chenchu raised his hand, blue energy gathered, and he declared, "Counterattack." Susanoo was flung back like a ball, flying straight towards the sharp spikes on Chenchu's pet's back. Chenchu smirked, recognizing his opponent's trick. Gravity manipulation? Quite flashy. Susanoo, flung away, cried out in despair. "Don't interfere, Daikokuten." A brand new individual with spiky hair and a blue cloak appeared, grabbing Susanoo just before he was impaled. Chenchu stood on the cliff, looking up at the newcomer hovering in the air, and challenged, "Now it's your turn to get impaled." Daikokuten, the gravity manipulator, used his power, attempting to crush Chenchu from above, but Chenchu merely stomped his foot, and the ground exploded, shattering Daikokuten's pressure. Daikokuten broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe it. Even gravity can't crush him? Chenchu unleashed his full power, crimson lightning surging around him, his aura absolutely overwhelming. The fox-masked woman among the enemies gasped. He completely nullified the pressure. Daikokuten was utterly terrified. What the hell? Is he surpassing even divine power? Susanoo, after being saved, went berserk again. "You dare humiliate me? Pay with your blood." He channeled all his strength into his fist, charging with his ultimate technique, Nura's iron cannon. Chenchu's eyes turned purple, and he calmly remarked, "A purely physical technique?" Thwack. Susanoo's earth-shattering punch was stopped by just one of Chenchu's hands, the aftershock demolishing the arena floor. Susanoo trembled, looking at the enemy with horror. This monster! Chenchu's eyes turned fiery red, his smile filled with deadly intent. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Chenchu closed in, unleashing an incredible flurry of punches and kicks. A final punch slammed the demon-masked man straight into the ground, creating a deep crater. Susanoo looked up, seeing Chenchu descending with a colossal flaming hand, and desperately screamed, "I'm going to die! I can't block this attack." At this moment of life and death, Daikokuten once again had to intervene, his face taut with effort as he tried to resist. Daikokuten used his gravitational field ability to push Chenchu away, saving the muscle-brained Susanoo from a finishing blow. Susanoo landed safely, his face still in heavy shock after nearly being wiped out. Chenchu stood amidst the rubble, activating a new state. Red flames, blood explosion. His hair turned white, and his entire body erupted with a demonic crimson aura. Izanami commanded all her subordinates, "O gods of Takamagahara, unite your strength to defeat this enemy." The entire group of followers responded in unison. The tall-hatted Ebisu began chanting, summoning countless colossal stone hands that emerged from the ground. Chenchu merely hovered in place, his eyes indifferent as he watched the stone hands lunging at him, not bothering to dodge. Ebisu smirked, clearly very confident in his technique. He stomped his foot on the ground, roaring the technique's name. Divine Art. Iron Shackle of Magma. The colossal stone hands immediately tightened their grip, encasing Chenchu in a sealed stone prison. Inside, Chenchu maintained a calm expression, his fiery red eyes flashing with a deadly glint. The stone prison completely closed into a solid sphere, thudding onto the ground. Ebisu crossed his arms smugly. Stone reinforced with divine power is harder than iron. No matter how extraordinary you are, you'll suffocate in there. Suddenly, the fox-masked girl, Irina, shrieked in horror. He's using extremely high temperatures to melt the stone. A blazing stream of light pierced through the stone prison from within, causing it to melt like lava. Chenchu calmly stepped out from the molten opening, his entire body unblemished, his aura even more domineering than before. Susanoo turned to mock Ebisu. "Look, your stone shell is as soft as natto threads. Are you even useful?" Provoked, Ebisu snarled resentfully. "If one layer isn't enough, then add another." He gathered his strength again, unleashing an even more formidable technique. Divine Art, Colossal Silver Pillars. A series of silver stone pillars erupted from the ground. Ebisu roared in a frenzy as he poured all his strength. 2 layers aren't enough. Then add a third. The priest Ebisu exerted all his life's strength, summoning his ultimate technique, divine forging, heavenly golden palace, creating a colossal triple-layered stone prison to crush Chenchu. After unleashing the technique, Ebisu panted heavily, sweat pouring down like rain, admitting that this move had completely drained his divine power. The muscle-brained Susanoo turned to taunt. Why so serious? Why use your strongest move? I was just kidding. Another fiery red-haired man on the team confidently declared. No one can survive in Ebisu's golden heavenly palace. The battle is over. Susanoo crossed his arms smugly, adding, I thought he was some big deal. Turns out he's just small fry crushed by my Takamagahara divine palace. The boss, Izanami, smiled powerfully and declared, the obstacle has been removed. Now, Izanami pointed at the giant iguana and commanded, kill that lizard, and seize its primordial essence. Izanami turned to the fox-masked woman and asked, what's wrong, Inari? What has your divine eye seen? Inari stared at the stone prison, her voice trembling with alarm. This seal won't hold him. Inari broke out in a cold sweat, explaining in a panic. He can counter metal structures. Ebisu's triple-layered seal is completely useless. Crack. Countless blue lightning bolts exploded from within the stone prison, causing it to crack open. The giant iguana stood in front of the prison, roaring defiantly. You want to hunt this descendant of an ancient beast? You'll have to get past my corpse first. From the epicenter of the explosion, Chen Chu's voice rang out powerfully. Otherwise, don't blame me for trampling over your corpses. Ebisu's eyes widened in disbelief. I clearly sealed him completely. Yet, boom! The stone prison shattered into pieces, and Ebisu was thrown back by the shockwave like a toy. Inari fared no better, having to raise her hands to shield her face as sharp stone fragments flew everywhere. Chen Chu emerged from the rubble, with white hair and his entire body glowing with red patterns, his voice low and provocative. Come on, I will collect your corpses, one by one. He raised his head, his pale eyes sparking with fire, concluding his declaration of war, then crushed them into dust. The fiery red-haired god roared in anger. He killed our comrades. Talking is useless. Anyone who obstructs our path to godhood will only find death. The fiery red-haired god boasted loudly, scoffing that Chen Chu's flames were only fit for brewing tea, and boasting that his karmic flames could burn for 7 days without extinguishing. He poured all his strength, creating a giant flaming spear named Underworld Karma Slaying Spear, then charged straight towards Chen Chu. With a murderous expression, the fiery god shouted, Die! The flaming spear tore through the air, but Chen Chu stood still like a statue, not bothering to move. Chen Chu, with his white hair and glowing red patterns on his body, merely curled his lips into a contemptuous sneer. He gently blew a breath. The entire giant flaming spear, the god's proud ultimate move, vanished into a harmless white smoke. The fiery god's jaw dropped, too shocked to speak at such an incredible counter. The demon Susanoo saw that the situation was not good and immediately shouted a command. Stop talking nonsense. I'll attack from below. You press from above. Daikokuten, provide gravity support. Susanoo charged from below, while the fiery god also prepared to attack from above, deciding to gang up on him. The Queen Izanami also began to lose patience, gritting her teeth. I don't believe you can take on 3 of us alone. Izanami turned to Benton, snapping, Who else? Who can help me control this demon? Susanoo unleashed a powerful Rakshasa cannon punch, aiming directly at Chen Chu's head. Chen Chu simply stomped his foot. The ground cracked open, and stone pillars erupted, sending Susanoo flying like a ball. Chen Chu raised his hand to the sky, summoning a pillar of fire 1,000 times more terrifying. Roaring the name of the technique, Myriad Annihilation of the Yellow Springs. A giant yellow ceiling formation appeared beneath Daikokuten's feet, causing Irina to shout a warning. Be careful, that's the dragon ceiling seal. Before Daikokuten could react, he was firmly pulled down by the formation, unable to move. Countless golden chains shot out from the formation, tightly binding Daikokuten, completely sealing all his movements. Irina watched the scene in horror, her fox mask cracking, muttering, This is a type of magic even higher level than Ibisu's seal. Izanami ran out of options, turned to Benton for a plan, and she declared it was time for the psychic army to act. Benton transformed, her eyes glowing madly, her mouth torn open with a long, grotesque tongue, ready to play dirty. Her hair fluttered in a stream of pink energy, confidently declaring that no matter how tough Chen Chu's physique was, he couldn't resist her psychic attack. She unleashed the Yomi word spirit technique, an attack directly into Chen Chu's brain, Just as he was busy grabbing Suzanu's neck, Chen Chu was hit, his pale eyes lifeless, appearing to have lost control. He unconsciously released Suzanu's neck, his body swaying from the recent psychic attack. Benton continued to chant, roaring, "With the defilement of Yomi in this body, I bind your soul." She dragged both Chen Chu and Suzanu into a distorted psychic space, commanding them to fall into the path of Yomi, where even gods decay. Suzanu coughed violently, while Benton smugly believed her word spirit technique had worked. That demon was surely trapped in a nightmare realm. Inside the spiritual world, Chen Chu awoke, raising a hand to his head, his gaze still sharp. A giant, grotesque version of Benton appeared, roaring that brute strength here was useless, and crushing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. She used her will to freeze Chen Chu, declaring all his physical enhancements and magic useless. Immediately after, invisible energy spears pierced through Chen Chu. This was a pure arena of spiritual power. Chen Chu coughed up a mouthful of thick black blood, the consequence of the psychic attack. Benton delightedly asked if he was in pain, then explained that in her domain, the sensation of pain was amplified 100-fold. She continued to torture him, asserting that he wouldn't be able to faint, but rather would become even more conscious to feel the pain. A barrage of pink energy spears pierced through Chen Chu's body. She declared that every nerve in his body would transmit extreme agony. Despite being beaten to a pulp, Chen Chu still stood firm, black blood gushing from the illusory wounds. He licked the blood from his lips, his eyes cold, muttering to himself if this illusory damage could truly kill him. Benten, in her grotesque form, shrieked, boasting that her word spirit ability would make Chen Chu kneel and beg for death, even wishing to commit suicide to escape. Chen Chu sneered, black blood still oozing from the corner of his mouth. He calmly said, "What I mean is," he floated in the spiritual space, bluntly declaring, "If I still don't feel pain, then your word spirit is just garbage noise." Benton froze, her cracked face clearly showing extreme panic, stammering in disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Crack. Chen Chu acted with lightning speed. One hand clamped tightly onto Benton's face, and dark purple energy erupted. Benton trembled in his grasp, her voice filled with fear. "Do you truly feel no pain at all?" Chen Chu leaned close to her, his voice as cold as ice. "If this sensation of pain is counted as 100 points, then the pain when I activate Red Flame's blood explosion is probably around." He looked straight into her eyes, concluding with a statement that mentally shattered his opponent. 1,000,000 points. Chen Chu's eyes flashed with blue lightning, and he calmly remarked, "Your imagination is quite interesting." He used his overwhelming will to engrave an absolute command deep into Benton's soul. "From this moment forth, your souls shall forever remember one thing. You have been defeated." Benton's will completely collapsed, and she fell aimlessly within the mental space, muttering like a puppet, "I have been defeated. I have been defeated." Izanami stood frozen, watching her subordinate collapse to the floor, utterly speechless at the unbelievable turn of events. Chen Chu, now bare-chested in the mental world, commanded his new puppet, "Stand up." Benton immediately obeyed, her body enveloped in a blue aura, and shot straight towards Izanami like a living bullet. Izanami was stunned as she realized the truth. "You turned Benten into your puppet? Could her word spirit have backfired?" Izanami ordered a retreat from Chen Chu's mental space, admitting, "Retreat from here quickly. This place is too dangerous." She gnashed her teeth, cursing Benton in a fit of rage. "Betrayal, betrayal. It even dared to learn how to kill its own master." Chen Chu crossed his arms, declared the sparring match over, and allowed them to take Benton away, but warned that his imprint would automatically vanish after 3 days, and forbade them from touching his new sword sheath. Izanami growled, refusing to accept defeat. "Do you think things will end so simply? Those who dare to challenge deities must pay with blood." Izanami coldly declared, "Benton, you may die now." While the puppet Benton still shot straight towards her like an arrow. Chen Chu merely watched, a smirk playing on his lips as he thought to himself, "Damn, this is the first time I've seen someone so cruel as to kill their own ally." The fox-masked girl frantically questioned, "My lady, why? Benton is clearly one of us." But Izanami retorted bluntly, "The useless have no right to become gods." Izanami's gaze was as sharp as a blade, declaring that the shell of a failure was unworthy of the gift bestowed by the gods. She looked up at the sky, beginning to ramble about light, darkness, life, and death, and becoming an eternal god. Izanami and her subordinates, including a goddess of light, a fire wielder, and a red-faced demon, simultaneously ascended, calling this the Dance of Annihilation of Takamagahara. Chen Chu growled, preparing to reveal his trump card. Red flames, blood explosion. He erupted with power. His hair turned white, horns sprouted, his entire body blazed with red flames and blue lightning, beginning a countdown. 3. Izanami froze, sensing something was wrong and wondering about the connection between Chen Chu's power and the sword lizard. Chen Chu roared, stomping his foot, causing the ground to crack open, his power erupting violently. Izanami was petrified, utterly shocked by his overwhelming transformation. Not giving her time to recover, Chen Chu shot forward like a rocket, punching Izanami directly in the face. The heaven-shattering punch sent Izanami flying backward, blood splattering. The Tengu and other subordinates immediately took their positions, unleashing a combined technique called Yata Mirror, Divine Radiance Barrier, to block Chen Chu's attack. A blinding divine light enveloped Chen Chu, described as possessing overwhelming power. The light touched Chen Chu's leg, causing it to begin evaporating. His entire body was submerged in the destructive energy flow, gradually dissolving. The defensive scales on Chen Chu's body began to crack under the terrifying power of the attack. Izanami smirked smugly, explaining that this technique could penetrate all defenses of demonic beasts, acting like a microwave to destroy the body from within. Being cooked from the inside, Chen Chu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his flesh cracking open, yet his eyes still blazed with fighting spirit. Boom! He roared, summoning a great lightning blade and plunging it straight into the ground to break the formation. From where the blade was plunged, a pool of blood began to spread, signaling that something was about to emerge. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, Chen Chu stood in his own pool of blood, raising his head to face Izanami and her hovering cohorts. Susanoo was about to show off when Chen Chu, with terrifying speed, closed in and knocked him to the ground. Clang! Susanoo swung his sword in a counterattack, but Chen Chu blocked it with ease, his eyes widening in disbelief at his opponent's power. Chen Chu stood upright, a gleaming royal demonic armor slowly forming to envelop his body. Get lost! Chen Chu growled, casually swung his flaming sword, batting away Susanoo's attack. Izanami, from above, sneered, rambling about how her subordinates were immortal as long as there was darkness. A shadowy phantom enveloped Susanoo, preparing for a stealthy attack from the shadows. Susanoo charged out with terrifying speed, unleashing a series of continuous slashes at Chen Chu. But it was useless. Chen Chu's demonic armor was harder than diamond, without a single scratch. Susanoo was utterly astonished by this absurd defense, then vanished, while Chen Chu merely looked coldly up at the final bosses. Seeing his subordinate disappear, the red-masked Tengu furiously roared, then swooped down like a hawk. Whoosh! He flapped his wings, unleashing a razor-sharp energy slash, powerful enough to cleave a mountain in two. Izanami confidently boasted that the Tengu's attack could shatter any shield with a single hit. The attack hit its mark, but there was no explosion, only an eerie silence. Chen Chu smirked disdainfully, uttering a sarcastic remark. Not bad, I guess. Clang! He merely raised his great blade and effortlessly blocked the Tengu's destructive attack. Another red-haired subordinate charged forward, unleashing the flashy shadow sword technique, Hell, Serpent Fang. Chen Chu parried it effortlessly, and the red-haired man immediately launched a continuous counterattack, Cicada Shell, Chaotic Blossom. He continued by unleashing the binding technique, Infinite Hell, Shadow Stitch, attempting to lock Chen Chu down with dark energy. But it was useless. Chen Chu shattered all techniques and counterslashed, uttering a concise word, trash. Chen Chu had seen through his opponent's strategy, a smirk on his face. Heh, as long as there's darkness, you can't be killed, right? Then I'll make both you and the darkness evaporate. Chen Chu channeled his energy, creating an explosion of light that swept across the entire area. The red-haired man lay sprawled on the ground, his entire body smoking, having completely lost the ability to fight. Giving no chance to recover, Chen Chu plunged down from the sky, directly impaling his great saber into the enemy's position. The red-haired man lay motionless in the deep crater, covered in blood, with wide, vacant eyes, looking no different from a corpse. Standing atop the ruins, Chen Chu's voice rang out, full of challenge, his aura overwhelming all remaining enemies. Does anyone else dare to step forward? A fiery red-haired woman rushed out in a panic, screaming, "Brother!" but was blocked by a demon-faced old man. The demon-faced old man merely shook his head, signaling her not to act rashly, even as the red-haired woman sobbed uncontrollably. Izanami, boiling with rage, roared, ordering her remaining subordinates. What are you standing around for? All of you, attack now. The red flame god and the fox-masked woman froze, sweat pouring down them like rain as they faced the monster Chen Chu. The red-haired woman looked at the remnants of her brother and desperately asked, "Why? Why did he have to sacrifice himself like this? She collapsed to her knees, crying out in agony. To obtain the primordial essence, I let all my brothers die here. Izanami appeared coldly behind her, stating a truth. Because you are candidates for godhood. She pointed towards Chen Chu, ordering the girl. Kill him. Kill that demon. We will have enough essence to become even stronger. But the red-haired woman wiped away her tears, her voice filled with bitterness. But I don't want to be stronger. I just want to be a normal, older sister. Slap. Izanami slapped Huang Fuzian directly across the face, roaring, Coward. Betrayal is punishable by death. The boss, Izanami, declared arrogantly. We are the inheritors of myths, constantly evolving to reach the divine realm. Huang Fuzian looked away in despair, while Izanami coldly ordered, Go. Izanami grabbed Huang Fuzian, ordering the Tengu. Tengu, kill this traitor. Her heart has wavered. She is no longer worthy to be a vessel. The Tengu froze, clearly hesitating at his mistress's cruel command. Izanami glared at her remaining subordinates, including the red flame god and the fox-masked woman, her face grim as she cursed under her breath. Damn it. Chen Chu, with his domineering white hair, leaned on his great saber and declared loudly, I originally had no intention of killing you. Abandon your hostility and leave now, and your lives will be spared. Izanami sneered, dark energy erupting from her, and growled, Make me surrender? Not a chance. She shrieked, Absolutely impossible. Transforming into her 8-headed great serpent form, her hair turning into countless giant white serpents, coiling around Huang Fuzian. The serpent-like Izanami declared she would drain every drop of primordial essence from the traitor Huang Fuzian to nourish herself. The serpents on Izanami's head lunged, seizing the red flame god and the fox-masked woman, and declared loudly, Devour, all your power will belong to me. One serpent bit the red flame god, draining all his energy. Another serpent swiftly dealt with the fox-masked woman, giving her no chance to resist. The red flame god realized in shock, she's merging with our powers. Could it be that she only sees us as... Izanami, now brimming with power, sneered. You 8 riders? Ridiculous. You are merely vessels for cultivating the primordial essence, she declared domineeringly amidst the blazing red energy. Here, there is only me. Only I am worthy of becoming a god. Chen Chu stood with his arms crossed, watching the drama unfold, a smirk on his face. Well, that's an unexpected turn of events. Internal strife, is it? The demon Susanoo roared, disliking Chen Chu but recognizing this as their internal affair. If you don't want to die, then get lost. He tensed his muscles, lifted a giant boulder, and roared that this was their faction's battle for survival. The demon Susanoo roared, shattered the giant boulder with a punch and hurled it straight at Izanami, determined to clean up their internal mess. One of Izanami's hair serpents easily shot out a stream of red energy, shattering the boulder into 100 pieces. Izanami looked down with contempt, sneering. Another dog trying to bite its master? She floated in midair, her hair serpents radiating an overwhelming aura, completely holding the upper hand. Susanoo growled, recounting their tragic past. Just orphans, experimental subjects who survived a catastrophe. A flashback showed frightened orphan children receiving glowing blue crystals. Izanami, in her Miko attire, appeared like a savior, promising that becoming a god would free them from their suffering mortal lives. One child couldn't withstand the crystal's power, its body exploding while the others writhed in pain, with only Izanami watching. She smiled and declared, From today onwards, you are the Yaki Kong. Back in reality, Susanoo roared, formed a hand seal, and declared that their sole reason for gathering in the first place was simply to survive. He faced Izanami, his aura erupting, determined not to back down. Susanoo unleashed a destructive energy attack, boasting that he had acquired the powers of both light and darkness. He confidently declared that Izanami had no chance against him, as a shadowy entity manifested behind him. But Izanami merely sneered, as dark serpents poured out from her body, seizing the muscle-brained man in an instant. Susanoo was tightly bound by the dark serpents, suffocating and utterly helpless against his former mistress's power. A white serpent from Izanami's hair lunged forward, piercing the sphere of darkness that imprisoned Susanoo. She sneered with utter satisfaction, completely in control of the situation. A giant dark serpent appeared, its fanged maw agape, ready to devour the traitorous subordinate. Meanwhile, Chen Chu still stood with his arms crossed, watching the good show, his expression nonchalant as if watching a movie in a theater. Izanami roared, and dark energy erupted, shaking the entire cave as debris floated in the air. Susanoo, the muscle-brained brute, was sent flying like a broken puppet, utterly helpless. The red-haired man and the fox-masked girl fared no better, free-falling within their former master's energy field. From above, Izanami commanded, with the tone of a queen, "Surrender your powers to me." Amidst the chaos, Chen Chu suddenly appeared, grabbing the fox-masked girl's ankle with one hand, saving her from the fall. The red-haired man refused to accept his fate, his body erupting in furious flames as he roared, "I'll fight you to the death." Susanoo also rose, his fists crackling with brilliant blue lightning, growling, "Even if it means mutual destruction, I won't let you achieve your goal." In response to their feeble resistance, Izanami merely sneered contemptuously. She acted, the snakes on her head unleashing destructive energy blasts towards the two traitors. Susanoo took a full pink energy blast, getting mercilessly flung away. The red-haired man screamed defiantly, "Even if I can't win, I'll drag you down with me." As one of Izanami's giant snakes closed in, the snake opened its maw, unleashing Yomi Scorch, Sun Flare Rage Burst, a colossal fireball that shot straight at the red-haired man. Fire energy converged to its peak in the monster's throat, preparing for a terrifying explosion. Boom! A blinding explosion completely engulfed the red-haired man, its heat spreading everywhere. Izanami gazed coldly at the ashes, calmly remarking, "Preferring self-destruction over being devoured by me. I see." A white snake slowly licked a glowing red crystal, remaining from the explosion the core energy of the recently vanquished man. She sneered, her red eyes glowing eerily. "How naive, Kagutsuchi." Izanami explained the rules of the game. "Your body is merely a vessel. Even if you commit suicide, your primordial essence will not vanish." The white snake swallowed the energy crystal, absorbing all of Kagutsuchi's power. Izanami stood amidst her remaining subordinates, Kagutsuchi's energy surging within her body, accompanied by a savage smile. "I've consumed 7 already." Izanami hovered in the air, looking at Chenchu and the fox-masked girl, as if they were prey already on her plate. The fox-masked girl broke into a cold sweat, realizing her fate was sealed. Suicide is useless. There's no escape. The Tengu-masked man hid behind his wings, silently observing, his mind calculating an escape route. Izanami glanced down, her voice full of menace, declaring, "Only the 2 of you remain." Without a word of farewell, the Tengu exploded with speed, feathers scattering as he tore through the wind, fleeing like a god. Izanami chuckled with amusement. "They're running away, are they?" Her black hair writhed like venomous snakes as she commented, "A smart choice, cowardly and pragmatic." Utterly desperate, the fox-masked girl turned to Chen Chu, her voice trembling. "You, I beg you." She grabbed Chen Chu's hand, pleading, "Please, kill me, then destroy it. I don't want to become part of Izanami's power. Only you can do it." Chen Chu, in his white-haired, red-eyed form, merely listened in silence, an unpredictable glint in his eyes. The fox-masked girl turned back, screaming at Izanami, "You want to use a demon's power to destroy the primordial essence? You are also a traitor to the will of the gods of Takamagahara." She turned to Chen Chu again, frantically urging, "Hurry, kill me now, destroy the crystal inside me." The fox-masked girl pressed close to Chen Chu, her panic evident. "Otherwise it will be too late." Izanami looked down from above, her tone mocking. "Oh ho ho, you wish to die?" She declared her domineering plan. "I will devour the primordial essence of this demon and that lizard at the same time." Izanami's red eyes blazed with mad ambition. "And ascend to godhood." Whoosh! Chen Chu snatched the dagger from the girl's hand, its blade immediately enveloped in blue energy. He stood in front of the girl, his voice calm. "You don't need to die." Izanami roared, unleashing countless serpentine tentacles to attack both of them. "You two, become sacrifices for the new god together." Chen Chu took a stance, the dagger in his hand now crackling with brilliant blue lightning, ready for battle. Whoosh! Chen Chu deftly dodged the multi-elemental attack from Izanami's swarm of snakes. Chen Chu growled, his hand charged with lightning. "I originally didn't intend to get involved in your mess, but you dared to drag my lizard into it, so I've changed my mind." Izanami took the dagger squarely in the forehead, but merely sneered, pulling it out contemptuously. "This paltry power isn't enough to kill me." Without another word, Chen Chu lunged into close range, preparing to unleash a devastating punch. Slam! Instead of punching her face, he slammed his lightning-charged fist into the ground, unleashing a destructive shockwave. The fox-masked girl was thrown back by the aftershock, clutching her head and screaming in terror. Chen Chu hovered in the air, his hand ablaze, coldly asking Izanami, who lay sprawled on the ground, "How does it feel?" Izanami staggered to her feet, brushed off the dust, and cackled maniacally. That attack wasn't even enough to scratch an itch. Chen Chu's eyes flashed, blue lightning and red flames intertwining, signaling an impending power-up. Lightning tempers the body, fire forges the bones. Red flames, blood explosion, fourth layer. Chen Chu roared as an earth-shattering pillar of energy erupted from him. Izanami's pupils constricted. She sensed the terrifying surge of power being unleashed from Chen Chu. Boom! A mixed energy explosion of fire and lightning swept away everything in its vicinity. Izanami was blown away like a tattered doll, her swarm of snakes attempting to resist, but to no avail. In the dissipating smoke, Chen Chu stood with longer black hair and red patterns on his body, calmly remarking, "So, you managed to dodge that." He crushed the remnants of a snake, which disintegrated into dust in his hand, then challenged, "Bring out whatever other tricks you have." Cornered, Izanami began forming hand seals, her face filled with murderous intent, preparing to unleash her ultimate technique. Kagekui. Yaki Egoku, she shrieked, summoning countless colossal shadow serpents from the ground, which lunged towards Chen Chu. Facing his opponent's ultimate move, Chen Chu merely stood still, gathering a blazing energy orb in his palm. Whoosh! The energy orb exploded, sweeping away the swarm of shadow serpents before they could even touch him. Izanami froze, unable to believe that her strongest attack was so utterly useless. Chen Chu calmly walked forward, each step causing the ground to crack under the pressure of the surging crimson energy around him. Izanami broke out in a cold sweat, muttering that this demon's aura was even more terrifying than that of a god. Having no other choice, she began chanting, gathering 3 different colored energy streams in her hands. Bronze, corrode its body. Izanami continued her incantation. Silver, seal its soul. Gold, destroy its standing. Boom! A gigantic green python emerged from the ground, its mouth agape as it lunged straight at Chen Chu. Chen Chu merely glanced, clicking his tongue in boredom. The green python was blasted backward by a crimson lightning bolt, unable to touch him. Immediately after, another azure python descended from the sky, launching a relentless assault. Chen Chu raised his blazing hand, effortlessly blocking the azure python's bite. Its power was utterly useless. Finally, a colossal golden python rose from beneath Chen Chu's feet, swallowing him whole. The golden python roared triumphantly, sending dirt and rocks flying. Inside its belly, Chen Chu floated in the dark space, his expression completely unfazed. Izanami looked at the python that had just swallowed her enemy, and commanded coldly, "Destroy it." She clasped her hands together, preparing to finish Chen Chu from within the python. The golden python began to constrict, its entire body glowing brilliantly as the energy within was activated. Inside, Chen Chu merely smirked, finding this petty trick laughable. Suddenly, the colossal golden python was torn apart from the inside. Izanami gasped in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. Thwack! The golden python's head was severed by an invisible force, falling to the ground helplessly. Chen Chu stood there, looking at Izanami with a mocking gaze. "Is that all you've got? After devouring your comrades, is this all the power you could muster?" Chen Chu unleashed a stream of orange lightning energy straight through Izanami's chest, cleanly ending the battle. Izanami's face drained of color, her mouth muttering in panic. "No, no, no. I am a god, I cannot die." She shrieked in despair, refusing to accept the truth of her defeat. "I was supposed to become a supreme deity, to enter the pantheon of gods." Staggering in a pool of blood, Izanami clung stubbornly to her delusion. "I was supposed to treat all living beings as mere dust." Chen Chu, in his blood-burst state, coldly declared, "Your sins end here." The light in Izanami's eyes slowly faded as she whispered her last words. "No, I cannot." Izanami collapsed to the ground, her body motionless, officially gone. In a corner of the cave, the fox-masked girl, the sole survivor, sat huddled, sobbing in fear. Chen Chu's blazing feet landed right in front of the girl, making her startle and look up. Chen Chu had returned to his normal form, black hair and purple eyes, looking at the girl and saying curtly, "Let's go." Gurgle, gurgle. Chen Chu carried the fox-masked girl, swimming straight up from the deep seabed. Thud. He landed directly on the deck of a nearby ship, startling 2 crewmen, one of whom fell to the ground. The 2 crewmen stared blankly at the shirtless Chen Chu and the unfamiliar girl, one muttering, "Foreigners?" Chen Chu looked directly at them, holding the girl in his arms, and said, "Please take her." He gestured with his head towards the distant city, to shore. Chen Chu made an okay gesture with his hand, asking amiably, "All right?" The 2 crewmen remained frozen, mouths agape and eyes wide, completely unable to process the situation. Holding the girl in his arms, Chen Chu wondered if the two men understood him. Later, in a safe room, the fox-masked girl lay on a bed, pondering, "Humans are a species prone to internal strife and selfishness." Chen Chu stood by the bed, silently listening as she continued her monologue about how humans inflict more destruction upon themselves than monsters do. Chen Chu silently listened as Irina philosophized that when humans gain power, they don't protect the weak but instead turn to oppress them. Chen Chu replied, acknowledging that there are always good people in the world, but then waved goodbye to the two frozen crewmen. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot straight into the sky like a rocket, leaving a trail of crimson lightning, a testament to the evil nature he had just mentioned. The two crewmen could only stare in stunned silence, eyes wide, at the absurd scene that had just unfolded. Soaring through the air, Chen Chu affirmed his philosophy. "Therefore, I do not hesitate to assume the worst about anyone who might threaten my existence. He is neither good nor evil, neither chaos nor order. He is simply himself, an entity beyond definition. He is not the light to guide the lost, nor the darkness to conceal crimes. He is not matter to forge an eternal form, nor nothingness to leave a faint shadow." Chen Chu declared himself the blade suspended between good and evil, and he alone would cleave the dawn of chaos. The scene shifted to the Special Operations Bureau, where an instructor was showing a video of Chen Chu's battle to a class of young agents. The instructor, Guan Dai, announced a shocking piece of news. According to the latest data, Chen Chu's power has been confirmed to surpass level 5. The entire class, both male and female, gasped in astonishment at this information. Guan Dai continued to show a scene of Chen Chu smashing a 1-meter diameter reinforced concrete pillar, with an estimated impact force exceeding 1,500 tons. A spiky-haired young man was so shocked that he spat out all the water he was drinking. The spiky-haired young man cried out in alarm. 1,500 tons? Is he even human? Another agent sitting nearby gritted his teeth, bitterly admitting that his maximum punch force was only 1.5 tons, 1,000 times less than Chen Chu's. Guan Dai explained that, according to global standards, the basic punch force for level 5 is only 100 tons, so 1,500 tons must be level 6, or even level 7. A bespectacled agent pondered, trying to comprehend this absurd power figure. Guan Dai shook his head, declaring that once an evolved human breaks past the level 5 limit, conventional power statistics no longer hold any meaning. He looked at the class with a serious expression, asserting that that realm is replaced by something called transcendent power. The spiky-haired agent's eyes gleamed brightly as he curiously asked about superhuman power, and if he could possess it. Guan Dai explained that it was the ultimate goal of evolvers, a unique power system that every nation possessed. He illustrated with terrifying abilities such as gravity manipulation, unleashing hellfire, or mind control. Guan Dai revealed that the neighboring R nation had attempted to use technology to force evolution beyond level 5, but had failed miserably. He bluntly poured cold water on the rookies. "You clueless newbies haven't even reached level 4 yet. Stop with your pipe dreams." Despite the scolding, the entire class of rookie agents humorously saluted in unison. "Understood, Captain Guan." The scene shifts. Chen Chu held a shimmering purple energy crystal in his hand, an item known as an origin crystal. Lying sprawled on the sofa, Chen Chu smirked, thinking that Izanami would never have dreamed the spoils of war would end up in his hands. Crack! He crushed the crystal, and a surge of purple energy permeated his body while the system announced physical enhancement. Chen Chu's eyes flashed purple as he realized his physical stats had maxed out at 9,999, wondering if this was a sign of his 4th evolution. Shishi suddenly appeared right after, calling his name with worry. The little girl sat beside him, touching Chen Chu and asking if he was all right. Chen Chu reassured her that he was fine, just a little hungry, then offered another crystal to Shishi to eat. Shishi happily smiled and nodded in immediate agreement. Chen Chu fed the crystal to Shishi, telling the little girl to eat her fill so she could hunt monsters with him later. The little girl showed delight, gently sucking Chen Chu's finger after finishing her meal. In a state-of-the-art laboratory, a large screen flashed a stark red alarm. Warning: abnormal global pollution levels detected. A colossal pillar of dark purple corrupting energy erupted in the city center. Drones flew around, monitoring as the system screamed that energy levels had exceeded the threshold by 20 times. A panicked scientist ordered all evolvers below level 4 to be prohibited from leaving the purification zone, warning that exposure would cause irreversible mutations. A heavily armored, high-tech combat squad marched into the alert zone to handle the situation. The order was given: all combat forces to positions. The first wave of corrupting tide would reach the defensive line in 72 hours. At a luxurious villa on the hillside, everything remained quiet. Suddenly, Chen Chu's eyes blazed with a surge of reddish-purple energy, signaling a new awakening. He shot up in bed, panting, clutching his head as if he had just escaped a nightmare. Chen Chu looked at his hands, a premonition telling him that an immense catastrophe was about to strike. The roar of a powerful engine echoed, and a figure in a tight black leather suit stopped their vehicle in front of the villa. Chen Chu also heard the noise. He sat up and looked out the window with a puzzled expression. The fiery red-haired woman in the leather suit took off her helmet, looking incredibly fierce. Chen Chu irritably opened the door, grumbling, "Can't you stop waking me up so early, big sister?" "Huang Fu." "What was it?" Huang Fu Zian waved, casually replying, "Huang Fu Zian, here's your food, little brother." Chen Chu frowned suspiciously. "I haven't ordered anything for 2 days. Where did this food come from?" She stepped closer, explaining that seeing he hadn't ordered food for 2 days, she worried he might starve in his room. Huang Fu Zian held up 2 bags of food, listing them off precisely. "On the left is the braised chicken you order 3 times a week, and on the right is the tongue-numbing spicy hot pot you like for late-night snacks." Chen Chu broke into a sweat, stammering, "What the heck? Are you a stalker, big sister?" Huang Fu Zian smirked charmingly. "Little brother, I told you I'd win you over." She pressed close to Chen Chu, handed him the food, and declared, "So, I'll be watching your every move." Chen Chu froze, holding the 2 bags of food, utterly speechless. Huang Fu Zian stepped back, urging him to eat quickly while it was still hot. She winked flirtatiously, accompanied by a pink heart. "Gotta go, little brother." Chen Chu could only stand there, watching the motorcycle speed away until it vanished, completely bewildered by what had just happened. Chen Chu tried to act cool, declaring nonchalantly, "Whether I eat or not is none of your business, big sister." But his rumbling, empty stomach immediately betrayed him with a loud growl. He froze with the 2 bags of food, bitterly realizing he had fallen into that big sister's trap. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out, calling his name. It turned out to be Shishi, who had appeared at some point, looking up at Chen Chu and asking, "What's wrong, Shishi?" Shishi pointed into the void, seriously announcing, "The door. I sense a new portal." Chen Chu smirked, deciding to prioritize his stomach first. "Excellent. We'll set off after breakfast." Both landed on an abandoned building, where a dark purple spatial gate was swirling, radiating abyssal energy. Shishi announced, "Chu, we've arrived." The little girl stood at the edge of the gate, warning with a worried expression. "The gate is opening, Chu. Be careful." Chen Chu wasted no words, immediately summoning his incredibly formidable combat armor. The system announced, "Tip, Imperial Demon Armor enhances resistance to corrupting energy." Chen Chu confidently declared, "All right, let's begin." Shishi used her ability to influence the portal, causing it to turn blue, seemingly safer to enter. Chen Chu charged straight into the portal, but the surge of purple corrupting energy still assailed him like a storm. He realized the level of corruption here was terrifyingly intense. Even his Imperial Demon Armor couldn't completely block it. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Chen Chu was swallowed by dense darkness, unable to see anything. He immediately activated a skill, his eyes glowing bright blue. Aura Sight, activate. Instantly, he sensed a colossal object hurtling towards him at terrifying speed. Whoosh! A blazing red energy beam tore through space, grazing the spot where he had just stood, embedding itself directly into a colossal rock. Boom! A blazing red energy beam ripped through the ground right next to Chen Chu's feet. Chen Chu took a stance on the rock outcrop, his sword ablaze, a smirk playing on his lips. A fight to the death right from the start? Excellent, I like it. From within the dense purple mist, a colossal dark silhouette with glowing red eyes slowly emerged. The formidable opponent revealed itself, a 4-armed ape monster, bulging with muscles, growling amidst a corrupted aura. Whoosh! Chen Chu deftly dodged another attack, the ground behind him cracking open from the purple energy. The ape monster roared, then lunged down from above, intending to crush him with its massive body. The system warned that the pollution level was rising, but Chen Chu merely looked up coldly, not flinching in the slightest. He scoffed, a crazy idea flashing through his mind. If I unleash my full power, could I one-shot it? The ape monster unleashed an earth-shattering punch, creating a whirlwind powerful enough to tear everything apart. In response, brilliant golden energy erupted from Chen Chu's body, power patterns spreading across his armor. The ape monster's red eyes gleamed with astonishment at the sudden surge of power from its prey. Boom! The monster's punch missed its target, slamming directly into the cliff face and creating a terrifying explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chu was already in midair, raising his sword high, preparing for a finishing blow. He descended like a meteor, his gaze determined. I must finish this quickly and cleanly. Slash. Chenchu's sword pierced straight through the ape monster's chest with effortless ease. A brilliant red halo erupted from the wound, proving the attack had completely shattered its defenses. Thwack. Not giving its opponent time to regain its composure, Chenchu followed up with a thunderous punch directly onto the sword hilt, the impact force sending the monster flying backward. Chenchu landed, confidently remarking, "That punch must have been nearly 500 tons. No body can withstand such explosive force." The ape monster's body began to disintegrate into green specks of light, and Chenchu's sword also vanished after completing its mission. After defeating the demon ape, Chenchu picked up a brilliant red energy crystal, realizing its structure was identical to Izanami's crystals, but much smaller. Pop! Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed the crystal in his palm. The system announced a gain of 1,000 evolution points, and Chenchu was delighted to know he could directly absorb this pure energy crystal. He checked his status panel, mentally calculating that he still needed 10,000 more points to level up. But now he had found a shortcut to grind. Chenchu entered a dense forest, the rustling of leaves beneath his feet. The magnificent scenery of a floating world appeared, with flying islands and gigantic trees reaching the blue sky. Standing on a high rock outcrop, Chenchu wondered how many evolution crystals awaited him to hunt in this primeval forest. A confident and battle-hungry smile appeared on his face. I can't wait. Chenchu began his journey of exploration and leveling up in the new world. His eyes glowed with a purple light, unleashing his full observation aura to sweep everything within his sensory range. His energy vision immediately locked onto a target, a swarm of giant demon ants with heads glowing red like beacons. The system confirmed. Demon ant. Level 3 natural demon beast. This is good prey. Chenchu analyzed that the energy within these ants was even more impure than the apes, guessing they probably just crudely consumed the crystals. Suddenly, another swarm of winged creatures buzzed in the sky, their wing beats sounding like drones. The system announced again. Demon ant. Level 4 natural demon beast. These seem to be of higher quality. Chenchu hid behind a bush, realizing the flying ant's target wasn't him. Whoosh! A level 4 flying ant swooped down like a fighter jet, using its sharp mandibles to pierce through the nape of a level 3 ground ant. Chenchu froze, surprised by this internal predation. What the hell is this? The flying ant began to absorb energy from its victim, its entire body erupting with an eerie purple aura. Chenchu's purple eyes gleamed, realizing the monster was evolving right before his eyes. He smirked, analyzing that the level 4 flying ant could evolve into an elite specimen by devouring its own kind. Interesting. Swish, swish. Several unexpected streaks of light tore through the air, shooting straight into the flying ant swarm. A four-armed demon ape suddenly appeared, moving with lightning speed, smashing a flying ant against a tree trunk. Boom! Chenchu deftly dodged to the side as the impact created a small explosion. The demon ape unhesitatingly shoved the ant's corpse into its mouth and chewed ravenously. Purple energy flared around the ape's body, and the system announced directly into his mind. Natural demon ape, level 6. Chenchu muttered. Now understanding the rules of this place, every hunt, every evolution, is to refine this raw energy source. The ape let out an earth-shattering roar, its strength elevated to a new level after absorbing its prey. Chenchu continued to deduce, and when these high-level demon beasts reach the end of their lives, they all return to the base of the Tree of Life. At the base of the gigantic tree, countless skeletons piled up, their souls hovering in a scene both magnificent and deadly. Their corpses would decompose, and the demon crystal essence they grinded their entire lives would return to nourish that tree. The Tree of Life merely remained silent, using its roots to caress the remains of the loyal miners who had completed their mission. Chenchu now directly confronted the level 6 four-armed demon ape that had just finished evolving. He looked at the ape, thinking about the endless loop of these monsters, born as slaves, dying as food. However, Chenchu stood tall, his aura suddenly changing completely. Red flames and purple lightning erupted fiercely around him, declaring loudly, "This perfect energy cycle will end today." He looked straight at the ape, his eyes filled with ambition and dominance. "I will take all the essence you've refined throughout your lives." Without another word, Chenchu shot up into the sky, a surge of lightning energy converging, preparing to unleash a finishing blow on the four-armed demon ape. Chenchu charged in like a phantom, his wind-rending speed slicing open the belly of a large demon ape. He landed, taking a firm stance, the sword in his hand, ready for a massacre. With a single sword swing, the entire swarm of demon apes and demon ants vanished in an instant, black blood splattering everywhere. Yet another demon ape was frozen by icy energy and shattered on the spot. The monster's corpse vanished, leaving behind a blazing red demon core. The first spoils of war were obtained. A series of system notifications appeared, confirming that Chen Chu had just cleared a level 3 monster zone and collected countless low-grade demon cores. Chen Chu smirked and gave a concise command: collect. All the low-grade demon cores flew towards him. The system announced the fusion rules: 8 low-grade cores for 1 mid-grade core, 8 mid-grade cores for 1 high-grade core. A dazzling red high-grade demon core was formed. The system warned that it had a 1% chance of activating a random domain super evolution. Chen Chu frowned in thought. A 1% chance was no different from a lottery, and if it failed, a precious demon core would be wasted. He decided not to gamble. There must surely be a rank higher than even a high-grade demon core. Chen Chu glanced around the forest, which was still teeming with monsters. The farming ground was still plentiful. Again, he smiled confidently, his eyes flashing with belligerence, preparing for a new grinding session. Chen Chu's blazing red sword danced once more, forming a storm that swept away the charging demon apes and demon ants. After a continuous farming session, a series of notifications appeared again. Chen Chu confidently declared, "That should be enough." The system presented a new formula: collect 8 red high-grade demon cores to form 1 dark blue mid-grade demon core. Without hesitation, Chen Chu clasped his hands together. Blazing red energy converged, beginning the higher-grade fusion process. An ethereal blue demon core appeared. The system announced that the super evolution rate had increased to 10%. Chen Chu stared at the 10% figure, his voice filled with dominance. "Still not enough. I want 100%. After Chen Chu's rampage, the entire deadly forest was left with only pillars of purple energy rising from the monster corpses. Chen Chu panted, drenched in sweat, but his eyes still blazed, determined to go all the way. A crazy idea sparked in his mind. His hand gathered a green energy orb. What if I fuse the essence of every demon beast in this forest? With a confident smile, Chen Chu commanded, "Fuse." A vortex of energy erupted as he began the fusion process, combining all the spoils into one. The system announced the successful formation of a dark blue high-grade demon core, guaranteeing a 100% activation of super evolution. Chen Chu looked at the demon core in his hand and declared dominantly, "I annihilated the entire forest to forge this. Using it will surely grant a random evolution effect." Suddenly, a lion-like monster with wings and a snake tail swooped down from the sky, aiming directly for the demon core. The monster landed with an earth-shattering crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chen Chu was pushed back by the terrifying aura, feeling such a powerful overlord's aura for the first time. The monster roared, emitting a dark energy that instantly withered the surrounding plants. Chen Chu realized this creature was no ordinary opponent. Its aura could even distort the environment. He smirked, wiping blood from his sword. Do you think you can steal something I shed blood to create?" The system issued a red alert. Level 9 Demon Beast Chimera Monarch. A formidable foe has appeared. Chen Chu paused for a beat. His mind began calculating his next move. A cunning smile appeared on his face as an even bolder plan emerged. What if I let it eat this demon core? He muttered about the forest's rule of devouring to evolve, then looked at the monster like a tool. "Then you shall complete this final refinement for me." Chen Chu stood facing the colossal Chimera Monarch, holding out the azure demon core as bait. The Chimera Monarch roared, its eyes blazing, preparing to lunge and devour the gift from the heavens. Chen Chu smirked, his purple eyes flashing with dominance. "I'll make the super evolution rate exceed 100%. Evolve. Roar." The Chimera Monarch roared madly amidst a surge of purple energy. The system alerted. Evolution complete ultimate form. Level 10 Demon Beast. Chen Chu stood firm, declaring resolutely, "Go ahead and eat, but you'll have to spit it back out for me, 100-fold. The Chimera Monarch's snake tail hissed, then spat out a stream of green acid, rushing straight towards Chen Chu with terrifying speed. Chen Chu paused for a beat, seemingly surprised by this brand new attack. Slash! He swung his blazing sword, cutting directly into the stream of acid, creating a dazzling energy explosion. Drops of acid splattered everywhere, corroding the ground and emitting thick black smoke. Chen Chu smirked, silently assessing. That's some potent acid. Even a single drop would probably be instantly fatal," he muttered, admitting that while the monster lacked human cunning, its power and potential were undeniable. As the apex predator, hunting in this deadly forest for decades, the amount of demon cores accumulated within it must now be countless. The level 10 Chimera Monarch growled, its appearance now completely transformed. Its lion head now sported horns and a third eye, and its dragon tail was covered in blazing red scales. No, decades is an understatement. Chen Chu tightened his grip on his sword. This creature must be at least over 100 years old. Then let's see if your scales are harder or my sword is sharper. Chen Chu charged forward, unleashing a flurry of consecutive slashes. He soared into the air, his blazing red sword tracing deadly arcs, aiming directly at the hovering monster. Clang! The sword blade clashed with the Chimera Monarch's wing, sparking like a strike against steel. Chen Chu clicked his tongue, clearly dissatisfied with the result. This boss's scales were harder than expected. Roar! The monster roared in fury, swinging its razor-sharp claws in retaliation, tearing through the air. Chen Chu was pushed back by immense pressure, forced to land to regain his footing. The small cut on the Chimera Monarch's wing flashed with green light and instantly healed. This creature even has a recovery skill, Chen Chu muttered, realizing this creature possessed a formidable recovery skill. Wounds heal in an instant. The Chimera Monarch exhaled. Its colossal wings began to glow ominously. It tilted its head skyward. A blue energy circle began to condense in the air. Chen Chu immediately recognized this type of energy, his eyes flashing with surprise. Lightning magic? Countless purple lightning bolts rained down like a storm from the magic circle, tearing up the ground around Chen Chu. The boss roared an earth-shattering sound as Chen Chu, instead of dodging, charged directly into the lightning storm. Chen Chu tensed his body, shouting the names of his combined techniques. Thunder Guardian, Crimson Flame. His entire body was enveloped in purple lightning. His sword blazed with crimson flames, ready for an all-out strike. Boom! Chen Chu's flame and lightning-clad slash collided directly with the Chimera Monarch's wing, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Chen Chu was heavily shaken, exclaiming in surprise. What? He was sent flying backward by the recoil force, only managing to stabilize himself by plunging his sword into the ground. Chen Chu's arm trembled from the impact. He muttered in disbelief. The impact made my entire arm numb. Its hide is even tougher than steel. However, the previous attack was not useless. The Chimera Monarch was also injured, purple blood oozing from the corner of its mouth. Seeing that his opponent could also bleed, Chen Chu smirked confidently. As long as I can injure you, your time is almost up. Provoked, the Chimera Monarch roared in fury, its entire body radiating a destructive aura. Chen Chu looked up, his expression turning serious as he sensed the power of the impending attack. The sky above was filled with countless blue energy orbs, leaving no gap for escape. With no retreat, Chen Chu decided to fight to the death, bracing himself to directly confront the destructive downpour. The system alerted that his armor's durability had reached 0, but Chen Chu still charged forward, declaring, "That's enough." Chen Chu smirked confidently, calculating that an intelligent monster would never use a wide-area lightning attack in close combat, as it would also hit itself. Just as predicted, the lightning orbs in the sky vanished as the Chimera Monarch furiously charged into a physical attack. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, deciding to fight Chen Chu to the death. Chen Chu merely sneered. He had anticipated this move from the boss, which was powerful but lacked experience. The Chimera Monarch flapped its wings and charged, purple lightning swirling around its body, while Chen Chu glided gracefully beneath it. Chen Chu smiled cunningly, provoking, "But this slash isn't aimed at your head." He dodged the boss's dive, swinging a sharp sword strike directly at its serpentine tail. The serpentine tail was caught off guard by the sudden attack, unable to defend itself, while the boss realized it had fallen into a trap. You can guard your front, but not your back. The Chimera Monarch was stunned, purple blood gushing from the wound on its face as it realized what had just happened. Chen Chu stood there, holding the severed serpentine tail, casually asking, "Surprised? This is your tail." He continued to explain that the tail, with its acid ray, was the monster's greatest weakness. Chen Chu grabbed the gaping serpentine head, forcing it to unleash its ultimate acid ray attack. A greenish acid ray shot out from the serpentine head, heading directly towards the Chimera Monarch's main body. The monster roared in pain as its own weapon pierced through its steel-hard hide. The acid corroded the boss's body, thick smoke rising from the fatal wound. The serpentine tail was flung far away, still dripping acid, while the Chimera Monarch staggered from the fatal attack. Chen Chu stood firm, discarding the tail that had served its purpose, and commanded, "Now, let's end this." He leaped into the air, delivering the final sword strike to the head of the monster, which was screaming in agony. The system's concise notification stated, "Level 10, Chimera Monarch defeated." Chen Chu stood on the boss corpse, having looted a supreme dark gold magic crystal. Chen Chu held the spoils of war in his hand, smirking with satisfaction. Perfect. Without hesitation, he crushed the magic crystal. and a brilliant golden energy burst forth. The entire power of the level 10 boss was absorbed directly into his chest, his heart now glowing like a miniature sun. Energy exploded. Chen Chu's hair turned white, his entire body enveloped in golden armor as the system announced. Armament Haki super evolved, breaking through to the highest level. In his new form, he felt an overwhelming power surging, realizing that the surrounding space was responding to his will. He realized he didn't need to move. Space itself automatically transported him to where he desired, a completely new realm of power. With a single glance and command, "Rise," Chen Chu effortlessly lifted an entire colossal rock mountain into the air. The mountain floated in the air, completely under his control, a display of divine power. He coldly commanded, "Collapse!" and the colossal mountain shattered into countless fragments in the blink of an eye. Chen Chu began compressing energy, creating a pitch-black orb that floated beside him. Remarking that its density was terrifying, he raised his hand, forming a gun shape, aimed at the energy orb, and told himself that its power was certainly extraordinary. Boom! The black orb was fired, creating a blinding white explosion that obliterated a vast mountainous forest area. The destructive power of the new technique created an earthquake. The ground cracked open, and trees vanished within a radius of several kilometers. Chen Chu descended to the ground, purple lightning still flickering around his feet, a sign of residual energy. Standing amidst the ruins he had created, he uttered a remark full of weariness. This world has become boring. It was time to leave. He summoned a sword of brilliant golden energy, preparing to sever the shackles of this space. A decisive slash was unleashed. The brilliant golden sword tore through reality. Space was ripped open, revealing a gateway to the endless galaxy, and Chen Chu prepared to step into a new playground. After flattening an entire area, Chen Chu leisurely returned to his villa. As soon as he reached his room, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He yawned and collapsed onto the bed. Shishi appeared with a worried expression, asking if there was something wrong with his body. Chen Chu sluggishly replied that his body had automatically entered an evolution phase and he would probably have to sleep soundly for 2 days. He instructed Shishi not to wander around, and if she got hungry, to help herself or wait for someone to bring food. He mumbled that Huangfu Xian delivered food on time every day anyway, then drifted off to sleep. The system announced, "Evolution process officially initiated." Within his consciousness space, Chen Chu's body was undergoing a complete metamorphosis, old cell layers shedding to regenerate a stronger new body. While he was undergoing server maintenance, his phone rang. It was a call from Situ Qianqian. Elsewhere, Situ Qianqian irritably looked at her phone, unable to contact Chen Chu. She had just awakened as an evolver and was eager to share the good news, but for some reason, Chen Chu wasn't answering the phone. Meanwhile, at the university cafeteria, a gossipy student was asking his friends if they knew Situ Qianqian. He continued to spread rumors, claiming he heard the hot girl was already Chen Chu's girlfriend. A friend sitting opposite him hastily covered the talkative guy's mouth. "Watch what you say. Don't just blurt things out." Another young man offered him another chicken drumstick, saying nonchalantly, "Here, have another chicken drumstick. I don't believe I can't shut your mouth with this." Suddenly, Lin Ruoya sat down at their table and stated coldly, "Chen Chu doesn't have a girlfriend yet." She shot a sharp glance, asserting that an ordinary woman would never be worthy of him. The students were stunned by the appearance of a true beauty, whose overwhelming aura completely dominated the space. After she left, the onlookers started whispering and marveling about the $80,000 dress and the $100,000 bag that they assumed Chen Chu had bought for her. The gossipy friend, Lunzi, was chattering, saying that ever since Chen Chu brought Situ Qianqian home, she had been going around proclaiming herself his girlfriend. Lin Ruoya, another true beauty, finished eating and stood up, her face expressionless. "I'm full, please continue." The spiky-haired friend grabbed the talkative guy by the collar, snapping, "Damn it, why did you suddenly bring that up? You almost scared me to death." Lunzi was still clueless, not understanding what he did wrong, arguing back. "Everyone in school knows about this. It's not a secret, is it?" The spiky-haired guy growled, warning, "Everyone knows, but you just had to blabber it right in front of Lin Ruoya. Just wait and see if she takes her anger out on you during the practice match later." A blue-haired girl walked over, eavesdropping. "Is there a new talented evolver coming to register? I don't see anyone." While Lunzi still didn't understand what was happening, the blue-haired girl looked at the two clueless guys and asked directly, "So, what were you two idiots just whispering about?" Everyone was startled and turned to look, thinking, could it be that the main character of the story had already appeared? All eyes in the cafeteria converged on one spot where a major confrontation seemed imminent. "Look, those two are about to clash." A girl wearing glasses, leading Situ Qianqian, who had just awakened, met Lin Ruoya. "Oh, Ruoya, you're here today too? Let me introduce you." The girl with glasses introduced, Qianqian. "This is your senior, Lin Ruoya, an evolved warrior working for the Special Operations Bureau." Then, she turned to Lin Ruoya. "Lin, this is your junior, Situ Qianqian." This afternoon in class, she suddenly manifested her ability and awakened as an evolver. Lin Ruoya glanced at her potential rival, her lips curving into a polite smile. "Junior Situ, congratulations on becoming an evolver." Situ Qianqian was no pushover either, replying with feigned humility. "It was just luck." The two beauties stood facing each other, their auras clashing intensely, tacitly competing to see who was superior. The spiky-haired friend watched the drama, sweating profusely, muttering, "So intense." The girl with glasses broke the tense atmosphere. "Qianqian, before registering, you need to take a test to determine your rank." A man who looked like a superior appeared and said, arms crossed, "If you're free, go do it now." Situ Qianqian immediately agreed, her eyes full of challenge. "No problem, Bureau Chief Guan." Lin Ruoya stepped forward and suggested to Bureau Chief Guan, "Chief, since we're all university students, how about I test Situ?" Bureau Chief Guan nodded in agreement, saying concisely, "That's a good idea. You're the most familiar with the procedure. I'll leave it to you." The spiky-haired friend gleefully commented to his black-haired friend, "Great. Lin Ruoya finally has a chance to vent her anger. Situ Qianqian is definitely doomed this time." In the testing room, Lin Ruoya pointed at the automated punching bag. "It's a simple strength test. Punch the sensor area with all your might, and the machine will display your score." Situ Qianqian warmed up, muttering to herself, "Just use strength, easy." Wham! Situ Qianqian unleashed an energy-infused spinning kick, the impact generating a powerful shockwave. The screen displayed a shocking number, 4,700 kilograms. Lin Ruoya glanced at it, tacitly acknowledging, "This girl is no ordinary person." Lin Ruoya commented, "Arms crossed. 4,700 kilograms. Your strength has reached the upper limit of a 3-star evolver. Junior." The two friends eavesdropping from outside the window, their mouths agape and eyes wide. "Holy crap, how did that girl do that?" The black-haired friend recalled. "The first time I tested, I couldn't even punch 1,000. This girl's first attempt is almost 5,000, practically reaching the 4-star threshold." Next was the speed test. Situ Qianqian shot off like the wind, leaving a trail of smoke behind her. The screen displayed 68 meters per second. Lin Ruoya continued to assess. 68 meters per second, also the limit for a 3-star rank. The two friends were crushed flat by the invisible pressure from the performance, falling backward onto the floor. Situ Qianqian's power erupted, her entire body enveloped in flames. Lin Ruoya analyzed, arms crossed, special power attribute, the ability to condense heat and cause explosions. She threw a fireball, creating a large explosion not far away, proving her maximum attack range was 20 meters. Lin Ruoya delivered her final conclusion, destructive power equivalent to a peak 3-star rank. Overall assessment, a top-tier 3-star evolver. The spiky-haired friend froze, unable to believe it. Just awakened and already reached the peak of 3-star? Situ Qianqian's innate talent is unreasonably high. The black-haired friend sighed. "Yeah, another genius has appeared." A black-haired female agent named Wu Qimei suddenly appeared, teasing the two guys. "You two just broke through to 3-star today, didn't you? And you even had to rely on Bureau Chief Guan's spirit stones to get there, right?" The spiky-haired agent muttered, his pride wounded. "Wait, that's absurd," the chief said. "Our talent was the best in N City." He was sweating, frustrated. Now it's Chen Chu, then Situ Qianqian. Damn it, what the hell is going on? The glasses-wearing friend, calmer now, spoke philosophically. "Forget it. Innate talent only determines the starting line. How far one can go depends on their effort." He smirked meaningfully. "Besides, our evolution is definitely natural." He continued to provoke, alluding to Situ Qianqian. "Some people are backed by others, taking shortcuts. Who's stronger, who's weaker? We'll see." In the office, Bureau Chief Guan assessed Situ Qianqian's strength. A 3-star evolver, already close to breaking through to 4-star. He got straight to the point as the blonde girl stood before his desk. "Do you have any plans for the future yet?" Situ Qianqian bowed her head, seemingly still undecided about her path. Bureau Chief Guan highly praised her. "Situ, your innate talent is no less than Lin Ruoya's. I believe you will soon reach 4-star, 5-star, and even become an awakened one." He pushed a folder of documents towards her, officially inviting her. I see you as a promising talent. Have you considered joining the Special Operations Bureau? Bureau Chief Guan made an irresistible offer. Situ, do you want to join the Special Operations Bureau? He emphasized the benefits, serving the nation. More importantly, he outlined the path to advancement. With government resources, your path will be smoother, and your power will increase exponentially. Bureau Chief Guan concluded with a powerful question. What do you think? Situ Qianqian politely replied, Thank you for your trust, Bureau Chief. But I want to discuss this with Chen Chu first. Bureau Chief Guan was stunned, not understanding why a young man was being brought into a career decision. Why discuss it with Chen Chu, if you join the Bureau? The blonde woman blushed slightly but declared boldly, Because Chen Chu is my boyfriend. Bureau Chief Guan was taken aback, Chen Chu's image flashing in his mind, and he muttered with interest. So you're that guy's girlfriend. How interesting. Situ Qianqian further explained, her gaze firm. Chen Chu probably wouldn't want me to join the Bureau, so. Bureau Chief Guan answered his phone, his demeanor calm. I understand. It's fine. He held out a 3-star Evolver certification card, announcing that the paperwork was ready. Bureau Chief Guan handed the card to Situ Qianqian and thanked her. Situ Qianqian took the card with a slightly bewildered expression, not understanding what was happening. He turned, his eyes sharp, and instructed, By the way, inform Chen Chu that the Hangcheng Chamber of Commerce incident has been dealt with. Bureau Chief Guan firmly stated that all 3 involved corporations had been eliminated, and thanked Chen Chu for the intelligence provided. Situ Qianqian held the card and politely replied, I will certainly relay the message to Bureau Chief Guan. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Bureau Chief Guan let out a breath and murmured, It seems Situ Qianqian won't be joining the Bureau after all. The scene shifted to Chen Chu's villa, where young Shishi was hovering in the air, looking down at him lying motionless on the bed. Shishi landed beside the bed, noticing something unusual. That's strange. Why is his body temperature rising? The moment she touched Chen Chu, she felt a scorching heat erupting from his body. Chen Chu's eyes remained closed, but a blue aura began to emanate around him. Chen Chu's consciousness drifted in an undefined space, his naked body suspended amidst radiant golden energy spheres. He slowly opened his eyes, his robust body enveloped by dazzling energy rings, signaling a powerful transformation. Back in reality, Shishi worriedly nudged him. Chu, are you dreaming? Time passed, and it was the 3rd day of Chen Chu's coma, while the news reported only 6 days remaining until the apocalypse collision day. The government ordered the evacuation of all districts and villages within a 10-kilometer radius of the apocalypse gate. An official shouted into a megaphone, demanding cooperation and announcing that necessities like food would be centrally controlled. The sudden evacuation order met fierce opposition from the panicked crowd of civilians. The official yelled into the megaphone that choosing an evacuation city was voluntary, and no one was being forced. He continued to promise that if people entered the shelters, they would be provided with tents, clean water, and efforts would be made to ensure food supply. On the TV screen, the red-haired spokeswoman asserted that even if some remained and were attacked by monsters, they would do everything possible to send rescuers. We will not abandon anyone easily, the hollow promise echoed, while an orange-haired girl sat huddled in her office chair, speechless. The orange-haired girl sneered contemptuously, muttering, Do everything possible? Not abandon? Who would believe that? The government's forces are already stretched thin. A red-haired girl named Leng Yue walked in, confidently declaring, With the boss here, there's nothing to worry about. The boss has already prepared an apocalypse base with the top tycoons. Leng Yue placed a box on the table, filled with sparkling blue crystals, announcing that these were sent by the boss, 1 for each person. The orange-haired girl curiously asked what these were and what they were for. Leng Yue picked up a crystal to examine it, remarking that it looked like some kind of gem. The moment the crystal touched her hand, a surge of fiery red energy erupted from Leng Yue's body. The orange-haired girl frantically screamed Leng Yue's name as she saw her colleague suddenly fall backward, her entire body enveloped in red energy. Leng Yue hovered in midair, feeling the new power surging within her, and exclaimed in astonishment, Is this the power of an evolver? After landing, Leng Yue stood steadily, while the orange-haired girl hastily hid behind her desk, her eyes wide at the unbelievable sight. With sharp eyes, Leng Yue extended her hand, and red energy poured from her palm. Whoosh! The fruit knife on the table automatically flew up, spun gracefully in the air, and then darted straight towards 2 apples. The orange-haired girl was dumbfounded to see Leng Yue skillfully control the knife, asking how she did it. The orange-haired girl stared at the crystal box, her voice trembling. Don't tell me it's because of that crystal just now. Leng Yue unleashed a stream of red energy directly onto the ceiling, creating a large crack as if to demonstrate her power. Leng Yue turned back, her face full of confidence. This is a gift from the boss. One crystal grants instant evolution. With this, we can protect ourselves during the apocalypse. A young man hurriedly reported to his friend. Quick, there's super intense drama on Miaoyin. His phone screen showed an influencer live streaming an expose. The blonde influencer named Alexander boasted loudly on stream. All right, everyone, the whole world, look here, I'm about to drop a bombshell. Everywhere, students were glued to their phones watching the live stream, and Alexander continued to provoke. The so-called online hero, Chen Chu. I'm sure you all know him, right? With a smug expression, Alexander declared confidently. Today, I will expose this ridiculous scam. Alexander stomped his foot, cracking the floor, and shouted that Chen Chu's power was fake, nothing but cheap tricks and gimmicks. Director Guan sat in his office, browsing the internet, and seeing nothing but news about Sword Saint Alexander exposing Chen Chu, while the online community loudly joined in the insults. He immediately called Chen Chu, but the phone reported no connection, only the hopeless beeping tone. Director Guan was furious, slamming his phone onto the table. Damn it, that foreign Alexander dares to provoke us right at our doorstep. Chen Chu, just you wait. At Chen Chu's company building, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The orange-haired employee explained to Director Guan that her boss hadn't been to the office for several days, saying he was in seclusion, preparing for the apocalypse. Director Guan stood in the luxurious company lobby, questioning the employee about this so-called seclusion or meditation. He lost all patience and growled, "Are you kidding? Meditating at such a critical moment?" The employee was sweating profusely, helplessly explaining that their boss had always acted unpredictably, and they couldn't contact him either. Director Guan grabbed the girl's shoulder and shouted, "Tell him Alexander is live streaming an expose, and word is he's already defeated a dozen evolvers." He paced back and forth, emphasizing, "Chen Chu is now the face of our nation. If he doesn't show up to respond, we will lose face and be seen as weak." Director Guan's eyes blazed with fire. He knew well that in this apocalyptic crisis, losing the trust of the people would be a disaster. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "If he wants to fight, let him fight. Set a time." Chen Chu had appeared. Director Guan spun around, eyes wide with surprise, seeing Chen Chu with noticeably longer hair. "Chen Chu? Is that really you? I almost didn't recognize you." Chen Chu, with his new dashing appearance, casually raised a hand in greeting. "Only a few days left until the apocalypse. It's about time I refreshed my image." 10 minutes earlier, at Chen Chu's villa, Huang Fuzian and Shishi had just arrived, revealing the reason for his seclusion. Huang Fuzian met Shishi, who was bringing food, and the little girl curiously asked, "Sister, is brother Chen Chu still in seclusion?" Shishi hurriedly said goodbye and scurried off, leaving Huang Fuzian standing alone. Huang Fuzian muttered, seemingly unconcerned with cultivation methods from stories. An evolver in seclusion. As long as one gets stronger, any cultivation method is fine. A voice rang out, calling her name. Zian. Li Tianrui appeared, and Huang Fuzian immediately asked, "Brother Li, are you also here to find Chen Chu?" She brushed her hair back with a superior air. "Chen Chu is still in seclusion. Don't disturb him." No sooner had she finished speaking, a colossal pillar of blue-white energy shot straight up from inside the villa into the sky, blowing off the entire roof. Li Tianrui gaped in astonishment, raising his hand to shield himself from the terrifying energy blast, not understanding what the hell was happening. On the ground, a little boy pointed to the sky, shouting to his mother, "Mommy, look, there's a god." Inside the pillar of light, Chen Chu's figure was hovering, soaring high into the sky. Li Tianrui looked up at the sky-piercing energy pillar, stunned by the magnificent sight. He shouted in astonishment, "Holy crap, it's Chen Chu. Did he ascend?" Huang Fuzian glanced over, casually adjusted her back. "Ascension, my foot, he's evolving." The energy pillar carried Chen Chu straight up into the sky, leaving the two of them watching from below. Chen Chu was floating in space, feeling the regenerating power spreading throughout his body. He was hovering above Earth, enjoying this incredibly powerful sensation. System notification. The sword lizard has evolved into a sword-tier ink star world-destroying dragon. Received a gene fragment of the Imperial Dragon. Can absorb monsters to learn skills. Chen Chu opened his eyes, purple light flashing with confidence, a smirk on his lips. Excellent. Now it's time to test this new body. Back in the office, Chen Chu was dressed neatly, and Director Guan was standing, reporting with an extremely serious expression. Director Guan warned, "If you lose in a trivial match, the reputation of our special bureau will be ruined internationally." Chen Chu slumped into his chair, and Director Guan stood with his arms crossed, reassuring him. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Director Guan smirked, his eyes full of calculation. Seeing Chen Chu's confidence, Director Guan finalized the arrangement. Okay, if you're confident, then there's no problem. I will send the official challenge. He warned with a serious expression. But remember, in these apocalyptic times, international relations are as thin as paper. Director Guan pointed directly at him and ordered, You must win this match cleanly. No dirty wins allowed. We still have to consider the nation's reputation. Chen Chu scratched his head. With an indifferent attitude. Winning cleanly is harder than just crushing him. He smirked, his eyes flashing with arrogant purple light. I get it. You want me to fake a loss, don't you? At the international arena, the crowd roared wildly. The Sword Saint is invincible. That fraud will kneel in 3 seconds. The sword, Saint Alexander, carrying a massive sword, stood in the middle of the arena with a smug expression. Reporters aimed their cameras, ready to capture the hero's shining moment. Alexander smirked contemptuously, pointed his sword at his invisible opponent, declaring, Special hero of Country Z, I'll show the whole world your true face. On the livestream, fanatical comments continuously popped up, demanding the Sword Saint expose the clown. Alexander looked around the empty arena, seeing no sign of his opponent. He burst out laughing mockingly. What's wrong? Too scared to accept the challenge. I can't believe the strongest person in Country Z is such a piece of trash. A few hours earlier, Director Guan announced, The match will take place in the capital of Country Y tomorrow morning. You only have 6 hours. He explained the opponent's scheme. The distance is at least 10,000 kilometers. He's trying to make it difficult for you by testing your speed and endurance. Chen Chu casually replied, He truly is a sly old fox. If I don't arrive in time, he'll claim victory and slander me. Director Guan offered a solution. Don't worry, the Special Bureau will dispatch a supersonic jet, Mach 2 speed. He stated firmly, his eyes sharp. Just trust our deployment capabilities. Chen Chu waved his hand, flatly refusing. No need, 5 hours is still too slow. Director Guan shouted, trying to stop him. This is the Special Operations Bureau, don't cause. Crash! Chen Chu ignored him, unleashing purple energy to shatter the glass door, sending the director flying. Director Guan scrambled to his feet, begrudgingly admitting, Damn it. The greater the power, the harder it is to control. Outside the building, Chen Chu hovered in midair, purple lightning coiling around his feet. With his long hair flowing in the wind and his purple eyes flashing, Chen Chu looked incredibly domineering. He sensed an unstable energy fluctuation from M City in the distance. In the city center, heavily armed police were engaged in a fierce gunfight with robbers at the bank tower. Chen Chu muttered, deciding to use observation hockey to quickly check the situation from afar. He scanned the scene, immediately spotting a bank robbery committed by foreign individuals. What a waste of time. Chen Chu clicked his tongue, intending to ignore it and focus on his main objective. Meanwhile, a masked robber looked out the window, completely unaware that death was approaching. He confidently declared to his accomplices, It's fine. The evolvers are all busy guarding the apocalypse gate now. No one has time to care about us stealing money. The robbers stormed out of the bank, creating a force field that repelled the police. A helpless officer reported, Pistols are useless against these evolvers, requesting heavy weaponry from command. The robbers laughed heartily, carrying suitcases full of money as they easily escaped. Suddenly, one of them froze, sensing that something was wrong. He looked up at the sky, his voice faltering. Wah! What is that? A familiar streak of purple light flashed across the sky, freezing them all in place. The leader's face paled, immediately recognizing that aura. He has back. It's that evolver from last time, he's returned. Whoosh! Before they could react, Chen Chu descended like a lightning bolt, kicking 2 robbers out of existence in an instant. Chen Chu landed amidst the purple smoke, lazily stretching. I didn't intend to interfere. Oh well, consider it a warm-up. The bank robbers panicked at the sight of him, the leader yelling, Shoot! The small fry thugs frantically fired bullets at Chen Chu, but he didn't seem to care at all. The bullets embedded themselves in Chen Chu's body before falling off like toys, and he sneered disdainfully. Is that all? So weak. Chen Chu's eyes flashed with deadly purple light, a terrifying smile appearing on his lips. With just a glare, the world in the robber's eyes twisted into a distorted, horrifying nightmare. One robber collapsed, vomiting violently, while the others lay scattered and unconscious. The leader stepped forward, his aura significantly stronger, and he growled. Just one glare took down my men. You truly are a skilled evolver. He tensed, bending a block of metal from a car. But you've chosen the wrong opponent. I'm also an evolver, capable of transforming metal into deadly spears. Countless sharp metal spears shot out, hurtling towards Chen Chu. The rain of metal spears tore up the road, aiming directly at its target. Before the leader could revel in his triumph, Chen Chu abruptly appeared behind him, coldly stating, "In your next life, remember to use your abilities for something better." Thwack! A cleaving strike descended from above, shattering the ground like a biscuit. Chen Chu dusted his hands, not even bothering to glance at the result, while a nearby media crew filmed with gaping mouths. The leader was embedded directly into the wall by the kick, sinking deep into the rubble, completely eliminated. Chen Chu shot into the sky, leaving a trail of purple light, as the people below buzzed with chatter about his supersonic speed. Meanwhile, at the Evolver Arena, with only 30 seconds left on the countdown, the Sword Saint Alexander stood waiting. Alexander smugly declared the end of his livestream, mocking that the great Chen Chu was merely a coward who dared not show his face. While he was still boasting, a familiar purple lightning bolt tore through the sky, hurtling straight towards him at terrifying speed. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred right in the arena, blowing Alexander away like a tattered rag doll. Alexander scrambled up from the rubble, grumbling, "Tch, what the hell? Don't you know how to use the main entrance, you uncultured brute?" Chen Chu casually held up a box of fried chicken, replying nonchalantly, "Sorry for the detour, I just had to try the local specialty." The Sword Saint was stunned, stammering, You're Chen Chu?" Chen Chu held 2 French fries in his mouth, smirking provocatively. The Sword Saint pointed at Chen Chu's sleepwear, disbelieving. "Fighting in pajamas? You don't look like a master at all." Chen Chu maintained his nonchalant expression, retorting, "What, don't I look like one now?" Meanwhile, Director Guan, watching the live stream, was horrified to see this embarrassing scene being broadcast internationally. He slammed the table, yelling that the kid needed to be reminded to maintain his image immediately. Chen Chu glanced at his ringing phone, wondering, a match in the arena? He answered the call, nonchalantly telling his opponent, "Hold on, don't rush, give me 5 minutes to take this call." Alexander was furious, roaring in anger at being treated as if he were invisible during a global livestream. After finishing the call, Chen Chu turned back and casually declared, "Don't worry, it'll go easy on you." Alexander flew into a rage upon hearing that, the phrase "go easy on you" hitting a raw nerve. Chen Chu ended the call, calling out, "Sorry to keep you waiting." The Sword Saint channeled energy around his sword, growling, "It's fine, you'll lose miserably anyway." He confidently declared, "Today I, Alexander, will strip away Chen Chu's false facade once and for all." The crowd of students below cheered for the Sword Saint as if he were already victorious. Alexander charged forward like a god, shouting, "Taste my blade." Chen Chu simply raised a hand to signal a halt, stopping his opponent's charge. The Sword Saint froze, his face blank as he asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Chen Chu casually pointed at his opponent's sparking sword while munching on food. "Is your sword lightning attributed?" The self-proclaimed Sword Saint smirked arrogantly. "What's wrong? Scared already?" Chen Chu offered him a condescending piece of advice. "Don't use lightning, you'll suffer a backlash." Alexander snarled, believing his opponent was boasting. "There's a limit to your bluster, Chen Chu." He began spouting his bogus theory, claiming that one needed to be 100 times stronger to cause an elemental backlash. Chen Chu ignored the nonsensical theory and calmly replied, "I don't know your theories, but my observation hockey is telling me this." His eyes glowed with a deadly purple hue, his voice icy. "If you swing that sword, it'll be fine, but you'll surely die." Alexander froze, his face paling at the murderous warning, but then he burst into laughter, finding Chen Chu's words utterly ridiculous and absurd. Refusing to listen further, the Sword Saint shot into the air, yelling, "Die, Chen Chu, I won't give you another chance to boast." Chen Chu merely looked up, his gaze as cold as ice, and softly uttered 2 words. "Divine lightning punishment." A colossal surge of energy exploded, sending Alexander flying to crash violently into the wall behind him. The Sword Saint's eyes rolled back as he fell unconscious, his body deeply embedded in the shattered wall. His entire body limp, he lay amidst the rubble, completely defeated after a single blow. The medical team rushed onto the field while the students stood frozen, one staff member stammering, just now, it was my fault." Unexpectedly, a hand rose from the pile of rubble, showing that he hadn't been completely defeated yet. Alexander scrambled to his feet, his face bruised, but still trying to save face. "That sword short-circuited. I'll get another one." He raised his hand to the sky, giving a signal. A drone flew over, dropping a brand new weapon crate. He grabbed a blazing fire sword, straining his neck as he declared, I admit that was a mistake, but as the Sword Saint, I have many excellent blades. Alexander, his face beaming, swung the blazing greatsword. Taste my hot goods. Chen Chu raised his hand, feigning panic. Wait. But the Sword Saint had already lunged forward, roaring. Damn it, I'll cleave you in two right now. Wham! Chen Chu merely raised his phone to block, and the fire sword shattered, while Alexander flew backward like a broken kite. The Sword Saint lay sprawled on the ground, eyes rolled back, completely unconscious for the second time. A male student broke out in a cold sweat, muttering unconsciously. Could it be that the Sword Saint is the real clown? Chen Chu casually rubbed the back of his neck, looking at the smoking figure on the wall. I was going to tell you that fire element wouldn't work. Try something else. Alexander scrambled to his feet, clutching his dizzy head, muttering to himself. Damn it. My consciousness is fading. I definitely hit something extremely hard just now. 2 more drones flew in, dropping 2 new weapon crates. The Sword Saint furiously snatched 2 non-elemental swords, straining his neck as he yelled. You dare make a clown out of me on my own turf? This time I'll switch to ordinary swords and tear you apart. He let out a roar and charged straight at Chen Chu, radiating murderous intent. Go to hell. Just then, Chen Chu's phone rang and he held it up. Hold on, I have another call. Alexander, who was charging, stopped in disbelief, yelling, Are you serious? Chen Chu calmly answered the phone, ignoring his enraged opponent. Hello, Director Guan. I didn't start anything, so don't blame me, he calmly explained into the phone, glancing at the frozen Sword Saint behind him. I know about international image, but he really hit his head against the wall himself. I couldn't stop him. Hearing this, Alexander's blood rushed to his head, his bruised face growing even more furious. What did you say? Hit my head against the wall myself? He roared in a frenzy, swinging his swords and charging again. I don't care about any international image. Die. Chen Chu was still on the phone, effortlessly dodging the heaven-splitting slash with a slight tilt of his body. He dodged the attacks as if dancing, continuing to explain to his superior. Hes the one who doesn't care about his image, even trying to sneak attack someone incapable of resisting. Chen Chu slipped past another sword strike, asking into the phone with an innocent expression. I've conceded enough. Can I defend myself now? The Sword Saint roared in a rage, charging like a cornered beast. Chen Chu, still chatting on the phone, casually stepped on the Sword Saint's blade as a springboard and leaped over him. Understood. I know my limits. Alexander's eyes nearly popped out in fury, as he yelled, What? What did you just say? What are you babbling about on the phone? Chen Chu hung up, his gaze as cold as ice, as he replied, I was waiting for an opportunity. A drone was live-streaming the match, and a virtual screen displayed breaking news. Chen Chu has resolved a terrorist crisis in the city. The news continued to scroll. According to reports, he is on his way to confront the exposer, Alexander. 2 students in the crowd gasped as they realized. Could this be the one who exposed Alexander as a fake? Chen Chu? Alexander's face turned ashen, sweat pouring down, as he muttered in despair. How could someone like that be a fake? Chen Chu began his lecture. Real heroes are fighting out there, against the apocalyptic tide, while fake heroes are making a spectacle here for views. He looked directly at his opponent, his voice sharp. So tell me, who truly deserves to be exposed? The crowd began to murmur, Chen Chu's words hitting them like a cold splash. Sword Saint, how many evolvers have you exposed? Or are you the one faking your power? Struck where it hurt, Alexander screamed like a clown. Chen Chu, you're the fake. You're the clown. He swung both swords, putting all his strength into a decisive finishing blow. Thwack! Chen Chu merely flicked a finger lightly against his forehead. Crash! The Sword Saint's muscular body flew backward, face-planting onto the arena floor. Alexander lay sprawled, eyes rolled back, completely unconscious after a single strike. Chen Chu calmly put his phone to his ear again, speaking as if he had just returned from a stroll. It's done. I'm coming right back. He stood beside the motionless body, continuing his speech. The apocalypse isn't a live stream, it's a bloody reality. Facing the crowd and the cameras, he raised his voice. Today, I want to ask all of you, when the darkness of the end days engulfs the world, who truly deserves to be called a hero? 2 students stood speechless as they listened to Chen Chu describe the anonymous heroes silently fighting, those who don't even receive a single like. Chen Chu spread his arms wide, declaring loudly, their heroic status can never be defined by a cheap combat power ranking. Chen Chu questioned the crowd, and by what right do we call those heroes? Fraudsters. The students below were completely convinced, shouting in praise, well said. Elsewhere, Director Guan smiled, looking at his phone. Well done, Chen Chu. You won fairly and honorably. In a luxurious room, the white-haired Corsa sipped wine, asking the woman opposite him about a plan for humanity's complete evolution. Catherine coldly retorted, stating that if evolution were easy, they wouldn't have needed the ARC plan, which they had prepared for over a decade. Corsa sneered, as Catherine explained that their opponent's plan would only create cheap cannon fodder, which perfectly benefited their strategy. Catherine smirked, revealing her plan: to use spatial waves to take down an apocalypse-level monster and seize the only ARC for survival. Corsa interrupted smugly. No, we will soon have 2 ARCs. Catherine looked surprised by his declaration, not understanding what he meant. A large screen lit up, showing Chen Chu giving a speech, while the system reported detecting an apocalypse-level energy source at that very location. Corsa showed clear interest, softly saying, "Oh?" Catherine analyzed, suggesting the monster's power was manifesting through an evolved human, but it was merely a clone, while the true body was near the Atlantic Ocean. No wonder Alexander lost. His opponent isn't even human, Catherine sneered, deciding that collateral damage was unavoidable. Catherine ordered Corsa, locate the target and kill it at all costs, even if it means using tactical nuclear missiles. The scene shifted. Chen Chu's true body was gliding through the air above the vast ocean. Whoosh! A gigantic black-scaled dragon, with purple lightning crackling in its mouth, burst through the water's surface. Chen Chu hovered in the air, calmly watching his successfully evolved pet emerge from the deep sea. Just then, his phone rang, displaying Su Lenjue's name. "Su Lenjie, we've arrived," Chen Chu said, flying and answering the phone as if nothing was happening. He shot across the sea surface, leaving a long wake, moving at an unbelievably fast speed. Li Tianrui rushed towards Chen Chu's villa, as a gigantic purple lightning streak tore through the sky. In the backyard, Huang Fuzian and 2 other girls looked up as Chen Chu floated down, purple energy swirling around him. The orange-haired girl beamed. "Boss, I heard you finished your cultivation?" She continued to marvel at Chen Chu's new long hair. "Wow, boss, your hair just grew out naturally." The orange-haired girl covered her face, fangirling. "He's so handsome, I'm going to die of love." Chen Chu calmly explained. "After breaking through my cultivation, my hair just grew out naturally," leaving the girl dumbfounded. "Huh, cultivation can make your hair grow too?" Chen Chu turned to the red-haired girl and said, "Lenjie, I heard you've become an evolved human. Congratulations." Hearing this, the black-haired girl named Wu Qimei was startled, and quickly asked, "Sister Lenjie, when did you become an evolved human? What's your ability?" Lengyue casually recounted, "The day before yesterday, I accidentally broke the boss's red crystal while working, and then I evolved." To demonstrate, Lengyue used her ability to control a fruit knife, making it float in mid-air. She skillfully caught the knife under Wu Qimei's astonished gaze and said, "Like this." Lengyue handed the knife to Chen Chu, explaining her ability was weapon manipulation. Chen Chu smirked meaningfully. "A control-type ability, huh? I just met someone with one yesterday." A flashback showed the bank robber boasting loudly, "You picked the wrong opponent, because I'm an evolved human too." Chen Chu further explained Lenjue's ability. Any object she recognizes as a weapon can be freely controlled. The robber showed off his metal manipulation ability, while Chen Chu calmly watched and compared. Chen Chu smirked, delivering a fatal blow. More precisely, its iron atoms, highlighting the vast difference in their levels. Lenjie looked at the knife in her hand, self-evaluating. "No, it's still too weak." Chen Chu frankly commented, "You possess extraordinary power, but compared to those who wield fire and lightning, you're far inferior." Lenyo agreed, admitting that, on the battlefield, facing long-range attackers, only being able to control a fruit knife was indeed too useless. Chen Chu continued to compare, recalling a scene where a lightning element minion was boasting loudly in battle. He analyzed. "From what I sensed earlier, that fruit knife didn't fly due to object manipulation or psychic ability." Chen Chu explained in more detail. "Nor was it electromagnetic waves. It simply flew on its own." When Lenyo held the knife, a surge of power similar to enhanced sharpness appeared. He concluded with a statement that stunned Lenjie, and the knife's power was immediately amplified 100-fold. Chen Chu declared like a deity, arms spread wide. "This ability is not weak at all. You just chose the wrong target to buff." His eyes flashed with blue electricity, his voice full of confidence. "Aside from that useless knife, there's nothing here that could be called a weapon. But what if I brought out an indestructible greatsword, a transcendent weapon?" True to his word, Chen Chu summoned a colossal greatsword, blue lightning surging around it, declaring, "Then your ability will make your power skyrocket instantly." Boom! He plunged the sword straight into the ground, and a dense purple demonic aura erupted, blowing away everything around them. The orange-haired colleague and Wu Qimei were thrown back, the orange-haired girl gasping. Incredible. Is this the boss's weapon? Leng Yu was no better, her face pale with shock from the terrifying pressure emanating from the sword. Chen Chu stood at the epicenter, exuding an overbearing aura, making an offer. Len Ye, if your ability can control this heavenly overlord blade, your power will soar to the heavens. He explained the game's rule. The power of this ability is tied to the weapon's grade. The stronger the weapon, the more formidable you become. Overwhelmed by the aura, the orange-haired colleague trembled and backed away, stammering, "Boss, your sword is too terrifying." She was so scared that her face was drained of color, only able to stare at the destructive weapon before her. Chen Chu smirked. Of course, countless souls have fallen beneath this overlord blade. Just its presence alone radiates the aura of a conqueror. The pressure from the sword was so immense that Lin Yue was forced back, and the entire garden cracked under its weight. Lin Jie told herself while trying to stand firm. This is a weapon born for destruction. This pressure is too much for anyone to bear. Despite her trembling legs, she was determined to move forward, unable to miss this golden opportunity. She gritted her teeth, straining with all her might against the dense demonic energy, her hand slowly reaching towards the sword hilt. Finally, her hand touched the heavenly overlord blade, and a brilliant purple energy immediately enveloped her arm. The game begins. A scream echoed as the overlord blade seemed to pierce through Leng Yue, her heart resonating with its destructive purple energy. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as Leng Yue gasped, asking her boss how he could possibly control such a terrifying weapon. Purple energy violently erupted, and Leng Yue screamed in extreme agony as she struggled to subdue the sword's power. After the outburst, the overlord blade plunged into the cracked ground, leaving Leng Yue barely able to stand. Chen Chu merely let out a soft breath, while the two female colleagues behind him had their hair blown back by the aftershocks, their faces pale. Leng Yue staggered to her feet, her entire body now enveloped in a radiant purple demonic energy, her power on a completely different level. She clearly felt her power had been boosted by an entire level, just by drawing the sword. Chen Chu casually invited. "Secretary, would you like to try a swing?" Leng Yue hesitantly asked again, disbelieving her ears, but Chen Chu merely smiled and confidently confirmed it. Gathering all her strength, Leng Yue swung the sword horizontally, unleashing a massive wave of purple energy. The sharp sword energy streak shot forth, tearing through the air and soaring straight towards the horizon. The two female colleagues were scared out of their wits, hastily hiding behind Chen Chu as if seeking the safest refuge in the world. After just one strike, Leng Yue collapsed from exhaustion, panting as she admitted, "Sorry boss, I can't do it. This weapon is too powerful." Chen Chu caught her, acknowledging her strength. "Well done, Leng Yue. Even a single strike from you is enough to create an earth-shattering force." In the distance, a large section of a villa's roof had been sliced off, and a voice from inside roared, "Who the hell dares to destroy my house in broad daylight like this?" Leng Yue gaped, her face turning pale as she realized her test strike had just caused immense material damage. Chen Chu calmly explained, "Precisely, but your control is still too immature. You'll need a more suitable weapon for your evolution." Putting the matter aside, Chen Chu grandly declared, "All right, enough talk. Lunch is on me today." After everyone had enjoyed themselves, Chen Chu turned to Leng Yue with a serious expression. "After lunch, Secretary, you'll come with me alone." He smirked and explained, "Well, go to the Special Operations Bureau. They'll ask one day to find you a transcendent weapon. Red alert. An extremely large energy signature has been detected. Apocalypse Gate No. 2 is expanding, and a grotesque claw has emerged. The colossal gate hovered over the city, and the system predicted the monster would fully emerge within 120 seconds. The military reacted immediately, a line of roaring tanks unleashing a barrage of artillery fire towards the gate. Boom! A series of massive explosions engulfed the monster's arm, destroying the surrounding buildings. At the command center, the large screen showed that the artillery fire could not stop the monster. It continued to emerge, with only 90 seconds remaining. The muscular shark-headed monster let out a roar as it slithered out of the spatial gate. A fighter jet streaked directly towards the monster, ready for a fierce dogfight. The beast retaliated, with a blazing red energy beam shot from its eye, lightning fast. Crash! The fighter jet exploded into a fireball, unable to dodge the attack. The power gap was too vast. A technician frantically reported, "Our armed helicopters have suddenly lost power. Its energy field is expanding, neutralizing all propulsion systems." Corsa smirked smugly, casually commenting, "Truly powerful. This one is a genuine ancient beast monarch." Catherine entered with a stone-cold expression, issuing a decisive order. Discard conventional weapons. Deploy tactical nuclear warheads immediately. The technician frantically protested. But Colonel Catherine, our troops are still on the front lines. Catherine glared, her overwhelming aura making the subordinate turn pale with fear. He could only mumble his obedience as she growled. Follow my orders. The shark-headed monster had fully emerged from the gate, ready to devastate the world. Its bloodshot eyes scanned its surroundings, exuding a terrifying killing intent. The technician again reported bad news. The tactical nuclear missile has lost thrust. Impact will occur sooner than expected. In the sky, Corsa appeared with the demeanor of a god, effortlessly stopping the nuclear missile. He leapt onto the warhead, riding it like a surfboard, and controlling it as it soared away at terrifying speed. Clang! Corsa steered the missile directly into the shark-headed monster's eye, a finishing blow that couldn't be cooler. Boom! The nuclear explosion swept through everything, but Corsa merely stood there, defiantly at the epicenter like a god. In the command room, Catherine smirked and explained that civilians had no idea heavy weaponry was always used to clear out king-tier monsters on the other side of the gate. She continued, asserting that whenever a large wave of monsters or a formidable boss appeared, nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs were the primary choice. The screen replayed the scene of destruction, and Catherine concluded that humanity's strongest weapons were merely a means to hold on, to delay the apocalypse. But then she wondered how long that price could extend their fate. The shark-headed monster's corpse was disintegrating in the radioactive cloud, while Catherine muttered, 3 months? 3 years? Or 30 years from now? A sinister smile appeared on her face. Ha, how foolish. Catherine turned to her subordinates, slowly dying from radiation poisoning, declaring their deaths a glorious sacrifice, and that the survivors would recover the essence from the monster's corpse to create a new future. She announced the final plan, the Great Ark Project. The elite would pass through the gate, find a new home for humanity, abandoning Earth to the monsters. Scene change. Chen Chu and Leng Yue arrived in front of the Special Operations Bureau building, which managed evolved individuals, to find her a formidable weapon. Screech! A flashy yellow supercar performed a sharp drift, stopping right in front of them, startling Leng Yue. A hot blonde woman in a black dress, Situ Qiangqian, lounged provocatively on the car's hood and called out, "Senior?" Leng Yue froze, while Chen Chu wondered who this was. Chen Chu introduced Situ Qianqian as his secretary, a newly awakened evolver, then introduced Leng Yue to her. Situ Qianqian gave Leng Yue a provocative look, sizing her up from head to toe. The scent of gunpowder was thick in the air. Leng Yue didn't flinch, merely politely bowing and greeting. "Hello, Miss Situ Qianqian." Situ Qianqian greeted back, but secretly calculated in her mind. Her figure isn't as good as mine, that's fine. Seeing the tense situation, Chen Chu walked ahead and casually remarked, "Don't ruin your relationship. You might have to fight side by side later." In Guanda's office, he was praising Chen Chu to the heavens, believing the solo battle against the Sword Saint had elevated the nation's standing. Chen Chu bluntly interrupted, "Enough with the compliments. I'm here for something else." Guande immediately got to the point. "Tell me, what is it?" Chen Chu pointed at the door, signaling the two girls to enter. Situ Qianqian and Leng Yue entered, radiating an extraordinary aura, and greeted Director Guan. Guande immediately recognized Situ Qianqian and wondered about Leng Yue's familiar face. Leng Yue introduced herself coolly. "I am Leng Yue, the boss's personal secretary." Guande teased Chen Chu about his impressive connections, but the protagonist brushed it off. "Cut the nonsense. I'm here to register an evolver." Guande calmly replied that Situ Qianqian's certificate had already been sent, so there was no need to come in person. Chen Chu smirked, pointing at Leng Yue. "There's one more person. Secretary Leng also needs to register." Guande was completely shocked, his jaw dropping. "What? Your secretary is an evolver too?" In the testing room, Leng Yue, in a tight-fitting suit, had her stats announced. Her basic physique was only 3-star, but her superpower was unique, enhancing her strength based on the weapon she wielded. Guande explained further. This ability grants an additional 1-star of power, meaning theoretically she could reach the level of a 4-star evolver. Standing behind the one-way glass, Situ Qianqian resentfully watched Guande give a thumbs up in approval of her rival. Situ Qianqian muttered, unable to believe that this young secretary's overall strength was on par with her own. Back in the office, Guande began to question Chen Chu, suspecting the protagonist was holding back, as he had 2 4-star subordinates. Chen Chu leaned back in his chair, calmly admitting, "To be frank, there is indeed a way to help ordinary people evolve. similar to your energy crystals. Guande broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he asked how Chen Chu knew the secret about the Special Operations Bureau's energy crystals. Chen Chu's eyes flashed with a deadly purple light. He activated observation haki and stated concisely, "Nothing escapes my sight." He reassured Guande that he wasn't interested in those mediocre crystals and prepared to show the real deal. Flash. Chen Chu pulled out a glowing red crystal, asking Guande if he recognized it, which made Guande immediately sense a surge of polluted energy and exclaim, "A demonic crystal?" Chen Chu crossed his arms and confirmed, "Exactly," while the demonic crystal emitted a crimson aura on the table. Guande leaned his entire body across the table, veins bulging in his neck, and pressed in a panicked voice, "This thing, where did you get it?" Chen Chu smirked, calmly answering Director Guan's question. "Just picked it up. What, you don't believe me?" Guande sweated, explaining that to crystallize a demonic crystal the size of a grain of rice already required an extremely powerful monster, while this one was as big as an egg. Chen Chu sat opposite him, casually asking, "You think this stone is very precious?" causing Guande to retort in a low voice, "Not just precious, it's priceless." Guande revealed a shocking secret. The energy crystals distributed by the Special Operations Bureau were actually refined from this very type of demonic crystal. He emphasized that, in the current 5 apocalypse worlds, demonic crystals were the most valuable resource. Guande stared at the demonic crystal, emitting polluted energy, admitting he had never seen a crystal of such high purity in his life, but also warned that it was extremely dangerous. Chen Chu stood up, casually stating, "I have many more," causing Guande to frantically try to stop him, fearing the entire room would be destroyed. Guande explained further that this mineral not only accelerated cultivation, but was also a material for crafting forbidden weapons, specifically used for hunting high-level monsters. He looked directly at Chen Chu and pressed with the most serious expression he had ever shown, "Tell me, where did you get them?" Chen Chu turned his back, answering concisely as if joking, "Just picked them up after a small apocalypse gate, believe it or not," Guande muttered, finally understanding why this kid's power had increased like a rocket. It turned out to be from consuming demonic crystals. Chen Chu crossed his arms and declared that Apocalypse World had been wiped clean, and the gate had been permanently closed. He turned back with a half smile. "Luckily, I also managed to scavenge quite a few red demonic crystals from there." Guande immediately seized the opportunity, extending his hands and proposing, "Just name your price. Our Special Operations Bureau will definitely pay a good one." Chen Chu sneered, stating a truth. "We both know that in this crumbling world, money is just worthless paper." Guande frowned, his voice deepening. "So, what do you want?" Chen Chu got straight to the point. "Weapons. The most formidable items in your arsenal. The Bureau's hero team can combine evolvers with top-tier weapons, and the team I'm about to form also needs to borrow equipment from your armory." He extended his hand, his gaze sharp, and sealed the deal. "I am willing to use these demonic crystals for exchange. A fair trade." The scene shifted to the third-floor testing lab, where Guande was introducing Chen Chu to a Tang saber named Soaring Dragon, forged from a meteorite that fell from a collapsed apocalypse world. Guande pointed at Leng Yue, who was holding the saber, and said to Chen Chu, "Compared to your Overlord saber, it's not as good, but the size of Soaring Dragon is very suitable for women to use." Director Guan introduced the Soaring Dragon saber to Leng Yue, boasting that it was a formidable item from the Special Operations Bureau's Apocalypse base. Leng Yue swung the saber experimentally. Her eyes lit up at the dragon motif on the blade, and she remarked, "It's very light." Chen Chu didn't even glance at the saber. His gaze was fixed on a shorter dagger. "What about this item?" "It seems related to that Soaring Dragon saber." Director Guan introduced that this dagger was named Reverse Scale. He explained that it was forged from leftover scraps when crafting the Soaring Dragon, so its blade was short and not highly regarded for practical combat. Chen Chu narrowed his eyes, purple energy flashing as he sensed a hidden connection between the two weapons. He stated directly, "They originated from the same source, one light and one dark," and immediately, both blades emitted a resonant blue energy. "I'll take this reverse scale as well," Chen Chu declared, despite Director Guan looking dumbfounded and asking again. Without a word of explanation, Chen Chu threw the dagger directly towards Leng Yue. Leng Yue caught the dagger, and immediately, the pair of sabers in her hands erupted with power, causing Chen Chu to mock the Special Operations Bureau for not knowing how to use high-quality equipment. "Boss, I can truly feel their resonance," Leng Yue reported excitedly. Director Guan intended to give the dagger away for free to curry favor, but Chen Chu waved him off. "No need. I will pay in full with demonic crystals." He concluded with a firm statement that as long as the Special Operations Bureau dared to bring out good items, he wouldn't hesitate to pay. Chen Chu's gaze fell upon another item, a gauntlet emitting extremely powerful fire elemental energy, but it was enveloped by a surge of polluted aura. Director Guan introduced this as the Purple Phoenix Fire Wings, a support equipment not meant for offense. He explained further that it could provide an extremely powerful buff to fire elemental abilities, and even grant the user temporary flight. "I'll take this item too," Chen Chu again stated casually, causing Director Guan to freeze in place a second time. He turned to the blonde girl accompanying him. Qian, your ability is fire elemental, right?" causing the girl to nod hesitantly. Director Guan's face changed color. He hastily interjected. "Wait, this item is different. It came from an apocalypse world and still contains polluted energy." He shouted a warning from afar, as Chen Chu and Qian had already approached the item. "Ordinary evolvers cannot wear it without purification." Ignoring the warning, Chen Chu snapped his fingers and summoned Shi. A little girl with orange hair suddenly appeared from thin air, whining that she was hungry, leaving Director Guan and Qian stunned. Chen Chu casually introduced his daughter, who could consume polluted energy, and the little girl immediately bent down to inhale all the toxic aura from the glove. After finishing her meal, Shi puffed out her cheeks, reporting that she was full. Director Guan was utterly shocked, unable to believe that the Research Institute's $500 million machine was outdone by a child next to Chen Chu. He looked at Chen Chu with extreme bewilderment, wondering how many more shocking secrets this monster truly hid. Chen Chu put the purified bracelet on Qian, complimenting that it suited her perfectly, which made her incredibly happy. Immediately, fire elemental energy erupted from the bracelet, causing Qian to scream in agony from the terrifying heat. Director Guan frantically shouted that her evolution level was too low to control the item, while Qian was engulfed in a sea of flames. Amidst the chaos, Chen Chu remained perfectly calm, his gaze full of trust as he looked at Qian. He ordered Qian to tame this fierce beast herself, using her own strength. Qian gritted her teeth and endured, pouring all her will into resisting the raging energy that was burning her. Director Guan fearfully called for the fire department, but then realized the situation was not as simple as a regular fire. Chen Chu explained that with her fire elemental physique, Qian would not only be unharmed by the flames, but could also use them to heal herself. Qian let out a roar as enormous phoenix wings of fire burst from her back, proving she had completely mastered her new equipment. Director Guan was once again dumbfounded, unable to believe that a 4-star evolved individual could wield 6-star equipment, muttering that Chen Chu's faction was full of formidable individuals. Chen Chu put his arms around Qian and Leng Ye, declaring that from now on, they would be his capable generals. From a distance, a girl with silver-purple hair watched the three of them leave with a meaningful gaze. The girl with silver-purple hair confirmed that they were the first members of the Transcendence Squad. She muttered enviously, wondering why those two women got to be so close to Chen Chu. A spiky-haired teammate, seeing Lin Ruoya staring into the distance, asked, "Ruoya, what are you looking at?" Lin Ruoya growled, annoyed at having to be in a hero squad she considered full of incompetence. The spiky-haired guy broke into a sweat, secretly wondering what had put her in such a bad mood today. Another short-haired girl appeared, coldly explaining, "Idiot." Because Chen Chu was just here. At the same time, elsewhere, a civilian shopping at the market froze in shock as the sky turned an abnormal purple. At a secret base, alarms blared loudly. "Alert! The apocalypse tide has begun." Civilians frantically scattered through the streets as disaster struck, screaming to escape. In the Hero Squad's lounge, the short-haired girl was sprawled on the sofa, annoyed because the TV had lost signal, preventing her from watching her favorite superhero anime. She muttered that the government advised people to stay home, but how could one survive without a TV? A member in white combat gear entered, stating sternly, "We, the Hero Squad, are preparing to go out and protect civilians." He reminded the black-haired girl, "Stop thinking about your cartoons." Director Guan entered the room, asking the entire squad loudly, "Is everyone ready?" The entire squad immediately became serious. The black-haired girl also sat up and saluted. "Director." Director Guan looked at the squad with an expectant expression, declaring, "This is your time to shine." He briefed them on the situation, using a city map. This time, not only has the main gate opened, but countless secondary gates have also appeared everywhere. The director assigned the mission, asserting that with their newly breakthrough 4-star level, the entire squad could easily handle 3-star monsters. However, he warned that there was intelligence about several 4-star monsters causing chaos, which were extremely dangerous. The glasses-wearing guy in the squad confidently declared, "Sir, Even Peng Lun, who has the lowest rank, has already reached 4 stars. We can handle 4-star monsters. Peng Lun, the spiky-haired guy, flinched, quickly signaling his teammate. Don't say it so loudly, Captain. Director Guan looked down from above, confidently asserting. All of you are top recruits, personally trained by me. Director Guan growled, ordering the entire squad to use this apocalypse to grind their way to 5 stars. The entire squad responded in unison, their morale high. Understood. We won't let you down, boss. A female officer with purple hair turned to ask Director Guan, her face full of hope. Did Chen Chu promise to help us? Director Guan crossed his arms, confidently replying, while Chen Chu's silhouette appeared behind him. That guy. Hell, definitely take action. Meanwhile, a fox-eared girl wearing a mask, looking like a student, was struggling to ring Chen Chu's doorbell. Chen Chu was relaxing in the courtyard, watching Qian Qian and Leng Yue familiarize themselves with their new equipment, with energy surging from them. A strange orange-haired girl rushed in to report. Brother Chu, you have a visitor. It's a girl. The fox-eared girl peeked in, her eyes shining brightly as she recognized the person she was looking for. Are you Lord Chen Chu? The girl stood up straight, facing Chen Chu, her expression a mix of shyness and excitement. Chen Chu narrowed his eyes, an image of Izanami flashing through his mind as he recognized the girl. You're from the Yamata no Orochi Corporation, aren't you? Who are you? The girl happily introduced herself. That's right. My name is Inaba Yuko, and my code name in the organization is Inari. Chen Chu nodded, immediately remembering. Ah, you're the fox god with information analysis abilities, right? Inaba Yuko bowed gratefully. I owe you my life, Lord Chen Chu. After returning, I tried to gather all information about you, and I didn't expect you to be so famous. The girl explained with a slightly mischievous expression. So, I looked up your address online. Chen Chu sighed, running a hand through his hair. It seems I can't hide anymore. What brings you all the way here? Inaba Yuko clasped her hands, winking slyly. I've come to rely on you, Lord Chen Chu. Chen Chu placed a hand on Yuko's head, explaining to the 2 girls standing in the courtyard. So, this is the situation. This is Inaba Yuko, the person I saved during the Omachi Island incident, he continued. As Leng Ye and Qian Qian approached, she said she has no money for food, so she came here to stay. Qian Qian broke into a sweat, while Leng Yue covered her mouth, smirking, clearly not believing the no money for food excuse. Inaba Yuko turned around, facing the 2 women, a mysterious and challenging aura emanating from her. Inaba Yuko began scanning, identifying Qian Qian as a mid-tier level 4 fire element controller. She continued to analyze Leng Yue, a top-tier level 3 weapon manipulation ability, but with high-grade weapons, she could reach level 4. Chen Chu praised Yuko's information-gathering ability, while she humbly replied that compared to her lord's divine eyes, this trick was trivial. Qian Qian began to taunt. Just a little girl who only knows how to flatter, and not even fully developed yet. The blonde woman puffed out her chest, acting superior, declaring that a child like Yuko had no chance to compete with real women like her. Chen Chu ignored the bickering, announcing the first mission for the 3-person team. With Yuko's intelligent support, we will safely overcome this apocalypse tide. Qian Qian wondered. But Chen Chu, aren't you staying here to fight against the monster invasion? Chen Chu patted the fox-eared girl's head, replying that he had a more important mission. Just then, the orange-haired girl ran out to report. Chen, the gate has opened. Leng Yue looked worried, thinking that both of them had just evolved, so how could they handle such a difficult mission? Chen Chu delivered a cool line. Now you are a 3-person team. 3 people are enough to save the world. Believe in your strength. Inaba Yuko bowed excitedly, happily saying, Please guide me, seniors. The scene shifted to People's Square, where a terrifying explosion suddenly occurred, blowing a car away. Panicked civilians screamed, scattering and fleeing in disarray as a monster appeared. The special forces present at the scene were also stunned by what had just emerged from the smoke and dust. A giant purple monster, known as the Terror Demon, let out a savage roar. The special forces immediately opened fire to protect the civilians, but the hail of bullets hitting the monster was like scratching an itch. Whoosh! The Terror Demon swung its arm, effortlessly sweeping away the entire volley of bullets as if it were a joke. It immediately counterattacked, firing a volley of sharp energy spikes from its arm towards the soldiers. At that critical moment, a man in white clothes swooped down from above, shouting, Spirit Shield, activate. A giant golden energy shield appeared, blocking all the deadly spikes with a loud clanging sound. The ponytail-haired man from the hero team ordered the police force, evacuate immediately. Leave this to the hero team. The police force sighed in relief upon seeing the powerful reinforcements arrive, immediately trusting them to take over the battlefield. The tech-goggled team leader reported the situation. Extremely high pollution level. There's a secondary gate nearby. Report to the bureau. The terror demon has appeared. Estimated 4-star strength. The goggled team leader decisively ordered the entire team. Hero team, listen up. Eliminate the source of pollution and close the gate immediately. The entire hero team took their positions, responding in unison to their leader, their energy weapons glowing brightly, ready for battle. The ponytail-haired man grinned aggressively, charging forward first. Let me test your capabilities. He leaped into the air, raising his glowing blue energy spear, and struck directly down onto the terror demon's head. Clang! A deafening clash echoed. The spear was blocked by the monster's steel-hard skin, unable to penetrate. The ponytail-haired man was sweating, gritting his teeth in frustration. Its defense is too tough. My spirit spear is useless. The terror demon swung its arm, swatting the ponytail-haired man away like a fly. On the ground, the goggled team leader took a stance, gathering blue energy in his hands, and growled, "Spirit weaving." A giant energy net spread out, binding the terror demon tightly, and simultaneously catching the free-falling ponytail-haired man. The ponytail-haired man clung to the energy threads, panting as he thanked him. "Thanks, Captain." The team leader merely glanced at him before cursing his muscle-brained teammate directly. "Idiot." The black-haired female sniper quickly took her position on the net, her giant energy sniper rifle ready to fire. She pulled the trigger, and an extremely powerful energy blast shot from the rifle, heading straight for the monster. Boom! The energy bullet exploded right above the terror demon's head, creating a dazzling explosion. The monster staggered from the aftershock, smoke rising from its wound, but it merely grinned savagely, showing the attack wasn't strong enough. The ponytail-haired man was stunned, unable to believe that such a powerful attack still couldn't take it down. The female sniper reported back to her teammates, confirming that her rifle could penetrate the monster's defenses. The female sniper Wu Chi-mei confidently smirked, declaring she would blow away the monster's weak point in a flash. Boom! The energy shot miserably missed its target, slamming directly into a nearby building and causing a large explosion. Wu Chi-mei froze, unable to believe her perfect shot had completely missed. The team leader snapped, "Wu Chi-mei, if you keep destroying public property, your pay will be docked." But she stubbornly argued that she had aimed at the weak point. The team leader calmly explained that this terror demon possessed a spatial deflection ability, rendering weapons requiring precise aiming useless. Hearing this, Wu Chi-mei smirked meaningfully, as if she had just come up with a brilliant idea. She boldly declared, "If precise aiming doesn't work, then just create a barrage of imprecise trajectories all at once. Let's see how it defends against that." The team leader was speechless, growling, "Can you obey orders for once?" He reminded her about teamwork, and Wu Chi-mei reluctantly agreed to let Peng Lun attract its attention first. Despite agreeing, Wu Chi-mei still clutched her rifle, muttering, "If one shot doesn't kill it, then 2 shots will." The team leader began assigning roles. Ruoya, provide cover for Wu Chi-mei from behind. Its weak point is the back of its neck. Lin Ruoya nodded decisively, summoning her energy sword, ready for battle. He turned to the 2 tankers, Peng Lun and Pan Hao. "You 2 are the decoys. Draw its attention from the front." Finally, the team leader declared his role. "I will use spirit energy to bind the terror demon, restricting its movement." The plan was clear. The entire team took their positions, and the team leader shouted loudly, "Hero team, commence operation." The 2 decoys, Peng Lun and the ponytail-haired man, charged straight towards the growling terror demon. The team leader began channeling his power, and blue energy threads were woven from his hands. He unleashed his skill. The threads shot out like living vines, tightly wrapping around the monster's legs, constricting vines. The team leader focused intensely, maintaining the binding skill, locking the giant monster in place. The team leader had pinned down the terror demon, and the entire hero team immediately swarmed in from all directions, preparing for a coordinated attack. The team leader confidently declared, "My spirit energy threads can transform into strangling vines and bind you to death." But the terror demon was no pushover. It tensed its body and shot out a volley of energy spikes, defending in all directions. Boom! The female sharpshooter couldn't dodge in time. An energy spike grazed her while the silver-haired woman charged in to attack. Clang, clang, clang. Fortunately, the team's tanker had activated his energy shield in time, blocking the deadly rain of spikes. Seizing the opportunity, the ponytail-haired man soared into the air, gaining altitude to deliver a finishing blow. With a loud roar, he hurled his spirit energy spear. "Take this spear throw of mine." Thwack! The spear plunged straight into the monster's face amidst a dazzling energy explosion. The spearhead was deeply embedded in the terror demon's flower-shaped mouth, seemingly hitting its weak point. The ponytail-haired man was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Such a fast reaction? It turned out that the monster had used the very petals on its mouth to firmly clamp the spearhead, completely nullifying the attack. The ponytail-haired man immediately roared, calling for backup. "Peng Lun, now, drive it in!" Peng Lun roared excitedly, his entire body erupting with golden battle aura. "I've been waiting for this move for a long time." He charged like a living bullet, aiming straight for the stuck spear to use it as a weapon. "Go, push it in deeper." Crash! Peng Lun's punch drove the spear deeper into the monster's head, green blood splattering everywhere. The terror demon staggered, covered in blood, but Peng Lun was still unsure if that blow was enough to finish it. Unfazed, the monster raised its hand, firmly grabbing the spear embedded in its face. With a swift pull, it pulled the weapon out of its own head, while green blood continued to gush out. The team leader broke out in a cold sweat, realizing a horrifying truth. Is its head not its weak point? While the monster was still preoccupied, the female sharpshooter took her position, growling, "Take my scattered spirit energy shot." The glasses-wearing team leader frantically yelled, "Don't, aim for the head, that's not its weak point." But it was too late. The female sharpshooter fired, while Lin Ruoya also charged in, slashing relentlessly, a massive blue energy blast plunging straight into the monster's chest. The ponytail-haired man's spear shattered upon impact, while the monster's green blood splattered everywhere. The ponytail-haired man froze, stammering, "My spirit energy spear," the female sharpshooter confidently declared, seeing the monster's head explode like a fountain of blood. "It's done. In the decisive moment, my gun always comes through." The team leader broke out in a cold sweat, sensing something ominous. "Retreat. Maintain distance from the terror demon." The headless monster suddenly swung its arm, making the female sharpshooter freeze. "Huh?" It shot out a volley of sharp spikes. Lin Ruoya immediately rushed forward to shield her teammate, yelling, "Defensive stance." The female sharpshooter was hit by a fragment, blood splattering on her face in horror. Lin Ruoya fared no better. She coughed up blood as her twin energy swords shattered against the attack. The monster transformed its arm into a razor-sharp spear, aiming straight for Lin Ruoya, while the female sharpshooter could only watch helplessly. "Pierce!" The spear pierced through Lin Ruoya's abdomen cleanly. The female sharpshooter was utterly horrified, her voice trembling as she called her teammate's name, "Ruoya?" The monster lifted the impaled Lin Ruoya into the air. The entire team could only watch helplessly. Peng Lun growled, his eyes bloodshot. "What have you done?" He punched the ground fiercely, golden energy erupting violently, screaming madly, "How dare you harm Lin Ruoya? Die, die, die." His entire body enveloped in battle aura, Peng Lun charged like a meteor. Spirit shield charge. He aimed straight for the monster, determined to finish it with a single blow to avenge his teammate. The cunning monster used Lin Ruoya's own body as a shield, taking the full force of Peng Lun's devastating charge. The team leader could only gape in horror, as the tragic collision sent both Peng Lun and Lin Ruoya flying. At that critical juncture, the glasses-wearing support yelled "Weave," activating his ability. A blue energy net swiftly unfurled, catching both Peng Lun and Lin Ruoya, who were falling like two sacks. The support breathed a sigh of relief, having saved 2 lives, but the battle was far from over. The energy net dissipated as soon as it touched the ground. The terror demon still stood tall, completely unharmed. Team leader Pan Hao and the support could only look at each other. The situation had spiraled out of control. Peng Lun collapsed to his knees, tears welling in his eyes, tormenting himself. I harmed Ruoya. I was the one who harmed her." The terror demon's head exploded with gushing green blood, but Wu Qimei, the female sharpshooter, could only stand frozen, watching the headless body regenerate. The support yelled in despair, "Wu Qimei, what are you still doing there? Get out." He turned to order team leader Pan Hao, "Take Wu Qimei away. I'll handle this demon." Pan Hao broke out in a cold sweat, admitting bitterly, "Without my spirit energy spear, charging in now would only turn me into minced meat. I'm sorry, I can't do it." The support gritted his teeth, resentful that the entire hero team's morale had collapsed just because of a boss that was only 1 rank higher. He looked at the monster slowly advancing and his teammates frozen in place. The situation was truly a complete disaster. The support muttered, realizing the core problem. "If it's just a power gap, we can still compensate with teamwork, but once the will to fight is lost, there's no saving it." In a flash, he recalled the deputy director's words. "Li Zongwen, you are the brain of the team, but don't forget you are also a soldier." Just standing back and pointing fingers is no different from pushing your teammates to their deaths. Li Zongwen, the analyst, his gaze turned sharp and cold after recalling the old lesson. The support, who always stayed behind, now realized his cowardice and charged straight forward, hiding in the back, barking orders from a safe distance, while teammates risked their lives. His eyes behind the tech visor gleamed with determination. This is truly. He admitted the mistake of a commander, his entire body erupting with blue energy. My negligence. Whoosh! Countless energy threads shot out from his hands, weaving into a massive net, ensnaring the terror demon directly. The support glided like a phantom, using his own threads to move at dizzying speed, ready for a life-or-death solo battle. The team leader used energy threads as a springboard, gliding past the terror demon's sky-shattering blow. He growled, concentrating energy into his hand. Binding battle axe. Whoosh! A gigantic energy axe, formed from the threads, cleaved straight down onto the monster. The team leader landed, the energy threads still taut, ready for the next strike. The terror demon lay sprawled amidst the rubble, its chest gashed open, revealing a ghastly green wound. The team leader gasped, a glimmer of hope appearing. Did I break its armor? But no. The wound on the monster's chest began to automatically close, and it slowly got back up as if nothing had happened. The team leader was stunned, realizing the harsh truth. No, not only did I fail to break it, its shell is regenerating. The terror demon swung its arm, transforming it into a razor-sharp blade, charging straight towards the team leader. The team leader realized his previous attack was too weak, and he muttered, I must unleash an even stronger blow. He used his energy threads to tightly bind the monster, leaving it no opening. The team leader rushed forward, using the threads to tighten his grip, pinning the monster firmly in midair. He poured all his energy, the threads twisting into a sharp drill, ready to pierce through. Swish! The energy drill pierced through the terror demon's chest, creating a gaping hole. The monster was sent flying backward, its body beginning to disintegrate under the power of the attack. The team leader pursued, determined not to give it a chance. You can't escape. The terror demon collapsed, but its body began to transform, sharp spikes sprouting profusely from its back. It turned around, firing a volley of purple energy spikes towards the team leader like a deadly rain. Amidst the barrage, the team leader finally spotted the vital point. Found it. The weakness is its heart. He stood amidst the incoming spikes, telling himself that if he retreated or dodged, he would miss the only chance to finish it. No retreat. Absolutely no retreat. The team leader gritted his teeth, deciding to go all out. If I retreat now, I'll fall into the abyss. All or nothing. The team leader charged straight through the spikes, piercing through the terror demon's chest with a terrifying swish. The blow succeeded. The monster's upper body exploded into a ghastly green mist of blood. The team leader exhaled sharply, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but still proud. I did it. I really did it. He staggered, his body covered in blood, his energy armor flickering as if about to die out. The female sharpshooter rushed over in a panic, shouting, Team leader. But then she froze, her eyes wide with horror as she saw the scene behind the team leader. She stammered, pointing forward in extreme fear. That is, from the mist where the boss had just fallen. Not just one, but an entire swarm of mini-monsters identical to it were slowly crawling up. The team leader turned around, his face pale, unable to believe his eyes. What kind of twisted joke is this? Is fate mocking me? The entire team froze. The ponytail-haired man and the female sharpshooter could only stare blankly at the exhausted team leader facing a new army. The ponytail-haired man collapsed to his knees, his voice filled with despair. We are too weak. He bitterly admitted the team's meager strength. Being only level 4, facing a monster just one rank higher has cost us everything, while there are still tons of level 5 monsters out there. The swarm of mini-monsters growled. Red dark energy began to envelop them, ready to tear the entire team apart. The team leader made his final decision, coldly ordering the female sharpshooter. You all, run. He pointed towards the two unconscious teammates. Take Lin Ruoya and Peng Lun with you. Blood continuously gushed out. The team leader coughed violently, but still tried to reassure them. The Special Affairs Bureau can still protect you, help you survive this apocalypse. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a final spark. There's still a chance to become stronger. The female sharpshooter frantically refused. Team leader, we can't abandon you. The team leader roared, extinguishing all her hope. Get out. You can't save me. Don't die in vain. The female sharpshooter's face drained of all color, completely frozen by the team leader's suicidal command. Before she could collect herself, a mini-monster shot forward, aiming straight for the two of them. The team leader couldn't react in time, the monster seizing his head, its sharp claws digging into his face. Even as his face was being crushed, the team leader still tried to shout his final lesson. We must be responsible for our teammates. Survive and leave this battlefield, understand? He spat out a mouthful of blood, gathering his last strength to yell, "Now get out of here." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind the female sharpshooter. "Get out, you say?" A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, crushing all the mini-monsters, sending them flying backward. Chen Chu smirked, his purple eyes flashing with arrogance. "It's a bit too early to say that to me." The team leader looked up, his voice trembling in disbelief. Chen Chu? Amidst the pouring rain, Chen Chu stood tall, his aura alone matching the entire swarm of monsters. The female sharpshooter collapsed to her knees, sweat pouring down her like rain, unable to withstand this terrifying pressure. The team leader muttered, both resentful and relieved. "It really is Chen Chu. Damn it, why do I always run into the guy I hate the most? But at least we're saved." Chen Chu turned to the mini-monsters, his tone challenging. "I am your target." Provoked, the entire swarm roared and simultaneously charged towards Chen Chu like moths to a flame. Chen Chu clicked his tongue, looking disappointed. "I thought they were something formidable. Turns out they're just level 5. For this level, I don't even need to use the Heavenly Overlord blade." He raised his hand, declaring nonchalantly, "I'll send you all to hell with my bare hands." The team leader's jaw dropped, unable to believe it. What? Hez going to take on the entire swarm barehanded? Energy began to gather at Chen Chu's fingertip, aimed directly at a bewildered monster. Boom! With just a flick of his finger, a surge of dark blue energy exploded, blowing the monster to pieces. Chen Chu sneered contemptuously, declaring nonchalantly, "Too weak. You're not even worth my glance." He spread his arms, provoking the entire monster horde. "I'm in a hurry. All of you, attack at once." Surrounded by the monsters, Chen Chu hovered in the air with an extremely relaxed demeanor, ignoring their growls. Team leader Pan Hao's jaw dropped, drenched in sweat. Ridiculously powerful. He blew away a 5-star terror demon with just a flick of his finger, something our entire team struggled to defeat. Pan Hao snapped at the frozen female sharpshooter. "Stop staring. Forget about me, go help Peng Lun and Ruoya." Sensing the terrifying killing intent, the monster minions began to falter, signaling each other to retreat. Chen Chu sneered, seeing the small fry starting to show fear. "Oh, so you can feel fear too?" Chen Chu's entire body erupted with blazing blue lightning, and the ground beneath his feet cracked open. "Good. Since you hesitate." His eyes flashed with deadly electricity, and his smile turned maniacal. "I'll make the first move." Whoosh! Chen Chu transformed into a streak of lightning, shot through the monster formation, instantly obliterating one. Team leader Pan Hao only managed to see a fireworks display of blood and flesh as the entire monster horde was torn to shreds in a storm of lightning. The glasses-wearing team leader was utterly devastated, his mind screaming, "It's like he's hacking the game. My eyes can't even keep up. What the hell did he just do?" He knelt to the ground, trembling, and thought to himself, "Thank goodness, Chen Chu isn't our enemy." Pan Hao looked at his teammates sprawled on the ground, bitterly admitting, he's even more terrifying than the monsters. Chen Chu stood there, with lightning still crackling around him, looking down at the glasses-wearing team leader like a judging deity. He flicked his finger, a blazing red crystal appeared, and he threw it towards the team leader. "Use this for Ruoya. This is the only thing that can save her." The precious crystal fell right in front of the bewildered team leader. The glasses-wearing team leader's eyes widened, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he realized what was before him. This is... He tremblingly held the treasure, his mind blank. He just casually threw away a priceless item. Is this guy trying to humiliate us? The glasses-wearing team leader roared, his mouth full of blood. "Since when did the life and death of the hero squad become your business?" He stood on the rooftop, bitterly realizing that Chen Chu had vanished at some point. Chen Chu glided through the air, observing the monsters pouring into the city from all directions. He soared over the heads of a ferocious horde of beasts ravaging the streets. Chen Chu's purple eyes gleamed with determination, and he thought to himself, "I hope they can withstand this wave of pressure." Enveloped in lightning, he plunged down like a meteor, determined to buy a little more time. Meanwhile, a red-haired female delivery rider was speeding on her motorcycle as if flying through the chaotic streets. Suddenly, a giant demon wolf with blazing red eyes lunged out, blocking her path. The female delivery rider panicked as the monster charged. "What the hell is this? I'm just delivering food to my subordinates. I have no grudge against you." Through her helmet visor, the girl gritted her teeth, realizing she was about to die. The demon wolf pounced, let out a savage roar, and sent both her and her motorcycle flying. Crash! The female delivery rider was flung from her motorcycle, soaring straight into the air. She tumbled across the ground, her helmet flying far away. The demon wolf growled, approaching its recently downed prey. The female delivery rider scrambled to her feet, both hands flaring with blazing red energy, ready to fight the monster to the death. Dripping with sweat, the girl panted, bitterly admitting, "Damn it. Only Chen Chu can handle these monstrous abominations." In a luxurious room, the man in the suit asked the girl, "Do you know why we paid such a high price to move to this godforsaken place?" He smirked, explaining that when the apocalypse arrived, they would have a truly powerful individual to protect them. The red-haired girl just listened in silence, without refuting. The man in the black suit looked out at the chaos and roared, "The apocalypse bell has rung, monsters are everywhere. Where is that Chen Chu?" The red-haired girl retorted with full conviction, "I don't believe Chen Chu would abandon us. He promised, and he never breaks his promises." The father sneered, mocking his daughter's naivety. When real danger strikes, he'll only care about himself. Despite the warnings, the red-haired girl declared resolutely, "Father, I'm going to find him, right now." As soon as she stepped out the door, she encountered a giant demon wolf, which growled, its jaws dripping with green venom. Cornered and on the verge of death, the red-haired girl desperately screamed, "I don't want to die. Someone, save me." Boom! A giant fireball exploded right in the demon wolf's face, sending it flying. The red-haired girl looked up in bewilderment, not understanding who had just intervened. An even more terrifying wave of fire energy swept through, turning the monster into a pile of ashes. The red-haired girl had to shield her face from the intense heat and blinding light of the attack. When the smoke cleared, a figure stood on the wolf's corpse, making the red-haired girl mistakenly think, Chen Chu. She squinted, looking closely, realizing the person who had just saved her was not who she expected. Chen Chu's junior. "Is that you?" The newcomer was a blonde girl, standing on the monster's corpse with an imposing aura, and she asked back, "Senior?" The red-haired girl was utterly shocked, recognizing the familiar face. You're Qian Qian?" Qian Qian looked down with a condescending gaze and asked, "When did you become an evolver?" Qian Qian waved her hand, appearing uninterested in old matters. "It's a long story. Now isn't the time for chatter." Two more figures appeared behind Qian Qian, and she explained, "We're here to clean up. Chen Chu ordered us to prioritize the area near the mountain fortress." Hearing the word ordered, the red-haired girl immediately became wary and asked directly, "What is your relationship with Junior Chen Chu?" The girl with her hair tied in a bun stepped forward, arrogantly smoothed her hair, and declared confidently, "I am the boss's secretary." The fox-eared girl with the mask declared bluntly, "Lord Chen Chu is my benefactor. I am here to repay him." Qian Qian crossed her arms, smirked at Huang Fuzian, then dropped a bombshell. "Senior, he's my boyfriend." Suddenly, another orange-haired girl appeared, innocently calling out, "Chu, daddy." Huang Fuzian clutched her head, speechless, muttering, "Wait a minute. This combination is ridiculously complex." Huang Fuzian stood up, pointing directly at the group. "In short, all of you are Chen Chu's people, right?" Qian Qian didn't answer, instead asking back with a challenging tone, "Is senior sister here? Did you just call him junior brother Chen Chu?" The blonde girl continued to press. "Senior sister Ziyan, what is your relationship with senior brother Chen Chu?" Huang Fuzian was speechless, asking herself, "Yes, what exactly is our relationship?" In a flashback, Huang Fuzian once approached Chen Chu, directly asking why he paid attention to her, if it was to gather information. She even introduced herself as Huang Fuzian, stating she was nearby and they would surely meet again on the next mission, a suggestive invitation. Returning to the present, Huang Fuzian smiled confidently, boldly declaring, "I am." Qian Qian stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. "Junior brother Chen Chu's exclusive delivery girl," Huang Fuzian declared firmly, then turned and walked away with style. The scene shifted. Peng Lun anxiously checked on his teammates, seeing Lin Ruoya severely wounded and collapsed on the ground, while Feng Lun sat beside her. Lin Ruoya coughed up blood, looking like she wouldn't last much longer. Feng Lun frantically asked, "What do we do now?" "Report to the Special Operations Bureau and call for reinforcements quickly." The short-haired, black-haired girl replied coldly, "I've contacted them, but they're not picking up." The red-haired man sat on the ground, explaining in despair, "It's useless. The apocalypse bell has rung. Monsters are flooding the entire city." The entire Special Forces team sank into despair upon learning that other rescue teams were also overwhelmed, unable to provide timely assistance. The brown-haired teammate, with a stone-cold face, uttered a chilling remark. In other words, our hero team can only rely on ourselves now. Penglun frantically knelt beside Lin Ruoya. But what about Ruoya? She's bleeding. At this rate, she won't make it. Lin Ruoya lay motionless, coughing up a mouthful of thick black blood, a sign of death drawing near. Zhang Changshou, Chen Chu's puppet, appeared like a ghost, explaining the insane plan. According to Chen Chu's scheme, if Ruoya can break through to 5 stars, the surging power will heal most of her injuries. The brown-haired man held up the glowing red demon core, asserting, "But this plan can only be carried out with this." The short-haired girl was stunned, recognizing the forbidden item. "Captain, this is..." Captain Pan Hao also widened his eyes, while the short-haired girl confirmed, "That's a contaminated demon core." Pan Hao frantically warned the brown-haired man, "This thing still contains residual contaminated monster power," Pan Hao yelled, clinging to the rules. "An unprocessed demon core from the Bureau is absolutely forbidden." Pan Hao questioned helplessly. "So, do you have any way to save Ruoya?" The brown-haired man just remained silent, at a loss for words. The brown-haired man snapped, cursing directly at the captain. "Look at the situation now. Is adhering to rules more important, or saving a life?" The atmosphere was tense, the brown-haired man directly confronting Pan Hao, while the short-haired girl could only watch. The brown-haired man cornered Pan Hao. "What was the purpose of establishing our hero team? Tell me, Pan Hao." Pan Hao looked up at the sky, sweat pouring down, reciting like a machine. "Adhere to regulations, protect civilians, protect teammates." The brown-haired man exposed the uselessness of the rules. "But if we adhere to all regulations, only to fail in protecting civilians and teammates, then what will you do?" The brown-haired man pressed, leaving Pan Hao speechless. The brown-haired man bent down, looking Pan Hao directly in the eyes with a challenging gaze. "How will you act?" Pan Hao clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with determination, ignoring the whispers. "But Chen Chu gave us this demon core. Don't you hate him and consider his power illegal?" Pan Hao gripped the glowing red demon core, dark energy pouring out, his voice deepening. "That's right. We shouldn't use illegal power. Once used, the consequences will be even more unpredictable." The glasses-wearing captain admitted, "I utterly despise Chen Chu. He always does as he pleases, not caring about anyone." He continued, his gaze sharp. "But whether his power was stolen or obtained through some unscientific means." A flashback showed the entire team besieged by terror demon minions, a precarious situation. The captain gripped the demon core, asserting an undeniable truth. "He used that power to save us. Without him, we would all be gone." The entire team fell silent, no one daring to utter a word against the captain's sharp argument. The short-haired girl reluctantly bowed her head in admission. "That is indeed true." Pan Hao still hesitated, raising a fatal risk. "What if using this on Ruoya causes her to mutate?" "The Special Operations Bureau won't allow a mutant to exist in the hero team." The glasses-wearing captain stepped forward decisively, declaring firmly, "Ruoya will not mutate." The entire team watched in confusion as the captain walked and explained, "Because I won't use this demon core on her." He gritted his teeth, deciding to bear this sin himself, absorbing the dark demon core. The system announced that his evolution level had reached the 5-star threshold, with crimson energy enveloping his body. But the system immediately reported an error. The evolver's DNA cannot withstand the contaminated power, beginning to shatter. The captain roared in pain, his body enveloped by an abnormal blue energy surge, pushing back his charging teammates. A massive blue energy vortex erupted, engulfing the captain. The system restarted, re-identifying his level. Abnormal evolution level. Restarting as a 5-star mutant. The short-haired girl frantically aimed her gun, stammering, calling him a mutant, a path of evolution completely opposite to that of an evolver. From within the energy smoke, the captain emerged in a completely new form, his naked body enveloped by blue energy patterns. The short-haired girl explained in fear that mutants crave contaminated power from the gates of hell and eventually become pawns of the abyss. Ignoring the warning, the captain in his new form began to unleash his weaving skill, feeling his spirit thread technique had grown stronger after his breakthrough, and started healing Lin Ruoya. The short-haired girl exclaimed in astonishment as she saw the captain's new ability miraculously healing Lin Ruoya's injuries. The fatal wound on Lin Ruoya's chest was slowly closing under the blue energy currents. The short-haired girl looked up at the captain in his new form, her voice faltering, Captain?" The captain turned his back, declaring loudly, "From today, I am no longer your captain. My goal is to catch up to Chen Chu and become an existence that can replace him." He continued, his eyes blazing. "All of you will become stronger. no longer needing me to shield you. As soon as he finished speaking, the mutated captain used his new ability to create a massive energy battle axe and launched straight into the sky as a farewell. The white-suited teammate looked up, bitterly acknowledging the harsh truth. He's right. Without power, rules are just worthless. The scene shifts, revealing Chenchu's high-quality entourage. Qianqian with fiery blonde hair, Leng Yue in a tight-fitting bodysuit, and Inaba Yuko with mysterious fox ears. A battered red-haired girl approaches Qianqian, asking, "So, thanks to Chenchu's help, all of you have become evolvers?" The red-haired girl puffs out her cheeks, muttering resentfully, "Damn it. Anyone close to that guy gets the benefits first." The red-haired girl hastily explained that she didn't want to evolve, but rather needed Chenchu's help, because the mountain villa fortress, especially near her home, was surrounded by monsters. Leng Yue swung her sword, smirking belligerently. "Excellent. My dragon scales are itching. It's time to feed them." The red-haired girl was utterly bewildered to see only 3 people preparing to clear out the monsters. Just 3 of you?" Qianqian shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Senior Chenchu has personal matters to handle. Has entrusted the fortress safety to us." Inaba Yuuko, the fox-eared girl, adjusted her mask and reported, "The pollution level here has drastically decreased after we dealt with that monster dog." The fox-eared girl suddenly pointed in another direction, warning, "But the pollution concentration in that direction is rising." A new spatial rift, ominously purple and deadly, was slowly opening in the sky, signaling a new wave of monsters about to pour out. The red-haired girl anxiously demanded to go along, but the trio of waifus had already set off, not bothering to look back. Qianqian glanced dismissively, pouring cold water on her hopes. "No, you're not an evolver. If you encounter monsters, you're certain to die." The red-haired girl growled at Qianqian, declaring firmly, "Even if I'm not an evolver, that's still my home." Her eyes blazed with determination. She couldn't stand by idly while her father was in danger. Meanwhile, at another mansion, gunshots and explosions echoed through the sky, signaling a fierce battle was underway. A group of suited bodyguards frantically rained bullets upon an invisible force. The enemies revealed themselves. A pack of giant demon wolves, with blood-red eyes charging like a storm. Bullets struck the monsters but merely scratched them, and a bodyguard shouted in despair, "What are these things? Ammunition is useless against them." A bald bodyguard was blown away by an explosion. The situation was completely out of control. The demon wolves displayed their toughness, as rifle bullets bounced off their steel-hard skin. Another bodyguard was frozen in terror, the gun in his hand now no different from a toy. The alpha demon wolf lunged forward, its jaws bristling with sharp teeth, ready to crush the poor bodyguard's head. Slash. A flash of blue light appeared, slicing the monster in half mid-air. Leng Yue appeared like a goddess, her energy sword still stained with the blue blood of the monster she had just cut down. She stood there with a cold expression, while behind her, the recently saved bodyguard was dazed, with the wolf's head lying right beside him. The incompetent bodyguards were being toyed with by the smaller demon wolves, looking like a circus act. After the small fry were cleared out, the remaining demon wolves stood before the mansion, facing the true leaders. The brown-haired patriarch, the apparent leader of this group, muttered resentfully, "Damn it. Chenchu played a trick on us. He didn't come himself." A subordinate beside him was equally annoyed, thinking that if he had known the opponents were just a bunch of girls, he would have called his son to deal with it quickly. The blonde man suddenly pointed outside, frantically saying to the patriarch, "Look, isn't that your daughter?" Despite everything, the red-haired girl was still charging alone, straight towards the mansion, determined not to let her family fight alone. The blonde man cried out in panic upon seeing the red-haired girl, Ziyan, charging alone into the pack of demon wolves. "Ziyan, why isn't she running away?" Meanwhile, Leng Yue, like a whirlwind, swung her blue light sword, shredding the demon wolves to pieces. Qianqian was no slouch either. She roared, "Gather," and summoned a massive firestorm. The fire vortex spun rapidly, sweeping away everything in its path, looking like a wide-area AoE skill. After the display, Qianqian showed off her golden fiery wings, saying complacently, "Indeed, the weapon Senior Chenchu chose suits me perfectly." The fox-eared girl, Inaba Yuko, also got to work, swinging her sword and sending a demon wolf flying right in front of Ziyan. Ziyan watched, unable to help but feel envious, muttering that these 2 rookies already possessed power comparable to Chenchu in his early days. Inaba Yuko turned back to warn Ziyan, "You should retreat. The battlefield is very dangerous, and no one can protect you here." Chenchu's trio of waifus coordinated to clear the battlefield, while Ziyan slid in, ready to join the fray. The useless bodyguards finally caught up, panting as they asked what the young lady was doing here, and received a cold reply. I want to see what true power is. On the other end of the line, the patriarch roared into the phone as if he wanted to swallow it whole. Disobedient daughter, get back into the fortress immediately. If you die, how will I explain it to your mother? The bodyguard received orders from his boss. Idiots, tie Xian up and bring her back here, even if you die trying. Suddenly, a giant demon wolf burst out of the ground, its power sending even boulders flying. The boss monster let out an earth-shattering roar, saliva splattering everywhere, its blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. Xian was speechless, watching the trembling bodyguards surrounding her, while the patriarch was still screaming through the phone. Useless fools! Protect my daughter! Arg! With just one roar, all the bodyguards were scattered like fallen leaves, shouting apologies to their boss in helplessness. Now only Xian remained alone, face to face with the giant demon wolf amidst the rubble. She clutched her weapon tightly, her eyes sharp. This time, I won't be easily bullied like before. Xian aimed her heavy weapon directly at the monster, growling, "Come here, you mongrel. Today, I'll teach you a lesson."